What's going on, Chatty House?
Let's go. Oh, I'm very loud. And I'm echoing. Oh, my goodness.
Let's go. We didn't get rundowns, Kyle.
You know what? I messed up. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm going to pod myself down here. That's probably fine. Am I loud?
That's good.
Loud? That's good there.
Yeah, you can go a little louder if you want, but that's
no,
okay.
I think that's probably good because I'm talking lower than I would normally talk. That's the problem is when I do this pre-show, I'm always like, oh, yeah. And then I get in the show and I'm like, Meh. So I'm going to do this because this is about how I normally talk. Is that better? That's
that's
better.
good.
That's good there?
Yeah.
All right. And I'm going to keep your levels there until the show starts.
I've decided to go mood lighting in here from here on out.
I love the mood lighting.
Makes me look younger.
I'm glad the A's got Christian Pache for Matt Olson.
Yeah.
That's so tight that happened.
So glad for the Phillies. He was actually good before he got hurt, and then I think he was good before.
Are we about to be live? Are we 10 to the legal here? What's happening?
It's 9:58.
Oh, okay, hang on.
Bryce, just noticing today, you just exposed yourself that you weren't here yesterday. Cool.
That's fine.
Welcome into the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. I am James Ham, your host. Joining me today, Mr. Kyle Madsen. What's going on, Kyle?
A little bit of a rough start, but we're good. We're good. No, not as rough of a start as the one Aaron Rodgers had. I'll tell you that. I will take hitting the wrong button back here once or twice over tearing my Achilles 75 seconds into a brand new show.
Very good save.
Thank you.
Say it ain't so, Aaron. We have the official news this morning that Aaron Rodgers, NFL legend, has in fact torn his Achilles. Kyle, this is absolutely devastating for the New York Giants. I mean, the New York Jets. Just a catastrophic injury for their season hopes. You know, this is a team that wanted to be a contender. They thought they were there. They thought that they had all the pieces in place. They're one major quarterback piece away from being there and possibly contending for a title. And now that's all over. What does this mean for the Jets?
So it's tough to, as somebody who follows the 49ers and who covers the 49ers and watches the 49ers, it's really hard to see a team with a very good defense that loses their starting quarterback. It's very tough to just go, well, their season's done. On the other hand, our sample size of Zach Wilson hasn't been great. And the list of available quarterbacks that could potentially help the Jets is like Carson Wentz or Matt Ryan.
Oh.
That's kind of it, unless they're going to go make a trade. I saw somebody who covers the Vikings say that the Vikings should trade Kirk Cousins to the Jets for a first-round pick, tank the rest of the year, and then draft Caleb Williams, which I'm all on board with that for the Vikings. But I don't want to call their season over, because I said the same thing about the 49ers when Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt. I looked over at, I was working at 95.7 in the Bay Area at the time. I looked over at one of my coworkers and said, sucks to see the season end in week 13. And then Brock Purdy comes in and lights it up, and they go to the NFC title game. So I'm not ruling anything out, but it sure feels like the Jets hype train has been derailed for the time being.
Yeah, I think for me, it's really interesting to watch a team that puts so many eggs in one basket. And realistically, that's what they did. Zach Wilson, I think, could develop into something. I mean, we're talking about a former number 2 overall pick, a guy who is known more for his off the field stuff than what he's been able to accomplish on the field. He's been a mess, but then they're able to go out and survive. And I think that's what Robert Saleh is going to rely on. It's that, like, look, we showed that we could survive. That not only can we survive, but we're able to get through and beat one of the better teams in the AFC. Thank you, Josh Allen, for a handful of gifts. He felt like the guy who walks into the office at Christmas and starts handing out gift baskets to everybody that he sees. Bad. He was horrible.
He was. I don't want to say I'm out on Josh Allen, because he's obviously very talented. No, so I'm not out on Josh Allen, but I think I'm going to stop putting him in the tier of, because I think it's Patrick Mahomes by himself.
Of course.
But then there's that second tier where it's, oddly enough, Rodgers, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
Maybe you've got Lamar Jackson in there. It was all that group in that second tier that, okay, they're not Mahomes, but you feel great about them. I think I feel like I'm going to knock Josh Allen, if not out of that tier, to the bottom of that tier. I wasn't impressed with him in the playoffs last year. He was atrocious last night. But again, if you were listening to the show, not you, James, you listener, viewer, I said the Jets have given Josh Allen fits over the last couple of seasons since Robert Saleh's gotten there, really. And they had a great plan last night, and he turned it over 4 times. My issue isn't necessarily the turnovers, because sometimes those happen and they're not a quarterback's fault. It's the just dropped a snap and then just a few really bad interceptions.
Yes.
I'm
the picks were bad.
I'm not out on Josh Allen, but I'm trending the wrong way, James.
You're trending the wrong way. Well, I mean, I think this is one of those games where you're in prime time. You're the game of the week. I mean, Monday Night Football, this should be where you go out there and really show that you're going to be that guy.
Yeah.
And, the final score, the Jets beat the Bills 22-16 in overtime. Xavier Gibson with this incredible punt return, and all they could talk about was some leg whip that I was like, okay.
That was wild.
Would you have called that?
I would not have, but
no.
I understand how it's a penalty.
Okay.
You can't dive in front of the guy and trip him, but if you're a ref, that in real time looks like a guy going to block a defender evades him, guy falls down, defender falls. That play happens all the time in the NFL.
Oh, yeah.
So for them to go, after this happens, okay, the Jets have Aaron Rodgers go down, season feels like it's over, right?
Yep.
It feels like the Bills are an AFC contender. They're going to put a stranglehold on this game, and they're just going to snuff out the Jets in week 1. The Jets battle and battle and battle. They get a crazy late turnover. They kick a field goal. Oh, Bills come down, bang a field goal off the upright, and it goes in. They go to OT. Jets take the punt, and they race back, and they score in New York on September 11th on this night where there are so many different storylines you can pick from that make this moment unbelievable. And ESPN goes to their rules analyst to tell us there's an asterisk on this game because of a leg.
It was between that and Troy Aikman sitting there bashing on Wilson the entire time. Like, it was like the whole game was like, hey, I don't think they're reading the same script that everyone else is watching unfold. Yeah. Like, you got the script for the wrong movie. There's a different movie that's playing right now that you're not talking about.
Yeah.
And I thought, just really, really bizarre. I like watching Robert Saleh run out on the field, spectacular. Like the whole thing,
Oh,
like
you love it.
yeah, you're watching him like sprint out there. He's one of the first 8 guys in the dog pile.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's what football's supposed to be. That's what opening week was supposed to be about. That's what redemption from your quarterback going down on the 4th play of the game is supposed to be about. I just thought, why are you focusing on the wrong thing? And look, if it was a clear clip, if it was a clear hold, or somebody grabbed somebody and carried him out of bounds, and we're watching this play out, but in live action, it was I watched the guy fly in the air for sure. I thought it was crazy. But for me, I definitely think that there was some weird scripting there that they missed. They missed the boat on.
Wait, I'm sorry.
ESPN.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were jumping into the NFL is scripted.
Oh,
and
no,
I was,
no.
oh boy.
No, I'm not going there. No, I'm not.
Okay.
Going
Yeah,
there.
no, I'm kind of with you, but at the same time, Zach Wilson was not great last night. And I think if you're a broadcaster in that spot, you see Aaron Rodgers go down 1 minute and 15 seconds into his time with the Jets. And when he went down because he got sacked. And the reason he didn't have a completion is because he was under pressure a lot in those handful of snaps he took. What was it, 4 plays? In those 4 plays, it was really clear that the Jets offensive line was not great. So if you're a broadcaster, you're looking and going, okay, what do we know here? The Jets offensive line looks bad. This is a Bills team that's supposed to be really good. And Zach Wilson is also not good. So that's the evidence we have right now. I'm guessing they switched in their brains to the mode of, okay, at some point the Bills are going to take this game over.
Of course.
And they just never did.
Well, then Josh Allen kept throwing interceptions. Every time you thought it was almost over.
Yep.
He threw another interception to the same guy.
Fumbled inexplicably.
Yeah. The fumble. But the 3 picks to one guy?
Yeah. Come on, man.
At what point did you not look at the weird carbon copy printout they do on the sidelines? Where is that guy? It was Whitehead, right?
Yeah.
Where is he?
Yeah.
And how does he keep intercepting the ball from me? No.
But I thought Troy Aikman on the third interception, I thought Troy Aikman made a great point. Gabe Davis, the receiver, made no effort to get Whitehead out of position there.
Mm.
Whitehead was playing what's called inside, so he's playing inside.
Yeah.
And if Gabe Davis gives even a little head fake and forces that safety to set his feet, he gets outside and he can't drive on the ball and make the interception. But Davis just ran. I don't want to say it looked like me running around, because it didn't. He's a professional receiver. But he just went straight up and then, okay, I'm going to turn right now. There was no complexity to his route at all. And credit Whitehead for recognizing that and going and making a play.
Yeah, that's weird, because on those, you usually think maybe he's going to do an out and up.
Yeah, something.
Yeah, he's just rounding it. He's kind of just going through the motions, and then he's going to hit me with a burst. No, he's just
deep out.
Just really being lazy. He's being lazy with it.
It's weird.
I think this is how the NFL, it's not how they wanted to go with Aaron Rodgers going out, but just the game itself. It was an entertaining game. I was entertained. I sat there watching it.
I locked in.
It was fun. It was this is what you want on prime time. This is not, I shouldn't say this, but it's not Chiefs Lions on opening night. But you
didn't like Chiefs Lions?
Well, I did enjoy the game, but this was more marquee. This felt more marquee. This is who you want to put out there.
Sure.
Again, even if the Jets haven't earned it quite yet, you still had them you understand it's the Broadway Joe stuff. This is a big time franchise.
Yeah, and they also, I don't know if you saw any of the pageantry before the game, but it was blown out. This is electric. This is the year the Jets are gonna take over and win the AFC East and be back in the playoffs. And it was a huge deal. And it was Aaron Rodgers going to the Jets. The Jets finally have a quarterback, and I feel so bad. I have because of the internet, I have a bunch of friends who root for the Jets, and I feel so bad for all of them. Obviously you feel for Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
But I had so many homies who were so excited about this football season for the first time since I've known them.
Yeah.
And
our guy Faraz Siddiqui. He's all excited.
Poor Faraz.
And
he canceled his Friday hit.
Our boss, Aaron, I mean, he had Aaron Rodgers as his fantasy quarterback, and now his season's scrapped. I had a guy in my league, which is like an old school keeper league, keep Aaron Rodgers. That's how much faith. And I'm like what? I still don't understand why he kept him, and now it looks even worse. Your season's over. You kept with your number 2 pick. You drafted Aaron. Eesh.
I mean,
not good.
Yeah, it's
all right. You're listening to the Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. We're going to rehash week 1. We've got a lot to talk about here today. There's all kinds of craziness that happened. We got risers, we got fallers. We're going to have a really good discussion on football, shift gears to some Team USA. Lots to go through today. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be back after the break. We got everything figured out in there. Good morning, Chatty House. I see John Bull is in here very active. Are you celebrating, John Bull? What's going on, Steve? Hi, friends in the Chatty House. Oh, now I hear Kyle's stuff in the back. What's going on, Kyle?
My bad, dog.
No, you're okay. We figured it out?
Yeah, we sure did.
All right. Buttons. So many buttons.
There are so many damn buttons back here, bro. Hey, can I talk about Prize Picks real quick?
Yeah.
So I was on track to go 3 for 3. I did the flex play. So my $5 bet either wins like $11.50 or $11.25 or like $7.50. If I get 2, I get half my money.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I did the flex play because I'm a ween, and I had James Cook under 43.5 or less than 43.5. I had Josh Allen less than 253.5 passing yards, and I had Mecole Hardman less than 17.5 receiving yards. Okay. So I just need to get 2 of those. I'm cruising. Like, I look good. I toward the end of that game, I'm going, okay, Mecole Hardman's not going to get there. Josh Allen, he needs either overtime or a huge drive. They go to OT, which stinks. James Cook gets over the 43.5, but Josh Allen stays under. Mecole Hardman doesn't have a catch. I think I'm good to win my 750. I go look today. They canceled the Mecole Hardman one and gave me my money back. They gave me my $5 back because they said he was a DNP, which is wrong. He was active and played on special teams, but he did not play on offense. So they called that a DNP and did not give me the win.
Oh, no.
I'm upset, dude. If they weren't paying me, I'd be really mad.
How much were you going to get?
Not much.
Like $11?
I basically lost out on $250. But it's the principle of it, James. It's the principle.
But we're talking
right,
200.
We're coming back.
Oh, I'm digging Kyle's vibes here, man. I'm all over this. During the break, we were talking about Kyle's Prize Picks.
I don't want to publicly drag Prize Picks.
No.
That was just for the chatty house.
No, that's fine. That's fine. But Kyle's upset he lost $250. I feel like I'm in that episode of South Park where Chef's parents, the Loch Ness Monster, came to their house and wanted $250.
It's not. See, is it? It's not about the $2.50. Yeah, that's $2.50, not $250. I don't have that. I don't have that kind of money. Come on. No, it's not about the $2.50.
I get it.
It's the principle of it.
It's the principle.
If a player is active and plays on special teams, they played. They do not get canceled out because they did not play. They did play.
Okay.
And the impetus for me selecting Mecole Hardman to go less than 17.5 receiving yards is because I looked at the Jets and went, there's no chance Mecole Hardman is getting enough targets to get 17.5 yards.
Well, and even if he did get enough targets, he would have done what every other Chiefs receiver did this week and just dropped them. Like I watched enough Mecole Hardman to know exactly who he is as a player. It's just not going to happen.
Right. Yeah,
I mean, it is what it is.
He's not that good of a receiver. And Andy Reid did great to find ways to get the ball in his hands. And every once in a while, Mahomes would uncork a long one to him. But I didn't think that he was going to, I don't think Nathaniel Hackett is capable of doing that with a player like Mecole Hardman. Yeah. So I went less than 17.5. No chance. And I nailed it. I was exactly right. And I did not get credit for being exactly right. And I'm mad about it.
He's mad. Kyle is mad. See,
I'm not mad that I lost out on $2.50.
This feels like another.
I'm mad that I was right and didn't get credit for it. I am never right.
This is a gone mad moment. Again,
I'm furious.
He's furious. I, on the other hand, am not furious about my prize picks this weekend. And I want to shout out our guy, Faraz Siddiqui. He definitely told us to look at Elijah Moore. And I was in the middle of doing my prize picks. And I'm like, you know what? I think I'm going to give that a shot. He's pumping it up. And at first it looked a little shaky. And then, no, he answered the bell. And I get to the end, and all I need is Dak Prescott because I chose like the special play of the week, which was Dak Prescott needed like 0.5 of a yard.
Yeah.
So I'd already won.
There was a sports book that had one of those for Aaron Rodgers over half a yard.
Oh man.
Yes. I'm dead serious. I don't want to say the name of the sports book, but yeah.
All right.
That's a thing that happened.
I can just tell you that I did not lose $2.50, and I'm not talking about $2.50 on that bet.
Can I also, just real quick, there's been this thing, just while we're talking about betting and sports books and stuff, there's been this thing on the internet where books are like refunding your Aaron Rodgers bets because Aaron Rodgers got hurt. And I'm sorry, that's not how the world works, bro.
No.
That is not how. Can you imagine going to a sports book in Vegas 10 years ago and going, yeah, hey, you know what? I had Aaron Rodgers over 250.5 passing yards. He got hurt on the fourth play. Can I actually just get my $50 back? They would have thrown you out of the casino for asking that. Now you've got these online books like, here's your $25 back. We're really sorry that happened. Like, no, man, that's betting.
Whew. That's like going to a wedding and the bride doesn't show up and then thinking you're going to get all your money back for the food and for the building.
Right.
Like, no, it happened. Like, we were all here.
That's it.
Yeah. I was watching a clip. There was a bar in Wisconsin that hosts big, Monday Night Football parties. And they put it out there, the Jets fans, that, hey, if you're a Jets fan tonight, you're wearing Jets gear, drinks are on us. Drinks are on us if they lose, right? And so all of these Jets fans, after Aaron Rodgers gets hurt, just start plowing. Like, they think game on.
Yeah.
And they fill up their tabs, and then the Jets come back.
Right.
And all those people had to pay their tabs, and we're like, oh,
yeah,
no.
It wasn't a scenario, Jets lose, everybody gets a free round. It was, no, run up your tab, Jets lose, you're not having to pay your tab.
Yeah, free drinks.
Yeah,
Jets fans. And then if they lose, and then of course they win.
I'm kind of with it because karma got them. Because I don't know if you watched that whole newscast, but what they had camera rolling when Aaron Rodgers got hurt, and people are cheering and they're waving goodbye to the TV and they're ordering up more drinks and everybody was celebrating that he got hurt and started ordering more drinks because they anticipated the Jets getting blown out, and karma got him. Good.
Karma got him.
Good.
Okay. The other topic we're going to cover in this segment of the show was the risers and fallers in week 1. I think it's pretty crazy. Kyle, do you have a group of teams that you're like, man, they might be better than I thought? Who is it that, like, even for teams at the top that you think, okay?
So I think there's a couple of obvious ones with the Niners and the Cowboys.
Yes.
I think they couldn't rise a ton, but I definitely think the team that sticks out for me is Cleveland. I don't know if their offense is going to be any good because I don't know if I believe in Deshaun Watson. But with their run game with Nick Chubb, who is just quietly the best running back in the league, and has been for the last couple of years, and he just kind of does his thing out there in Cleveland. Really good running back, and their defense was dominant on Sunday. I don't think it's the reason. I don't think they're going to hold every quarterback to 80 passing yards, but it's Zadarius Smith, who again, super underrated Pro Bowl caliber pass rusher, alongside Myles Garrett. Both of those guys are versatile enough with Jim Schwartz, our new defensive coordinator, really creative defensively. I think they have a ton of pieces to have a dominant defense. And if you have a dominant defense, if you get average quarterback play from Deshaun Watson with that running game with Nick Chubb, I think Cleveland's going to make a little noise.
Okay. I'm down with Cleveland. I certainly, the Cowboys for me is the team that, like, what in the world?
Yeah, they were
40-0. Like, what just happened?
I need to see their offense still with Mike McCarthy calling plays.
Okay.
But they didn't have to do anything offensively.
Yeah, no, that's true. But they feel like a team that went from maybe like in the 8 to 10 range to maybe top 5. I don't know.
So USA Today power rankings,
okay,
by the great Nate Davis, had the 49ers at 4 to start the year. They now have the 49ers at number 1.
Okay, that makes sense.
It's Eagles 2. They stayed at 2. Okay, I don't
was not quite as impressive as you would have thought.
Yeah, but also not so bad that you're going to knock them down.
Yeah,
they for the most part controlled that game right up until the end. And then there's the Cowboys, who were 16 to start the year, jumped up to 3.
Whoa.
Yeah, and I don't think he's wrong.
Okay,
they were that dominant.
They have tons of talent, tons of we're talking about tools and stuff. They easily could be a team that pushes and is, I mean, clearly that division is up for grabs. Philadelphia's there, but I mean, it's still tough.
I think it all comes down to Dak.
Yeah,
he was so bad last year and had some bad interception luck, but he's not been a high turnover guy in his career. And then last year leads the league in interceptions in like 12 games. So that was rough for sure. I don't anticipate that happening again. I'm a believer in Dak Prescott, and if he is maybe not his peak, but just better, really hard to beat, man.
I'm a believer in Dak Prescott as a fantasy football quarterback. To divide these things up, okay. I would take him as a fantasy football quarterback if I didn't keep Mahomes every year, which I keep Mahomes every year, so I don't have to worry about this.
Of course, yeah.
Right. So, I mean, we came back with Derek Carr in like the 12th round.
Sure.
But if I'm looking at Dak, I love it because I know he's going to put up yards, and it's why we have CeeDee Lamb on our team. Somebody's got to catch the ball. CeeDee Lamb's going to go for
super talented.
1,500 yards. He's going to get 8 to 12 touchdowns. So, but if I'm looking at him that way, but as a winning quarterback, I have some reservations. He's not someone that I would like. The yards are fine. The touchdown numbers are going to be fine, but will he win a game for you? And that's always been the problem for me. And so I don't know. So I'm in on the Cowboys. I'm in on the Niners. Shout out to Jesse's Dolphins. I'm in on them. I thought that was a super impressive win.
My Super Bowl pick, baby.
Yeah, there's your Super Bowl pick. I'm in on the Packers.
Me too.
I was not in on Love. I was like, I want to see what it is, but man, they look solid.
You want to know what Love is?
Okay. Yes.
You want him to show you?
Yeah, I want him to show me. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, thanks. Sorry.
I want to feel what love is.
So I said it before the season that I thought Jordan Love may not be Pro Bowler in year 1 or year 4, whatever this is, in year 1 as a starter, but I thought he could operate a Matt LaFleur offense. And we've not really gotten to see what a Matt LaFleur offense looks like, but he's a Shanahan guy. So you think that, hey, you know what? This offense is at least going to move. I think Matt LaFleur is a good coach. He's just had Aaron Rodgers there kind of dictating what the offense is going to look like. And now he gets to have a little bit of that joystick type of QB like Kyle Shanahan has, where it's like, hey, go do this, execute the offense. And I think Jordan Love can do that.
And I also think like Adam Jones is a good running back that they've kind of
Aaron Jones.
I'm sorry, that they haven't utilized. They haven't utilized enough and in the right way. Like now I think he's going to fit into that system well. Let's hit the teams that we think should slide down the list a little bit. I mean,
the Giants.
Yeah, the Giants are like, I didn't even put them on the list. I just forgot about them so much. I don't even consider them an NFL franchise anymore.
Jeez.
The Bengals, I think,
Yeah.
they dropped from like a top 5, top 6 team to probably top 12
based on week 1 for sure.
Yeah. I think the Chiefs, they're going to fall from number 1 to like number 5, number 6 because they just got exposed for having 0 wide receivers. 0.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see because I don't think they're going to be as bad as they were on Thursday, but it's clear that, hey, you know what? They need Travis Kelce. And so can Travis Kelce, come back healthy, stay healthy? And then once he's back in, what does Sky Moore and Justin Ross and Kadarius Toney look like? So I'm giving them another game before I start kind of pushing them down because I think they're still really, really good. And they just signed Chris Jones, so Chris Jones will be back in the building.
Yeah, I mean, they do have Chris Jones coming back. I like Rashee Rice too.
Yes.
We'll see how he works out. Outside of that, we have the Steelers, who, again, didn't look good. Didn't look good at all. I have the Seahawks.
Yeah, the Seahawks are a big one for me. They were shockingly bad.
Yeah.
The Rams, I'm gonna say, I'm not gonna say they're a riser for me. I want to see it another week and kind of see what they look like against the Niners. But Seattle, no pass rush. Their 2 starting offensive tackles got hurt. Geno Smith looked not good. I am very, very down on the Seahawks right now.
Down on the Seahawks. All right, you're listening to the Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. We'll be back after the break. We'll talk Team USA, or should we call it Team LeBron?
Maybe. I'm in though. I'm in on Team USA. I can't wait to talk about it.
You did say we're out at 28, right? Oh, 29. What's going on? Awesome. What's good, Chatty House? Serial Connection wants to know what size shirt is Kyle. That's a very personal question. And me too. I don't know. It depends on what kind of shirt. Hey, and Steve, right here. I'm going to highlight this. Huge congrats to my guy. And the good news, he will still be on the King's Beat. So very excited for my guy, Brendan Nunes.
Same.
Yeah, he's my guy.
Shout out. Yeah, big supporter of his.
Yeah, he's a good kid. He's a guy like I've taken under my wing for the last couple of years, and
that explains it.
And I just I think the world of him. He's a great kid. T-shirt. I'm a large to an XL serial connection. Kyle can either give his answer or not. I'm
an XL.
Yeah.
25 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
John Bull, I get that sentiment, but
I'm just throwing it up there.
Yeah, I get that sentiment, but look, man, this industry and this town.
Yeah. Get in where you can. All right, here we go.
Welcome back to the Insiders. I am James Ham. Joining me, Kyle Madsen. He's got sick jams, man. I like what you bring a fire, man. I totally dig it. Yeah.
I cannot wait to go to a K-pop concert with you.
Okay.
Although the last song was called City of Sound by this band Big Wild.
Okay.
I randomly stumbled across it on a like YouTube mix one day and really liked it.
Okay.
This one's called Bounce by ATEs.
All right. Yeah, don't
That's
don't
K-pop.
bring country in here. Outside of that, like I don't care.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good. Just outside of that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. The country music I listen to would not play great as rejoin music.
Yeah.
Waylon Jennings does not get the people going.
No, like he got your Alabama going back there. Yeah. Awesome. Team USA got thumped in the bronze medal game. So they don't even come home with medals to hide in the back of their sock drawer, which is embarrassing. And now we've got on one side, we've got Rudy Gay saying, hey, we need to go back to tryouts. Can we please have tryouts? Can we please like put people up against other people and see who like deserves a spot on Team USA versus this hand selection thing that we've had? And I fully agree. And then you have LeBron James like, hey, I got this. I'm just going to pick the team. So we have this like dramatic moment. James has spoken to Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, Anthony Davis, Jason Tatum, and Draymond Green. They're also prepared to talk to Devin Booker, Damian Lillard, De'Aaron Fox, and Kyrie Irving, who all have very serious interest in committing, according to league sources. League sources have told Shams Charania and Joe Varden. I think, okay, so first up, I'm okay with LeBron picking the team. I don't want him as my general manager, and I think he is like really, really screwed up a couple of franchises here with his decision making. But this is almost like the Dak Prescott situation, where he's okay to be like the fantasy football quarterback, but I don't want him as my team's quarterback.
Okay,
I'm okay if LeBron is like picking. I mean, he's not choosing between like a lineup of like mid-sized cars that, you know, like economy cars. He's saying, I've got like 4 Lamborghinis, a Ferrari, you know, like he's really putting it out there.
He's not trading away a franchise's future for one dude.
Yeah, I mean, this like again, he did not he ixnayed the Buddy Hield trade and went and pushed for the Russell Westbrook thing.
Oof.
Which is brutal because like it doesn't matter how many times like you catch me saying something funny about Buddy Hield. Buddy Hield would have helped the Los Angeles Lakers. He would still help the Los Angeles Lakers. If he wants to go there next season, he would help the Los Angeles Lakers.
He's exactly the player that they need.
Exactly. An elite 3-point shooter to space the floor.
Yes.
And those guys in a LeBron James offense are always wide open.
Russell Westbrook is the exact opposite, where teams have to warp their defense to ensure Buddy Hield is not open. Teams warp their defense to ensure Russell Westbrook is open.
They're like, shoot it.
Like, yeah, man.
18 feet, 12 feet, 10 feet.
He's driving. Feet. Pull up, please.
Pull it. Go for it, Russ. I mean, you can almost like they're in his ear the whole time.
Damian's going to come in here.
You know you got this, Russ. You know, we know you just hit the side of the backboard, but you know you got this one. You got it. Like, shoot.
The Clippers played in Golden State this past season. I was in the building with my buddy, and it was that game that all the clips went out on social of Draymond guarding Russell Westbrook 15 feet off of him.
Yep.
And Westbrook just kept shooting. And every time he'd miss, the crowd would get louder and louder. And it was like it was motivating him to continue shooting the louder it got. And that's it. I'm out on that kind of player.
Okay, so
for a LeBron team.
So the Kings in-house, not this last season, but I think it was the season before, they started playing music. They would choose a player of the game, and every time they missed a shot, they would play like with Westbrook specifically. It would every time he missed, it would go ice cold. And then the league shut it down. Like the league, Westbrook didn't like it at all, but then the league shut it down after like maybe 5 games. And I know they tried it on Lauri Markkanen. he missed like his first 4 shots, and it just kept building. And then they kind of had like a build up to it too, like a couple of different ways of saying ice cold,
Mm-hmm.
and then every once in a while you'd hear, "You're as cold as ice."
Incredible.
They'd go full foreigner on us. It was spectacular. I love the bit, but it just promoted Russell Westbrook to shoot more, which is what happened. Now the rest of this list, first of all, they're going to have to take like, this is an old list of players outside of Jason Tatum. And then the second list separately, Phoenix Suns, Devin Booker, Portland's Damian Lillard, Sacramento's De'Aaron Fox, and Kyrie Irving all have serious interest in committing. Like, I get it. This is team clutch, like putting this out there. We get it. What are your thoughts on De'Aaron Fox?
Good player. Next question. No. For Team USA?
Yeah.
No, why not?
I agree. Like, okay, so I was there for what happened last time. Like when he was
What happened last time? Fill me in.
So he's invited to camp, and he's the talk of camp.
Mhm.
And everything's going well. He's going to be on the Olympic team. But the way they're playing in China, the way that they were basically their travel schedule was before they went to China, they were going to do their Team USA thing first in Las Vegas, then in Los Angeles, and then they were going to fly to Australia and get acclimated to time zone stuff in Australia for like 2 weeks, and then go to China where you're playing nonstop for another 3 to 4 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And De'Aaron had a lot of things going on. His agent at the time was Chris Gaston. He was getting married. We get to the Friday night before they're supposed to leave for Australia. They played the Spanish national team down at the Honda Center in Anaheim. I'm there. I'm watching. We all expect De'Aaron Fox to be the second point guard. That's not what happens. Greg Popovich pulls a fast one, decides to play Derek White instead, which anyone who would play Derek White over De'Aaron Fox in this situation, I don't know what to say. I mean, first of all, like that's not okay to like play favoritisms with your team, right?
Right.
So that to me was a problem because of course
was Derek White still with the Spurs at the time?
He was still Spurs at that time. So we get to the game and De'Aaron Fox barely plays a couple of minutes on each half. And like, I talked to him after the game, like, what is your role? And he looks at me like, I don't know. And I'm like, you don't know, and you're supposed to get on a plane tomorrow. Yeah.
To be away from his family for
6 to 8 weeks and miss a wedding of where you're like in the wedding and miss a wedding of your dude. And so the next day, like Fox had conversations and then didn't get on the plane, didn't go. Like he was like of the opinion at that time, and he hasn't really talked about it since, but really like he didn't have what he knew was a role going forward. And they couldn't define a role. They couldn't even, the problem was they also were bringing like 1 or 2 extra players. He didn't even know if he would make the team.
Oh my God.
And so he said, no, I'm not going to go.
Yeah.
And I get it. Like I wouldn't have gone. And so
unless they're saying, hey, you're the 6th man or you're going to play 20 minutes a night, I'm out.
I don't even know if he needed that. I think what he needed to know was he was going to be on the squad.
Just make the team.
He was going to make the team, and they took home gold. He was getting a gold medal. And so he backed out. And so they've held it against him for sure. Like he's not been invited back. And I would love to see him. I think he's one of the top 12 to 15 players in the NBA. When you take out foreign-born players, American-born players, he is definitely in the top 12 when you're talking about, American-born players.
Well, and okay, so if your point guards are Steph Curry, Damian Lillard, and Kyrie Irving, like that's fine, but De'Aaron brings an element of speed that I don't think any of those guys really have at this point.
No.
B, with Dame and Steph in particular, those are guys in like their mid-30s. Steph's approaching his late 30s. At some point, you want some injection of youth into this lineup that's supposed to have Anthony Davis and LeBron James and Damian Lillard.
LeBron will be 40.
Yeah, it's right. And this is by 2024. So summer 2024. So Steph's going to be 36 at that time. Like you start to wonder, okay, these are good players, but can they like really, really, truly be effective after a grueling schedule like that? I would 100% be taking De'Aaron Fox.
I think I would too. I mean, even if you look at, if you want to think
Especially
about
since
the
Steph
future,
can play a 2 guard. Sorry, keep going.
yeah, I mean, if you're thinking of the future of the squad here, right?
100%.
And you're like, hey, LeBron, we're not just trying to win one more gold, and then that's it. We're not just trying to go out there and win one more. And Kevin Durant, he'll be 36 next summer. He'll be 36 in late September next year. Like that whole entire squad. I get it. Like you want to bring those guys, and you want to, you want to do the LeBron James banana boat thing. That's fine. He's not recruiting anymore at that age. He's not trying to get like De'Aaron Fox to come down and join him with the Lakers. Maybe Fox would be talking to him about coming up and joining the Sacramento Kings for one last hurrah. All right. We're going to take a break really quick. You're listening to The Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2 and the free Odyssey app. See you in just a minute. This show seems to be going very quickly. Good morning, Chatty House. Anything going on? We could use thumbs up if anybody is out there watching. I did not, Dave Garcia, I did not convince De'Aaron Fox to leave, but I did talk to him, and like I might even have the clip hiding in my phone. The look he gave me, I was like, oh. So when he didn't get on the team plane the next day, I wasn't surprised because he was like, I don't know. And I don't think you should fault a player for being in a weird situation and it being like as much a coaching issue as it is anything else. Like De'Aaron Fox wanted to play for Team USA. And I think he would definitely like help the team. And he's good enough. He deserves to be there. Serial Connection, not only does he want our shirt sizes, but now he's telling us we get judged at the end of the show. Thumbs up are earned. Okay. I'll remember that, Serial Connection. See, the cool thing is about my job is I can sit here and talk to you guys while Kyle doesn't have this. He has to actually work during the breaks.
Yeah. I don't technically like have to, but it's easier for me to get podcasts and stuff uploaded by keeping track of audio during the breaks. But at some point, if we get to a spot where we are taking longer breaks, I'll be able to jump in for longer periods of time.
Okay, cool.
It's just that right now we're doing, short breaks and shorter segments. So
yeah, I got it.
I imagine that won't be the case by the time basketball season starts.
No. Well, I mean,
Charlie,
it's going to be a sprint. Like these shows, a 2-hour show is a sprint. Like it's crazy fast.
Yeah.
And a 4-hour show literally feels like, like
yeah, I want
to.
That's one of the tough things with this is like I want to, be goofy and like have some fun bits and talk about your trip to Vegas and stuff. But we've got 2 hours to fit in a lot of stuff.
Or we just talk about whatever we want. We are beholden to no one, Kyle.
I don't know what this means.
Oh, so I have something called the happy hour on the King's Beat.
Oh.
So we get together. It's off the record. It's a Zoom call, and it feels like the Brady Bunch. Because is it the Brady Bunch with all the windows?
Yeah, either that or Hollywood Squares.
Yeah. So it feels like Hollywood Squares. There's people all around us, and we basically just like.
Oh, here we go. Coming back.
Welcome back to the Insiders. Kyle's hitting it hard in the other room. He's got his jams going. He's got it. So we're gonna go around the NBA. We get a little bit of basketball news here and there. And Kyle, first of all, Cameron Payne was waived from the San Antonio Spurs. I know a lot of people are like, hey, would he fit in Sacramento?
Pass.
A hard pass from Kyle.
I'm just out on Cam Payne, dude. Every time Cam Payne is on the court for an opposing team, he hits like 2 shots and you're kind of annoyed. And then he doesn't hit another shot. And you're like, thank God Cam Payne has the ball. At no point in this season would Kings fans be like, you know who needs more mins? Cameron Payne.
I love how you say campaign because it literally just sounds like you're saying campaign.
Yeah.
I think, first of all, he shoots sideways. Like any player that shoots sideways. Like I actually like him. I know
see a doctor about that.
For years, the Sacramento Kings really liked him when he was a young player, and he had all the foot injuries. And I thought that they actually he would end up in Sacramento at one point. But I'm kind of the opinion that number one, you have a really solid player in Davion Mitchell, and you still have to see what you have. I think throughout. Davion Mitchell is already played for 3 head coaches. Like, I think that's something that's missed. Like, his first head coach was Luke Walton, and then Alvin Gentry, and then Mike Brown. And I kind of want to see what he looks like when there's only one person in his ear, when there's only a specific person teaching him the ropes and saying, this is who we want you to be, and there's no variation.
Mm.
So I felt like year 1, he thought he could be one thing. Year 2, he's playing 13 minutes a game half the time, and he's coming in at the 6-minute mark, playing for 2.5 minutes, going back to the bench. Then he's coming back in to start the second quarter. Like, all of this weird herky-jerky stuff that they're trying to do to facilitate always having De'Aaron Fox or Domantas Sabonis on the court.
Mm-hmm.
And like, the guy who paid the price, I feel, was Davion Mitchell. So I want to see what he looks like when he knows exactly what they want. And
totally.
And so, like, I think we're going to see like a better version of him this year. I don't know how much he'll play. The fact is, he's playing behind, an all-star and an all-NBA player in De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah.
And that's tough. You might have 13, 14 minutes a game where you need somebody,
mm-hmm.
and it's tough to steal minutes from other positions. So I'm saying no on campaign.
Yeah, I would way rather, and I don't know that many people who would take campaign over Davion Mitchell.
No. Well, he's a bigger guard though. And he's solid defensively. He's got a decent wingspan. Kyle is out on campaign.
I just don't. It was like when he would come in for the Suns, and maybe it's because he was typically only in because Chris Paul was unavailable.
Yeah.
Which would bog everything down. But as a like lead guard in a second unit, No, I don't need all that.
Yeah. I get it.
He's worse than Malik Monk and tries to be Malik Monk. What's the case for that?
No, I guess you're right. I think the only reason I would even like kick tires is because, if you're filling out a squad and you're like, hey, you get to a certain point, like, why not? Like, we have depth, but like, if it's a guy who's going to be the 14th man or the 13th man, I think he can probably get a better opportunity out there. And I really like Jordan Ford, and I like the potential for Jordan Ford to maybe be a two-way player where if you need a third point guard, and you need to bring him up for a couple of days, you can. And if not, you have him down in Stockton playing major minutes and, sort of keeping in shape. The second thing we've got.
Cam Payne also turns 30 this year.
Okay.
Next year. Sorry.
Yeah, but I mean, the Kings at this point, they have 3 guys over 30.
Not till August. Never mind. We're good.
Not till August. He's still 29.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
We have
good vibes guy though.
Yeah. I think
does his dancing with Russell Westbrook.
Oh.
No.
Okay. One of these days I'll tell the Russ West staring me down story to you.
I feel like every person I know who covers the NBA at all has a story like that.
Yeah, it was a good one.
I don't know a single person who's like, yeah, I've always had really good interactions with Russell Westbrook.
No, it was Western Conference Finals. They were in the midst of blowing a 3-1 lead, I think, or whatever it was to the
Imagine
Warriors.
that happening.
Oh yeah. Okay, so We have this other situation. Kevin Porter arrested for domestic violence. The NBA is already investigating the incident. Kevin Porter is a very, very talented guy, but someone who has had all kinds of off the court issues, and not just off the court, like situations like this, but like there's been other situations like where he got run out of Cleveland for just, overall poor behavior. And Kyle, he has a absolutely bizarre contract, which is because of his off the court stuff. So check this out. He signed a 4-year, $63 million extension, which kicks in this year.
Mm-hmm.
And the only guaranteed year is this season at $15.9 million. And there's a $1 million buyout next season, and they can walk away from the rest of it. And that tells you, like,
yeah, he stinks, dude.
Yeah.
Just as not even as a player, like you said, he had all the off court stuff in Cleveland, and now this. No, there's no. I'm out.
Yeah, and I read, the complaint. We'll have to see how it all plays out, right?
Sure.
There was multiple strikes to the face. There was grabbing of the throat and marks on the throat. The victim involved was taken to the hospital. And a former WNBA player, which they haven't released who that is, but that's who he was dating. It's a girlfriend that he lost his mind on.
Yeah, no, get him out of here.
Yeah, not great for the league. The NBA is already investigating. Kings legend.
The NBA
Yep.
can do the right thing here and get him out. Make it a thing.
Yeah.
Don't assuming if there's no. I'm not even gonna. He needs to go, and the NBA needs to make that a point. It can't be, oh yeah, well, the charges and this and that and settlements and he's going to be suspended for a year, but then he can re-sign with the team. No. Just, he's got to go.
Okay. I mean, it's going to be tough because we have the Miles Bridges situation.
I know.
And he's back.
I know.
And these are things that the league, they have to face. Like at some point as a league, you have to do what's best for the league and do what's best for people. Like you need to set some standards, some principles here.
I agree.
That people have to live by. So, not a good situation. Kings legend Tristan Thompson has signed with the Cleveland Cavaliers, where it all started for TT.
Good for him.
Yeah, good for Tristan. Have you ever watched Tristan Thompson in warmups?
No. He looks great in a turtleneck, though.
He might shoot 30% on jump hooks from 3 feet. He's a good talker.
I thought you were going down the road of he might shoot 30% from 3. I don't know why he doesn't extend outside the line. And then you went, from 3 feet. My man's just throwing up bricks.
I don't know what's happening there, but that's not going to work in a game.
You got to get your head around eyeballs on the basket.
Yeah. And like Alex Len and Jay Triano have this saying, like you'll see it, especially with Alex being back, where Jay Triano does like crazy warm-up passes, like behind the back. He throws it off the backboard. Like him and Alex Len work. And I think it's very specific. Maybe Alex has had a problem with not being ready to catch like a hot potato in the post in the past. And so that's what they're doing. They're basically getting him like working his mind.
Always ready for the ball.
Always ready. And it's fun because Jay Triano never passed once in his entire life before this. He was like a mad scorer, like one of the biggest black hole that anyone had ever played with. So it's almost like at age 65, Jay Triano's like paying his penance and having to actually pass the ball, which is spectacular.
You know who one of my favorite players of all time is in that category of offensive black hole?
Yeah.
Shabazz Muhammad.
Oh,
I was a big Bazzy guy because whenever he got the ball, it was not moving. Teammates might as well have gone to play defense.
I think he was here for 5 minutes.
Was he really?
Yeah, I think he was. They signed him, and then I'm gonna have to go back and look.
My man played. Hang on, I'm gonna get his totals up here.
He never did play here.
Right, correct. So my man Shabazz Muhammad played 4,772 minutes in the NBA. We're going to call it 4,800. We're going to round up. 4,800 minutes in the NBA. How many assists do we think he recorded?
I don't know.
Let me get his per game. So 100? He played at 17 minutes a game.
17 minutes a game.
Yeah.
Oh man. How many games total?
And he played in 278 games.
278. I'm going to say he had 300 assists.
151.
Oh, I can top it.
A career high of 52 when he played 1,700 minutes for Minnesota in 2015-16.
The late, great Yinkadare.
Okay.
Played in the league for 4 years.
Okay.
Only played 1,000 total minutes. He had 110 games, 25 starts. Guess how many assists?
100.
4 total assists. 4 in his career.
Wasn't he a big man?
Yeah.
Okay.
His first 2 years, he did not record a single assist. He had 1 in his third year and 3 in his final season in the league.
He got the ball. My man was taking advantage.
I
love that for him.
Yeah, he's like, no, I ain't giving it up. All right,
we're driving with him because he doesn't even pass anyone on the freeway.
That's right. He doesn't pass anyone. You ask him to pass the potatoes, he says no.
He's like, no. You got to walk up and get them yourself.
The potatoes are mine.
If you want these.
I will be eating all these potatoes.
Yeah. Shout out to my guy Bazzi. 1.2 assists per game, a career high in 2014-15. Averaged half an assist per game in his career.
Half
an assist
for his career. That's wild. All right, you're listening to the Insiders on ESPN 1320 98.5 HD2 and the free Odyssey app. Kyle and I will be back in just 1 minute. Did you say? Oh, you said 58. Man, I'm running late every single break. What's going on? I can't get us to break, people. 1 hour down. We've hit the turn. Yeah, I wonder what Marvin Bagley assist totals are for his career. And the worst part is I've seen Marv make some great passes. Really, really strong passes. He's 0.9 for his career, 0.9 per game. So he's at 187. Oh, that's not that far off from Shabazz Napier because he's got 51, 56 career minutes. It's not great, Bob. What's going on, Chatty House?
And that's Shabazz Muhammad, not Shabazz Napier.
Yeah. Oh, Shabazz Napier. What did he do?
Speaking of LeBron, the GM.
Okay, so
yeah, he was like, I gotta have this guy.
Shabazz Napier.
Yeah, UConn led him to. I think he was their point guard on their title team that beat. Who did they beat?
I have a story.
So they beat. Was it Butler? The Kemba Walker year, was that Butler? In that ugly 48-46 game.
I thought he's a little old, a little younger than.
No, I know he was
Kemba.
after that.
Okay,
but I couldn't remember which team Kemba beat, and then Shabazz Napier led them to a national championship, but I can't remember who it was.
Got it.
That feels like a thing that Ramsey's going to know.
Okay, so I had to go ask. I think I was at Summer League.
20 seconds.
Shabazz Napier was there, and he had just unfollowed LeBron on Twitter, and ESPN had me go ask him about that.
Highlight of your career or what? All right, here we go. Come back.
We have hit the second half of our show. Kyle Madsen joining me here on ESPN 1320. Kyle, we're gonna dive in a little bit. Micah Parsons is a Brock Purdy fan. I think this is interesting, and I think it sets up a larger discussion that I want to have about the quarterbacking position, especially with what we're seeing with Zach Wilson playing out here in real time. Do you have that Micah Parsons clip?
Yeah, I sure do. So we have two sets of audio here. The first one is going to be Micah Parsons just kind of showing love for Brock Purdy.
That we should sleep on Brock Purdy no more. Yes, he was a 7th-round pick. Yes, he came in late in the season and won 6 straight games, took him to the NFC Championship before his injury. But Purdy, you will not be slept on no more, brother. I think people are coming for you the same way they come for Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes. Yes, you are surrounded by a great team, but you are playing your butt off, and you got one hell of a story, brother.
He does have one hell of a story.
You will not be slept on no more, brother.
We might need to save
I'm going to wear the. Oh, we are. I've already saved it. We are going to wear this out.
You will not be slept on no more, brother.
I might need a t-shirt.
There you go.
That's spectacular. Yeah, I think it's interesting that a star defensive lineman for the Dallas Cowboys is looking at Brock Purdy and feeling this way. And we talked about it yesterday that we come out of week 1 and Brock Purdy has the highest QBR rating in the league.
Mm-hmm.
And I think at some point you have to, if he just keeps stacking up, and we keep saying no quarterback in NFL history has ever had 2 touchdowns
right.
and a 95 quarterback rating in his first 7 games, his first 8 games.
Yeah.
It starts getting like the Buddy Hield thing, where Buddy Hield had the most 3-pointers at the end of his second season ever for first 2 years, first 3 years, first 4 years, first 5 years. Buddy Hield still leads because Buddy Hield shoots a lot of threes, but it's different to put up stats and win games. And that seems to be where I think Micah Parsons is starting to see that Brock Purdy's for real.
So I have 2 things on this. Yep. One, for Micah Parsons specifically, this is a defensive player that played against Brock Purdy and the 49ers in the playoffs last year. They met in the divisional round. And that was a game that people point to and go, see, Purdy in the divisional playoffs against a good defense didn't play very well. Micah Parsons was on that defense and is out here talking about how there's...
You will not be slept on no more, brother.
I take what he says seriously. Now, maybe he's trying to do the anti-Patrick Peterson. Patrick Peterson came out and said, I'm going to get an interception. So Micah Parsons like, I am not going to do that. I'm going to throw him his flowers for when we meet up in week 5. Maybe it's just that. But to your point, in week 1, Brock Purdy, you can just watch. There's the eyeballs, right? Watch the games.
Mm-hmm.
He navigates the pocket. He's spinning away from Minkah Fitzpatrick on a blitz to find room and hit Deebo Samuel down the field. He's doing all these little things, right? But Nick Wagner from ESPN was tweeting out these stats today. He was under pressure on 41% of his dropbacks.
Oof.
So he's dealing with pressure. The Niners had one of their worst yak games in 4 years. There were not a ton of yards after the catch to be had. And the Niners receivers, I think, were 27th in separation, according to ESPN Next Gen Stats. So it's not like he was throwing to these wide open guys every single time. You can even point to Brandon Ayuk. That touchdown to him at the front pylon, that was a contested throw. That's a really, really good throw.
Yep.
So all of a sudden, some of the questions even I had, because I think Brock Purdy can do the version of the Niners offense where it's, you know what, I'm just going to orchestrate things, maybe make a couple of plays out of structure, but for the most part, it's the offense. But on Sunday, it was certainly the offense, but it was also some Brock Purdy. And
yes,
it wasn't just wide open guys. And it wasn't, he threw for 229 yards or whatever. He threw for that many yards, but there were 150 yards of yak. His average depth of target, I think, was 9th in the league. So he's pushing the ball down the field. He was tied with Jalen Hurts for air yards per attempt. He is playing quarterback at a high level that goes beyond, it's the weapons, it's the design. He is playing his tail off. And I have the fact that a player like Micah Parsons, a very good defender who's played Brock in a playoff game, that says something to me.
I think it does too. I think it's really strong to see that he's starting to get some of this some of the positive publicity
Mm-hmm.
that, and I think that I think there's a bigger discussion that we should be having too. Like being a top tier quarterback, a top 3 quarterback in the NFL, like in the draft, there's a certain amount of pressure. I'm looking up at the screen and Zach Wilson's talking and man, this kid can do no wrong. And then you look, he can do no right for his first 2 years. You look at him right now without a helmet on, he looks like he's 15 years old.
He looks like a baby.
He looks like a baby. And I think so often we lose track of who these guys are and how high they're drafted. So I went back and I looked over the last 10 years. Players, quarterbacks taken in the top 3 of the NFL draft. 2014, Blake Bortles out of the league.
Yep.
2015, Jameis Winston, Marcus Mariota. Are either one of those guys still
is Mariota the backup in?
They're backup somewhere, right?
I don't know where he is, but yeah, no, not starting and not thriving.
Okay, 2016, Goff and Wentz.
Okay.
Wentz is out of the league. He might get a phone call here.
Mariota's with the Eagles. That's right.
Yeah. Okay. 2017, Mitch Trubisky.
Mm-hmm.
2018, we got Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold.
Oof.
Okay. 2019, Kyler Murray.
Mm-hmm.
2020 is the 1 year where we're looking. We got Joe Burrow number 1, but then we also have Tua and Justin Herbert at 5 and 6.
Really good QB class.
Let's go to 2021. Trevor Lawrence.
Right.
Followed by Zach Wilson. Followed by
Trey Lance.
And
even Mac Jones and Justin Fields are not lighting it up.
No, and they're all top 10, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
I think they were. Did Jones go 12th, 15th?
Oh yeah, maybe.
Anyways,
Okay. So
fact remains, highly drafted quarterbacks.
Yeah, I think that's my question. Is there something about being Mr. Irrelevant that makes it easier? That you don't have the pressure that a Zach Wilson has had, not only being the number 2 overall pick, but being the number 2 overall pick for the New York Jets, being in a huge market, being all the spotlight on you, making some questionable decisions off the field that made you the butt of a bunch of jokes. Is there something about this that maybe we're just missing, that the pressure of that top 3, it makes it more difficult to succeed?
There's an obvious pushback to this that I will explain my thoughts on when maybe you bring it up. But it's because typically those players are going to bad teams and playing quarterback is really hard. But you can turn around and go, okay, Trey Lance went 3rd. What happened there? Yeah, it's a super raw prospect who hadn't played a ton of football. We all know how the circumstances kind of went down in San Francisco. He needed time to develop, and he did not get that time for various reasons. So I think that's the big thing is you get quarterbacks who go later. And like you said, the pressure's not there. Russell Wilson did not have the pressure of going in his rookie year in 2012 and needing to be the guy right away. He wound up being that, but he got to go in behind Matt Flynn. Matt Flynn got paid. He was supposed to be the dude.
Forgot about that.
So Russell Wilson just gets to pull up and just gets to play. He's just out there. He's second team, third team, whatever. Oh, hey, this guy can play a little bit. Now he's getting comfortable. He starts to get in a rhythm. And I think that's what people talk about this with the Niners all the time with Brock Purdy. So Trey Lance goes down in week 2. Brock Purdy is already on the roster, but he now goes from QB3 to QB2. And the way the 49ers work is their backup quarterback runs the scout team. So while he was QB3, Purdy wasn't doing anything, but he got all that time between weeks 2 and week 13 to run the scout team. There was no pressure on him. He just got to be that guy. And that was, as Mr. Irrelevant, he came in, he beat out Nate Sudfeld because there was no expectation. Yeah, he's just going to come in here. He's just going to play football. He's going to kind of do his thing. And then the next thing you know, he's played a ton of football in practice. He's played a ton of football in college. And now he gets an opportunity to step in the NFL. And he's more ready than Trey Lance was or Zach Wilson was. And that development gets a chance to be like nurtured and grow versus, yeah, hey, develop on the field. Go win some games.
Yeah, go win some games and also be a punching bag because that's what happens to rookie quarterbacks.
Yep.
They just go out there. Very, very seldom does a rookie quarterback go to a situation where they have a great offensive line. They always do it backwards. They don't build the offensive and the defensive line first and then bring in a quarterback. They build it afterwards. And oh man.
Well, that's what the 49ers are trying to do.
Yeah.
When they drafted Solomon Thomas in 2017, they skipped out on Deshaun Watson and Patrick Mahomes, and they said, no, thank you. Because 2018, that offseason, they were going to sign Kirk Cousins. They wound up signing Jimmy instead, but they were going to sign Kirk Cousins. They're going to draft an offensive lineman, and they did that with Mike McGlinchey, number 9 overall. And they were going to have 2 tackles with Staley and McGlinchey, and they were going to be able to drop a quarterback in there, and everything was going to be groovy and good to go. But it didn't.
The best laid plans.
Yeah.
You know what? I like this discussion. Let's keep it going after the break. So you are listening to The Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. Kyle and I will be right back.
I'm Ty Burrell, actor and small business.
Boy, these breaks keep sneaking up on me.
My bad, kind of. You hit a nerve on something I'm very passionate about. So
no, it's fine.
Sorry to.
Oh, this is good.
Ball hog there.
Yeah. No, there wasn't any of that. I don't remember what I was going to say. What? Jordan Schultz. I just spoke with Colin Kaepernick, who tells me his agent has reached out to the Jets about his desire to make an NFL return. Kaepernick remains on the West Coast working out. What in the... what's going on, everybody? I like fired up. You see, I like this right here. I agree, Brian. Like, we need to do going mad segments and going ham segments.
I'm super down.
So
I like this show because I can tell I like this show because I always forget to drink water.
Oh, yeah.
Just dialed in.
Yeah, let's open up with this discussion some more. Do we have all of our breaks today? Yes. Oh.
Try and get my guy Jim on there. Here we go.
Man, that Patrick Mahomes tweet last night.
That was so funny, dude.
So funny.
That is a perfect. I hope every English teacher in America grabs that tweet and uses that in a lesson.
Yes. Spectacular. Commas matter, man. They matter.
Yeah, we'll build these out at some point into actual segments. I'm hoping I have time at some point this week. I think I'm going to on Friday after the show to build a little intro for Fantasy Friday.
Oh, all right.
Okay, here we go. 10 seconds. You're hot. Your mic is hot. Okay.
Kyle, I like where the discussion's going, and I want to stick with it. We have this, again, we're watching again and again the role of Aaron Rodgers getting off a cart, going into the locker room with a boot on, and then and Zach Wilson walking out onto the field. Do you remember a situation where, well, I mean, I know they're out there. I'm just looking for examples where a quarterback situation like this played out, where you had a young quarterback who failed and lost his spot. And then you had to go to, you went out and you chased a big name guy and then you went back to the young guy and it all worked out?
That's a very specific scenario. The one I kind of turn to, because it's really tough to start poorly and then bounce back and have a good year at some point at quarterback. It's like once you get a couple of chances and you're not very good, teams just kind of write you off and you don't get that opportunity really ever again. Because, okay, you sign somewhere as a backup, but you're not getting a ton of practice reps probably. And you're not getting a ton of reps in training camp. So you don't have an opportunity to prove yourself and get better. So the two that come to mind, one is Geno Smith. And there's a whole other can of worms that we can open with why Geno Smith didn't get more opportunities. But there was Geno Smith, who finally got his shot with the Seahawks. He was in a battle with Drew Lock. He got reps. He showed he was better, and he played really, really well last year. Like, shout out to Geno Smith. Alex Smith is the other one, where he was just kind of a mess for the 49ers. And remember, the only reason they re-signed him for 2011 was because of the lockout that year. Jim Harbaugh came in and Alex Smith was just kind of available. He was just kind of there. And so they re-signed Alex because they knew what they had, and Harbaugh there was that like really short window where they could get him a playbook, and there was Camp Alex at San Jose State. And so he got that time to develop, and he got a coach in Jim Harbaugh who knew how to help him progress. And lo and behold, 2011, we see the best version of Alex Smith we've ever gotten. He gets a multi-year deal, and he goes out and he's our starter in 2012. And then, the wheels kind of came off from there, but he wound up being really good in Kansas City too. So
interesting.
Those are the two that jump out to me.
I think it's possible, but like I look at the Sam Darnold situation, right? Sam Darnold, former, number 2 overall pick.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he can't wash the stink of failure. Like he can't get it off of, wash the smell off.
Sure.
It follows him everywhere he goes. And you can't like talk about Sam Darnold without talking about how bad he was with the Jets and how bad he was in Carolina. Like, there is no way to reset a guy. And then there's this opportunity that he might have if something were to happen to Brock Purdy, where he's going to walk into a superstar team with all kinds of weapons and the best left tackle the game has seen in like 3 decades. And all of these things built in that should help him find success, where he did not have these things in the past. And you almost want to say, like, look, I kind of want to test this theory. I don't in San Francisco, because I'd rather see Brock Purdy play for the next 10 years and find success and be great.
Yeah.
And maybe the next 15 years.
Sure.
But I could still see where there could be a situation where someone gets a redemption story.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't know that it happens all that often, where somebody comes in, they really struggle out of the gate, and then they get another opportunity.
Yeah, it's just, especially now with quarterback play being at such a premium, you don't get to bring a guy in and like, okay, hey, we're going to go defense and run game, and we're going to throw it 20 times a game. That's just not that's not a viable winning formula really anymore. There's a requisite level of quarterback play, and the bar has been placed so high that Mitchell Trubisky, not great with the Bears, signs on to be the Bills' backup quarterback for 1 year, gets a contract with the Steelers, and was a mess with the Steelers. Mitchell Trubisky will probably never get an opportunity again to start in the NFL.
No.
And that's fine. Like that's, you got a couple of shots. It didn't work out. And he's going to make a ton of money being a career backup. I am not shedding a tear for Mitch Trubisky. But it's going to be fascinating with Sam Darnold, barring a Brock Purdy injury. If Sam Darnold's just on the bench all year this year, does a team look and go, okay, Kyle Shanahan believed in him. He didn't get an opportunity, but he was in that system all year, and he got to sit and take a year off. We're going to now be the team that bets on number 3 overall pick Sam Darnold. I think that's going to happen. I think that happens.
Okay. I'm intrigued by it, because I always look at this situation, like sometimes it takes till a guy's 27, 28 to develop fully, like to be ready. Like we look at the prime for NBA players, it's like 26 through 31, right? We look at the prime for Major League Baseball players, and it's almost the same. It's like 26 through 32. That's when you're getting a guy like who,
in peak prime for sure.
Peak prime. And Darnold is just now, he's 26 years old right now. Like, and he's already failed twice, and like everyone wants to write him off. But I think there's a possibility for like a redemption story with him.
I have another example.
Yeah.
Jim Plunkett was the first overall pick of New England in 1971.
Mm-hmm.
And he spent 5 years with New England and 2 with San Francisco. He went 34 and quick math, 53 with the Patriots and the 49ers. Then he gets to the Raiders in his age 32 season. He plays 4 games, didn't start any. But then in 1980, his age 33 season, he goes 9-2. He went 38-19 overall with the Raiders in 8 years there. He won 2 Super Bowls. That's one that I think he never put up like huge numbers. He was never a Pro Bowler or anything like that, but he was a Super Bowl winning quarterback after being first overall pick with a losing record for 7 years. So that one jumps out.
That's wild. But
I don't think that could happen anymore. I don't think that would happen now.
I think you're right. And I wonder too, is that part of the reason why like a lot of the old school guys didn't vote for Plunkett to get into the Hall of Fame, because they thought of him as the first 7 years.
Yeah.
And not the guy who won a couple of Super Bowls.
And then he went to a really dominant defense and
Yeah. I mean, a guy who wins 2 Super Bowls should be a quarterback who wins 2 Super Bowls should be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, probably. But to 164 touchdowns, 198 interceptions.
Ooh, that's a lot of picks, man.
Yeah.
That's a lot of picks. I also, we have the Aaron Rodgers news. Aaron Rodgers pops his Achilles. Do you think he's done?
No, because of like modern medicine. There have been so many players who have been done or like, oh, they'll never be the same. But Kevin Durant came back from his Achilles in his early 30s to play basketball and continue to play at a high level. We've seen Klay Thompson come back, Achilles, knee injury. And again, not the same player, but he's also now in his mid 30s. So I think Rodgers comes back, but I do think that there could be a real like side effect of this injury where he's already aging. And Tom Brady messed us up because Tom Brady is an alien who played until he was 45.
Yes.
And now the expectation is, and he was really good until he was 45, by the way. The expectation is, you can just do that. Like, that's just what happens now. And it's just not. Like, that's what he did was nuts. So if Aaron Rodgers, he comes back, his Achilles intact, it wouldn't shock me, though, if he comes back and he's just not the same guy.
Yeah, I'm going to say it's more difficult. I mean, he's 39. We're talking about like by the time he comes back, he's going to be 40. There's a big difference between 32 and 40, like physically.
True. Very true.
There is. And, I think, unfortunately, the way that Aaron Rodgers probably prepped for this season, not that he didn't work hard, but he probably never hit the gas fully. And, like Kyle, I've been in the building for 2 like full-fledged Achilles pops that were like so dramatic and jarring. Like the Rudy Gay one, that
was really bad.
I was sitting on the set and he went down right below us, and I knew right away because I watched him take a step and fall, and I was like, oh man.
Yeah.
And like we'd had Rudy Gay here in Sacramento for a long time, and there's a lot of love for Rudy Gay. He's such a nice guy, and again, we talked about him being in Switzerland yesterday. Just like one of the more even kill cool dudes you're going to run into, and he was coming into free agency. And you knew like things were happening for him. And then to watch something so dramatic, like watch his career, like take this huge step backwards was just really dramatic.
Yeah.
I was also in Toronto when Kevin Durant popped his Achilles.
That was brutal.
Brutal. And that's the night where Kyle Lowry had to grab the mic and tell the fans to stop cheering.
That was not a good scene for a good basketball town.
Not a good scene at all. Yeah. And it really embarrassing. Actually, that whole entire, like, I love the fans outside. The fans inside the building were not okay. Like, they were a-holes the entire time. Like, we had to deal with them. Like, they wouldn't let media get from our seats down to the tunnel. They would block us off and like make us wait until everything cleared out. They weren't cool about things.
So annoying.
Like when you get up from a plane, this happened to me on Monday morning. You get up and you're waiting, and everyone's waiting for like the rows of the plane to empty out.
Mm-hmm.
And then some guy bolts from the back and goes all the way up to the front. And you're like, come on, man. Like,
your time is not more important than
we're all in like this giant silver tube 30,000 feet above the air. Man. Like we had a shared experience.
Have some decorum.
Yeah, have some decorum. Don't be rude. Don't be that guy. So
Real quick, just on this, I know we got to go, but last night unleashed my new least favorite genre of tweet.
Oh,
and that is doctor who posts the television copy video and makes declarative statements about what the injury is and how long it's going to take player to return.
oof.
Like there are some good doctors who go on Twitter and go, you know what, this could be XYZ, won't know without an X-ray or MRI, but if it's X, it's this, this is the typical timetable. Why? Like that's very informative and interesting. So that way, when we do know the extent of the injury, we can kind of go back to it. But doctors going, oh, that's an ankle subluxation and he's going to be out for this many months. But with it, like, it's not, you don't know that. And there were so many doctors last night racing to be the ones to tell you what Aaron Rodgers had, and none of them were right.
Twitter doctors.
Oh my God. And literal doctors, or at least they present as doctors on Twitter. I'm not talking about guy on couch making a person who says, doctor, I am a medical doctor. I'm going to tell you what the diagnosis is based on the video. Like, okay, thanks, Doogie.
I'm not a doctor, but I play one on Twitter.
God.
You're listening to The Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2 and the free Odyssey app. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in just a minute. Chatty House. Dr. Ham. I'm not a doctor. I will tell you, I want information on injuries like as soon as possible so I can disseminate them. And like we had like this era in Sacramento where they like hid injuries from us. We're not on the air. We're talking Chatty House stuff. Anyway, it was like it becomes very, very difficult to deal with people when you're like, all right, man, like just tell me, like don't hold back. Tell us what's going on. And people are always like, well, it's a shoulder injury. It's like, okay, like we're all big boys here. Like, is it a frayed rotator cuff? Did he tear his labrum? Does he have a grade 1, 2, or 3 sprain or separation? Did he dislocate the shoulder? Like, did he sprain the AC joint? Like, what did he do to the shoulder?
Right.
And they just look at you like, why do you need to know?
It's like, bro, this news is going to get out eventually. Tell me instead of Woj.
Because I want to know so I can tell people what the range of how long he'll be out for.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to get at. And, there are times where you're like looking at when season ticket holders get their renewals in the mail and whether they're going to give you that should never be part of the discussion. Like, we don't get an injury update because season ticket renewals are in the mail.
Oh, yikes.
Yeah. HIPAA protections, like, I don't think, well, it's complicated. Someone asked about that. Bebe asked about that on Chatty House.
Oh.
we both kept doing it. Yeah. No, HIPAA protections are different. Like, and like we could get into a larger discussion about this, but like when a player's injury report comes out, that thing has been seen by like 14 people, like the press release, and it's been changed and revisited. And like, have we ever seen a player went in for an unsuccessful knee surgery? He'll be back in for another one. There's never been an unsuccessful surgery on a press release to my knowledge.
Yeah, not in a press release. The Niners have had a couple unsuccessful surgeries though.
Well, that guy that plays for the Serbian national team, that was unsuccessful. The guy who lost his kidney? Yeah.
Yikes.
We're going to come back with A's discussion, right? Because we moved block 5 to block 4.
Sure.
We tucked it in there.
Rundown is definitely more of a guideline than a.
Yeah. No, I think we've been good about moving it around.
Me too. Dude, we're doing such a good job. We are crushing it. 10 seconds. All right, we're live.
Me and Kyle are gonna end up at a discoteca at some point.
Cannot wait, bro.
We're gonna be jamming out. Like I'm all over this. Welcome back into the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. I am James Ham. Joining me, Kyle Madsen. Kyle, is there anything worse than watching Matt Olson lead all of Major League Baseball with 50 home runs with 60 games remaining in the season, and seeing that you don't even have Christian Pache, the like top tier prospect that you already dumped him?
Yeah. The thing that's tough here is this isn't new, right? The A's trading a star player just before or in the middle of their prime for prospects, and watching that star player go on and be a good player is not new. We've seen this before. Tim Hudson went on to have a great career. Josh Donaldson went on to win an MVP. Like this is not new or different.
Okay.
That said, the thing that makes this one sting with Matt Olson having an MVP caliber year, he's not going to win MVP. Ronald Acuna, his teammate, is somehow having an even better year.
Yes.
But having that MVP caliber season, right? Sean Murphy coming into his own the way every A's fan thought he would.
Best catcher in the game right now.
You have Matt Chapman, who's gone on to be very good for the Toronto Blue Jays. That core group of players was a group that, as A's fans in 2017, 2018, you were looking at them coming up and going, this is the group. Like, this is a really good team they're putting together here.
Yeah.
And I would talk to some friends, and we would always say, this is it. If they can't figure out how to make it work with this group, then they're never going to. It's just not going to be a thing. Not that we're not going to be A's fans anymore, but it's just, I'm never going to become attached to another player with the A's. I'm trying really hard to not fall in love with Esteury Ruiz right now. That's really hard for me to say. Esteury Ruiz right now.
Yeah.
Because how much fun is he? He's a blast. I love watching him play baseball.
I do too.
But I will not be like, hey, I'm all in on Esty. I hope, fingers crossed, this is the guy they re-sign. No, they're not going to. Like, they're just not. So I'm out. I'm just out on that happening. I'm going to go to games. I'm going to have a good time. And that's it. I'm not going to buy into any one player and hope that this is the time it's different for the A's.
I know it's hard. You're watching Zach Geloff have like this incredible,
unbelievable.
Like he's been so incredibly good.
Yes.
And you're like, first of all, why isn't he playing third base? I'm totally confused. Like I'm fine with him at second, but like I'm the whole time I'm wondering, like, like how do you not get attached to a player who's doing something so special and you want to be attached? And I think it's horrible. It's absolutely horrible that A's fans feel this. Yeah. It's not like, I mean, Giants fans, like they sit here and talk about, oh, we missed out on Bryce Harper. Oh, we missed out on this. They weren't your player. You didn't miss out.
Right.
You never had them
to
feel the loss of them. Like that's not what happened. You just didn't get them signed. That's different than having a player for 3-4 years. And as soon as he hits arbitration eligibility, he's done. And you know he is. That's what it's like. And, you know, it started all the way back in the early 2000s. You talk about Hudson, but, you know, they let Jeremy Giambi walk. They let Miguel Tejada walk and gave Eric Chavez the big contract. Chavez can't live out the contract. He can't stay healthy. But, you know, like the Dan Herons and Gio Gonzalez, like they've had all
Mark
of these.
Boulder, Barry Zito.
Yeah. Like all of these great young prospects that become great players. And they've done such a good job of bringing them up through their system, and then you just let them, you trade them, or you let them walk out the door. You're doing 1 for 4 swaps, 1 for 6 swaps. Just absolutely brutal. I think it like that's where the A's have like ripped your soul out, and as a baseball fan, and the fact that there's still A's fans out there that don't want them to leave is just it's because baseball, there's a mystique to it. There's something that like I love. It's my sport. It's always been my favorite sport, and I can't even do it now. I can't do it. And I've said if the A's leave, I'm done. I'm done, because I don't want to give Major League Baseball my money to buy out of market games. I don't want to become a Giants fan.
No, that's no chance.
That's not going to happen. So if they leave, I'm not going to buy the MLB package and give those people my money.
Absolutely not.
Like, forget you. That's not going to happen. So I think it's interesting. We did have some more news with the possibility. Someone's throwing out the possibility of expansion in Oakland.
Yeah. So it was Bob Nightingale, USA Today.
Okay.
Reported that when the A's moved to Vegas, that the A's and Nashville are the 2 teams up for expansion in the next, I think he said 5 years.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, if that's what we're doing here, why not tell John Fisher to kick rocks, keep the team in Oakland, and give Vegas an expansion franchise? There is nobody. I know zero baseball fans. I don't want to say zero. I know very few baseball fans who are like, yeah, I'm going to go to Vegas and watch the A's, whether they are
None.
A's fans or fans. I've seen people on the internet, and again, this is my very small social bubble, but I've seen people on the internet like, I'll never travel to a game in Vegas. I'm a Tigers fan. I live in Detroit. I'm not going to go travel to Vegas to see the Tigers. And I think a big issue with that, and the stadium in Vegas is wildly unpopular.
I was there this weekend, and everyone's like, oh, this is a Tropicana where the A's are going to come to. And I'm like, yeah, that's a mess.
Yeah, it kind of is. So it's not, I don't want to say wildly unpopular. It might be popular in Las Vegas, but in Nevada as a whole. So right now there's a push to get it on the ballot to be voted on, because if they get X amount of signatures on a petition, I'm truncating this a lot.
Yes.
But they can get X amount of signatures on a petition, and they will then put the stadium funding on the ballot. And there's an expectation that if that happens, it would get voted down.
Got it.
And thus throwing a huge wrench into this.
Basically ending anything. Where is this, in Vegas? Or
yeah, in Vegas.
Oh, okay.
Which would basically just kind of reset where the A's are at. So that's all still in the works, but I think that's the better route to go, is give them their team. Look at what the Golden Knights have done as an expansion franchise in Vegas.
Yeah.
Because that's theirs. They get to claim that. Everybody knows how this situation has gone down in Oakland. It's been very public how horribly John Fisher has gone about just beating down Oakland fans since 2006, when that ownership group took over with Lou Wolf. It's well documented that this is not a matter of, hey, you know what? They've spent and people just aren't going to come. It's, hey, look at all the reasons people have to not go. Oh, it kind of looks like they're doing this on purpose so they can leave.
Yeah.
And that's what's happening. So I that's great. If there's plans to have Oakland as an expansion franchise, I would love that. I would fall in love with the new Oakland team, and I would go to games, and it would be great. But I'm with you, man. If they move and there's no team in Oakland, I'm going to be agnostic. I'll watch baseball when it's on nationally, and I'll watch Giants games. But maybe I'll go to San Diego and be a fake Padres fan for a couple series a year.
I said I might do that.
Yeah.
If there was a team, it'd be the Padres, just to follow Bob Melvin. And
and it's not the Dodgers, and it's not an AL West team.
Yeah.
That's my big.
I think it, you know what, like, it brings to a larger question. Like, if this is what might happen, why don't you just give John Fisher an expansion team in Vegas and just leave the A's alone? Let him sit out for a couple of years. Let him figure out his finances and do this thing. Like, if that's what you want to do, you're already saying you're not going to give him a relocation fee. Okay. Well, don't charge him an expansion fee, or make him split an expansion fee with the team that with an owner that could take over the A's here, but let that be a holding pattern. Let him go get his stadium built in Las Vegas, and then let him start his expansion team. All right, Kyle, we're like, this show is going way too fast today. I don't know what's happening.
Can I just real quick get one more thing on this? I see. Where was it? Brian in the chat brings this up. He says, out on Major League Baseball until Manfred is gone if the A's leave. And that's a thought I've had because Manfred is complicit in this.
Oh, he's horrible.
Like, he is. The way he's talked about Oakland fans publicly, and the declaration that there was never a deal in Oakland and they weren't close to a deal in Oakland, that's like wrong. And the Oakland mayor met with him at All-Star weekend or during the All-Star break, not All-Star weekend, during the All-Star break in Seattle, and doled out all this documentation to Manfred and the relocation committee and this and that. So maybe there's some support within baseball to not let the A's move because of what is potentially available in Oakland. And the city has said that they're at the table and ready when the A's want to come back. So I really hope that something works out there because, like Brian said, it would be hard. I think I would still watch, but it would be hard to have any passion for the sport as long as Rob Manfred's around. If he is successful in helping the A's move to Vegas.
I totally agree. All right, play-by-play action this week on ESPN 1320, Saturday, September 16th at 8:30 a.m. We have LSU at Mississippi State. 4:44 we have Sac State at Stanford. What?
Let's go Stingers up, baby.
No Stingers up. Sunday.
I might pick the Hornets in that one.
What?
Yeah.
Okay. Sunday, September 17th, we have the Raiders at Buffalo here on ESPN 1320, as well as a 12:45 game, the Jets at Cowboys. Boy, that's going to be intriguing. A little Zach Wilson action. And Monday, of course, we have Monday Night Football, New Orleans at Carolina. So tune in here on ESPN 1320. We'll be back after the break.
Sorry, super short break here.
Super short break? Okay, and then super short segment. I don't know if anyone can tell, but me and Kyle are very passionate A's fans. If Kyle brought me a Cell shirt, if he had access, I would sit here and wear Cell shirts with him. Look, there are David, you said something about selling to the Dave Stewart group. First of all, one of the highlights of my career is sitting in the green room and talking baseball with Dave Stewart. Like, seriously, like that is some of the best stuff ever.
Really cool dude too.
It's such a good dude.
1 minute.
Yeah, I just don't know that you can encourage him at all to sell to anybody because he's such a absolute troll of an owner.
Yeah, apparently he's like, I love baseball. I'm committed to putting a winner on the field.
Liar. I wish you weren't a liar.
Dude, I was so annoyed at just the free reign people were giving him to spout that.
Yeah.
First the Las Vegas Review, and then was it Raj Mathai?
Yeah, just
30
horrible.
seconds.
All right. Yeah, just horrible. You got to stop that stuff.
Like, I understand you get John Fisher to talk because he never talks, and okay, you want to get the interview, but dude, push back.
Yeah, don't let somebody spout lies.
Yeah,
like, it's just horrible.
Do you want Stray Kids or Blackpink?
You choose. Better's choice.
All right, here we go.
I feel like Kyle and I should just be like dancing. I feel like when that beat drops right there, you're like, boom. We should be out of our chairs, moving around. We just went through a bunch of A's talk, and that's unusual. That even though Kyle and I are very passionate followers of the Oakland Athletics. We don't bring it up often on the show. It doesn't matter that they won 4-0 yesterday because everything is just tied up and in the air. They are 44-99. Kyle, can they avoid a 100-loss season?
You could have asked me that on April 2nd, and I've been like, nah.
No, they didn't have the pitching to do anything this year.
Dude, when Mark Kotze said in like May, this is just not a competitive environment. It's like, oh my God, that's the worst thing a coach can say as manager. But can you imagine if you're covering the Kings and the coach, whichever comes out and goes, this is not a competitive environment.
Then you
then what are we all doing here?
Not be here.
Yeah. Then what's the deal? And credit Kotze, he's done a nice job. And since they've called up some of their younger guys, they've actually, they're not like winning a lot, but they're winning at a higher clip than they were in April and May.
I don't mind like Ryan Noda
Ryan Noda was a legit Rookie of the Year candidate until he got hurt.
Jordan Diaz, I'm good there. I like Geloff. I'm okay with Nick Allen. He's fun. Esty.
Nick Allen's, I think, at his best is like a utility off the bench guy, but
yeah. But I'm down with Rooker. Like even Seth Brown. I like okay. Langoliers at 18 jacks all of a sudden. I was surprised by that.
Me too.
Yeah. We haven't given the Giants any love either. We basically have like ridden the NBA and NFL train here to start the insiders over the last week. But the Giants are hanging in, man. They lost 6 in a row. Now they've rattled off 4 straight. They're a game and a half out of the wild card with 18 to go. They had a huge win last night in 10 innings over the Guardians. Kyle, do they have a shot? A game and a half?
Yeah, we talked about this a while ago. Like, if you can pitch
just a little bit,
you're in a good spot. They just need to get hot. They need someone to get hot for these final 18 games.
Okay, so you think they do have a shot?
They definitely have a shot. I don't know if I'm necessarily betting on them, but man, the hallmark of the Gabe Kapler era, however it ends, to me, I'm gonna remember that they did not, on any given night, it never felt like, oh man, this team just laid down.
No, they play hard.
Yeah.
Like, I don't love the Giants, but you have to have respect for what they do.
You can't turn their games off.
Yeah.
It's 5-0 and they have 2 hits going into the 9th. Yeah, they might tie it.
Yeah.
They're
just like a never say die.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, just to recap the day, we of course had the Aaron Rodgers news. Aaron Rodgers is out for the season, maybe more. We'll have to wait and see what happens with a full ruptured Achilles. Not good at all for the New York Jets. They were able to hold on, somehow pull out a 22-16 win over the Buffalo Bills on Monday Night Football. Highly entertaining game. I want to see what Zach Wilson has to offer.
Yeah, I think that's the thing is the conversation immediately turned to, oh, what do the Jets do at quarterback now? It's like, dude, you roll Zach Wilson out there. Like, that's just because I would take a shot on my number 2 pick in his 3rd season. He's gotten an entire offseason behind Aaron Rodgers. You are going to be a defense first team. I would take my shot on your former number 2 pick and basically doing what Trey Lance didn't get a chance to do. And hey, develop on a pretty good team. Now the offensive line's kind of a mess, but I'm letting him take a crack before I go get Carson Wentz. Are you gonna feel better about the Jets if they get Carson Wentz?
No.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, and I kind of like. I'm wondering this too: would Aaron Rodgers, at this age, with this injury and this setup, would he be willing to actually do something I don't think he was willing to do with Love, and that is really mentor a young quarterback and bring him along? Because I think that this is a moment where Aaron Rodgers can kind of leave on his terms without leaving on his terms.
Yeah.
Where you're able to hand something down.
Yeah.
And, get a team through. Like Aaron Rodgers should be pulling for Zach Wilson. Aaron Rodgers should not disappear and not be part of this conversation and go do his rehab somewhere else. He needs to be there in the quarterback room. He needs to be pulling Zach Wilson aside. He needs to be in his ear, coaching him and practice and everywhere, like trying to make him better, because football is a team sport. It's not an Aaron Rodgers sport. And I think we have to get back to that, where like the Green Bay Packers the last couple of years, they've just been an Aaron Rodgers sport. They haven't been a team. And it's just like, well, will he win MVPs? I mean, he was the one that would say, well, like I couldn't really win a championship here. I can still lead a team pretty deep in the playoffs, but not that deep.
Yeah. No, I would be floored if he did that. And I'm with you. I think he should. But given what I think and have seen from Aaron Rodgers over the last couple of years, it wouldn't shock me if he's going to go rehab at his house and hang out and drink scotch, and he'll watch football and he'll be around maybe a little bit, but it would not surprise me at all if that's kind of how he goes. But maybe he does pop up on the sidelines, and maybe he is acting as a de facto QB coach. That would be the right thing to do. And honestly, I would feel differently about him as a player if he did that.
I would too.
In a positive way.
I totally agree. I think there is a way for him to redeem himself a little bit. And like, look, Zach Wilson made some throws last night that were crazy. Like, he does have talent.
No, that was the thing on him coming out of the draft. It was, off platform throws and look at all this arm talent, but okay, can he throw a 6-yard out? Can he complete a throw over the middle? He's not a huge guy. So that's the thing, is you got to keep him upright. And from there, it's a gamble for sure, but I mean, that's a situation. I don't think they have a better option.
Yeah. I don't think they have a better option either. I mean, they have a lot of talent around him, whether it's at the running back position, the wide receiver, that catch by Garrett Wilson.
Oh, that was one of the coolest things I've ever seen.
That was absolutely
boxing out a defender to knock the ball over to yourself. That was unbelievable.
And then keeping your head up in the air so you didn't lean back and hit the out of bounds line.
Yeah.
Like he didn't know where he was, but he knew he was close.
And he's just gonna,
and you could tell he kept
get
his
as
body
small
up
as possible.
Yeah, just absolutely spectacular. Yeah. I like Dalvin Cook there. I like
Breece Hall looked great last night.
Yeah,
holy smokes!
I know we almost kept him in fantasy, and then when they signed Dalvin Cook, it's like,
yeah. No, that would have been annoying to deal with this year.
Yeah.
So. I'm giving Zach Wilson, if I'm the Jets, like 4 weeks before I start looking into potential other options, because you got to win last night. That's great. Now Zach Wilson gets an entire week as the starter. You get to game plan around him. And if he has 2, 3, 4 games of that where he is just still not figuring it out, then okay, maybe you look into a different option. But for now, I'm rocking with him.
I think you still have to go out and sign at least one quarterback. I mean, you do, because they don't have a true backup quarterback.
Yeah. You got to get somebody.
You might even need to bring in 2, but I think it should be with the idea that Zach Wilson is your guy going forward.
Real quick, just to set the 49ers today worked out Ian Book, former Saints and Eagles quarterback, 4th round pick, I think, of the Saints in 2021. They didn't work him out because they're going to trade Sam Darnold or Brandon Allen. They just keep an updated list of free agents. So they worked him out in the event that, okay, a quarterback gets hurt and they need to add somebody really quick. So that's what they do. That's what that workout was for.
So it wasn't, so they had 2 failed number 2 quarterbacks.
No, correct. Yeah.
I'm with you. All right. Yeah. Thanks for tuning into the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. We'll see you tomorrow. We got another packed show. Very excited. Break down everything that's happening in the world of sports. For Kyle Madsen, I'm James Ham. Thanks for tuning in.
See you.
Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Thank you for tuning in, everybody. We're starting to get our sea legs here. Oh, no, you're all right, man. Damien and Kenny will be here any second. Oh, what did we just get? Oh, Kyle, did you get that? Yeah. All right. You told Kyle?
Yeah, I told him right now.
Yeah, so we're just going to open the show?
Pretty much.
Okay, are we going to, how long do you think?
Shouldn't be long. They've been in the industry. They should be wrapping up 15
Okay.
We got D'Lo and KC with Kyle and Ham.
What is happening? Yeah, we are going to overtime. All right. So we've been asked to stick around for a few minutes. Damon and Kenny have something going on, and as soon as they're done, they're going to roll over. It's kind of the beauty of having us here, and having us only with 2 hours of show. We can actually start breaking in.
I feel taken advantage of.
You feel taken advantage of?
I don't think they're actually late on an interview. I think they're chilling, having lunch.
Oh,
that would be so funny. They're like, hey, can you guys get this smash cut there over at UOB? I'm staying out here Friday night because me and some buddies who live up here are leaving like early Saturday morning.
Got it.
And dude, UOB has a beer with my name on it.
I don't know UOB.
University beer.
I don't know where that's at.
Right down the street.
Oh, wait. I do know where it's at.
Yeah.
It's the old Chili's.
Maybe. I drove on this road for the first time I came here.
Oh, I've been, yeah.
I didn't make it out this way a lot when I went to Sac State.
Bennett's and Paul Martin's are my spots. Yeah, Death Nemesis, there's something with Twitch this week. I don't know what the deal is. It's not us, it's them. I don't think we're gonna do the acknowledge me thing. That's not kind of how I roll.
I don't even know where those buttons are.
I think Jesse knows where they are. I think Brian.
Get out. KZ. All right, here we go.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC.
Welcome into D-Lo and KC. I am not Damian Barling. He is not Kenny Caraway. But you got James Ham, you got Kyle Madsen. We're waiting for Damian and Kenny to get done with some stuff. And
I'm so sad I left my sunglasses in the car. I was gonna go full Kenny right now.
Yeah, I could actually. I've got mine here. Here we go, Kyle. We'll just like.
Okay, so you'll be Kenny and I'll be D-Lo. Okay, that's fine.
Oh man, that is dark. I don't know how he does this. I don't know how he does this at all. Like the screen disappears.
Yo, with those with those sunglasses and that color quarter zip on, you look like 5th place in a Top Gun lookalike contest.
What? 5th place? Come on now.
You're like, yeah, I'm Maverick.
I think I could drop.
They're like, you're Cougar at best.
You've lost that love and feeling. I think I could drop that down.
Oh, you're Goose.
You never close your eyes anymore.
We're just gonna
come on now.
Just butchering the open of their.
We're
show.
just gonna destroy D-Lo and KC. What's going on, everybody? We are filling in for a few minutes for Damian and Kenny. The news of the day, of course, is Aaron Rodgers is done. He's done for the season, and we don't know how long that means, how long he's done for. We have a 39-year-old quarterback who just popped his Achilles in 4 snaps into opening night for the New York Jets. They did hold on to win 22-16 and beat the Buffalo Bills, but definitely a reboot, a start over for the Jets, and who knows what this means for Aaron Rodgers' career. Very, very strange set of circumstances. Kyle, just what are your overall thoughts? Like how does Aaron Rodgers acknowledge me?
Sorry, go ahead.
How does Aaron Rodgers, how do the Jets move forward?
You got to go with Zach Wilson. That's what we were just talking about. There's all this talk about, do they go get Matt Ryan? Do they go get Carson Wentz? Do they do anything? I don't think you do anything. I think you roll with Zach Wilson. No, Damian, we got this.
Take
the day off, bro.
6 hours later.
No, I think you roll with Zach Wilson and you see what happens. Most teams lose a starting quarterback for the year. Their season's probably done anyways. And at this point, you're not going to, maybe you fall backwards into Zach Wilson being good. If not, for sure he's not, and you can move on organizationally from him. So I just think there's too many benefits to letting Zach Wilson rock.
Yeah, I think there is sort of like that hidden thing. Like we talked about it with Nick Bosa deciding not to show up to camp and not be part of everything. And all of a sudden Drake Jackson looks like an absolute star in week 1. This is one of those things where I think you have a young quarterback who probably got flayed a little early, that, got written off a little early. And I think if you're the Jets, you had to go do the Aaron Rodgers move. There's no question about that. You had to go get, whether it was him or it's Derek Carr, you needed to go get something that was more stable, that you knew what you had. But I think also preparing for an NFL season behind Aaron Rodgers, watching him do his thing, learning from him in the film study room and all that stuff. I think it really does have a value that maybe you can get Zach Wilson right. I mean, he's got the arm, he's got the mobility, he's a fun player, he can do a lot of things. So
it sounds like the Insiders, D'Lo and Casey featuring the Insiders, at least for the next 8 or 9 minutes, is not sleeping on Zach Wilson.
No, we're not sleeping on Zach Wilson. Go ahead.
You will not be slept on no more, brother.
You will not be slept on. we have one button, and Kyle's going to use it.
Slept on no more,
That's not true. That's not true. I have a second button. Fantasy Friday. So that's my.
You would not be slept on no more, brother.
No, and that's like, I'm not going to bet on the Jets to go to the playoffs with Zach Wilson. I'm not taking advantage of the crazy odd shift for the Jets to win the Super Bowl. But I think if your options are seeing what you've got with Zach Wilson, or going and signing Trace McSorley, or Carson Wentz, or who is the other, Matt Ryan, who's been with CBS, like that's just not the move, man. I get that they might look at it like, okay, have a good defense, just need X amount of quarterback play, and we'll be fine. I would way rather see if Zach Wilson can give you that than see if Carson Wentz can give you that, or see if 47-year-old Matt Ryan can give you that.
Colt McCoy's out there. Ugh. Like, see, none of these names are, that's kind of interesting, actually. Zach Wilson, that's kind of interesting. Or maybe they call the 49ers. Maybe there is something.
Trey Lance available.
Trey Lance. Oh, maybe you call the Dallas Cowboys.
I'm still on board with. I saw a Vikings fan tweet this out, and I think this is a perfect idea. Trade Kirk Cousins to the Jets for a first-round pick in next year's draft, and then start the tank to go get Caleb Williams.
Okay. I mean, like, you gotta, like, there are so many options. There are no options, and there's so. What if we heard this last year that Phillip Rivers was willing to come out of retirement to try to go to the Super Bowl with 49ers. What about him? Would you take Phillip Rivers?
No.
Okay.
No.
I like, if me
not
personally,
not over Zach Wilson.
No, I agree. I mean, I have no problem.
You would not be slept on no more, brother.
No, you won't.
I would, if I'm the Jets, I would at least go out and kick the tires on one of these guys. but not as my starter. Like I want to see Zach Wilson. I think he should be given the opportunity to redeem himself here and become something for them. I don't know that it's going to happen.
Yeah, but I think they have to, because I think he went and he helped them win the game last night. You get a whole week, you game plan for him, you set up the offense for him, you find out what plays he likes and doesn't like, and you go with that. Somebody in the chatty house brought up his mobility last night. I think maybe you take advantage of that behind a shoddy offensive line. Maybe you try and roll him out a little bit and you move him around. You give him some easy completions. Hey, and now maybe your former number 2 pick has a little bit of confidence. The pressure's off at this point. He's the backup. Their season is supposed to be over. So, hey, if Zach Wilson's ever going to cook for your team, now's going to be the time. So see what you've got, because like I said, even if it goes horribly, they give him 5 starts, he goes 0-5, he completes 40% of his throws and throws 10 interceptions. At least now you know you can pull the plug moving forward and you can act accordingly into the future, because you either have Aaron Rodgers at 40 coming off a torn Achilles for maybe 1 year and then you're moving on, or maybe you find something in Zach Wilson and you don't need to start figuring out what you're going to do in the post Aaron Rodgers era.
And then if it all goes horribly, horribly wrong, then maybe you are the Caleb Williams team.
Yeah, totally.
Maybe that's who you are.
Right. So you let Zach Wilson run himself into a 2-14 finish, 2-15. That's still weird. 2-15 finish. And yeah, you're in the mix for Caleb Williams or Drake May or whoever winds up being the top quarterback.
Yeah. I'm, I would look at, Ryan Fitzpatrick, like go Fitzmagic.
Really?
Yeah, just go Fitzmagic. I mean, as a backup, I'm just kidding.
Okay.
Like
right,
I think either way, you need a backup quarterback. You need to go get somebody who's a veteran. They can sit there and support Zach Wilson. They can get him through the week.
If they called Carson Wentz and said, "Hey, you're QB2, that is going to be your job," and he accepts that and he takes on that role, it helps out Zach Wilson, and B, it helps his image within the league with Carson Wentz.
Yeah.
If he's a backup and Zach Wilson has a pretty good year and Wentz is a model teammate, he's getting signed next offseason for sure. Mark that down. So if they do decide that, well, they do need a backup, like you said, if they decide that, hey, you know what, Carson Wentz is that guy, I wouldn't hate that as QB2.
I'm with you. Yeah. I mean, like, look, for me, it's Zach Wilson. I want to see what he's got.
That's a fact.
Yeah. Yeah. And look, they have a lot of tools. They should be able to figure this thing out. They should be able to support him in the right way and get him through. But this is big time. I mean, it is absolutely crushing to see your quarterback go down in week 1 and not just down, like he's out. He's done.
And not just your quarterback. They built their entire offseason around
everything.
The Jets, years of dysfunction and ineptitude, injectitude. Yeah, that place goes out the window now because they have Aaron Rodgers. They have a former MVP, and he's going to get them to the next level, and they're going to contend in the AFC. And now it's just gone. Like, that stinks. I feel for Jets fans.
I do. I feel for Jets fans. Our guy Faraz Siddiqui, who comes on and does Fantasy Friday, he's a huge Jets fan. Actually, you remember he was there. He told us he was going to the game. He was there live. I'm excited. That's gonna be a fun segment on Friday.
Is it? For whom?
For us.
I'm gonna. Hey, when we bring him on, he's not listening, right? Yeah, he's not listening. When we bring him on, I'm gonna be like, bro, put the fantasy aside. Take your fantasy hat off. Let's talk.
Yeah.
How you doing?
We're here for you.
How you doing, champ?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. How about hug? How about a hug?
That's on the Insiders, 10:30, Fantasy Friday.
Fantasy Friday on the Insiders.
Upper Hand Fantasy.
That's right. Way to plug. We're filling in for D'Lo and Casey. They'll be in the next segment. They had some sort of situation. I don't know. We just got a late text. So
they thought we were doing such a great job. They said, you know what? We don't need to do the show open. You guys handle it. You guys are crushing it.
That's right.
You will not be slept on no more, brother.
That's right, Kyle. You will not be slept on no more.
If you missed it, that's Micah Parsons talking about Brock Purdy.
Yeah. So just to rehash what we did earlier today, we talked to Aaron Rodgers. We talked Micah Parsons, just really talking up
Big Brock Purdy guy, Micah Parsons.
Yeah, big Brock Purdy guy. So
called him a top 15 quarterback.
I agree.
Where do you think he would rank Dak?
Oh, probably.
He'd call him top 5.
He would call him. Well, he'd probably say number 1, but he would probably realistically mean number 8. So yeah. I'm okay with that. I'm okay.
I don't hate it.
The numbers don't
Teammates supporting teammates is never going to get shade from me.
No, that's why, Kyle, you are a handsome man.
Wow, thank you.
See,
that's so nice. I'm going to take that with me.
There it is.
No, that's why if De'Aaron Fox came out and went, oh, the Trey Lyles, the second best center in the league behind Domas. It's like, yeah, man, sure is. You got it.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Kyle and I are going to go to break. When we come back, everything will look completely different. Actually, it'll look completely normal. It'll look completely normal. D'Lo and Casey will be back in the building. Let's go to break and do a switch out, and it'll be like that act at halftime where they just keep changing their clothes.
Yeah.
The quick change people.
This has been Insiders Overtime. D'Lo and Casey next.
That's right. Oh, you guys good?
Yeah.
Oh.
We had an interview that was going well. I started to run long, and then I realized we can't run a little long. We can't just do a changeover while they're talking. So sorry about that.
Oh no, it's all right, man.
Okay. Thank God you guys are here.
Looking around a little bit.
Yeah, this is spam.
We had to do the sales meeting this morning.
What am I doing here?
Oh,
I'm walking out of this. And I'm clicking out of this.
Reference who we go. Good
I
stuff.
don't think I have either.
And remember, I always shut Kenny's mic off.
Got you. Yep. Thanks, Kyle.
It's good, all frantic.
A little bit, but it's all good. It's all good, baby. Oh, thank you. Chatty house. No, we set. I'm good. We are good. Thanks again, James.
Stress, man. You guys have a good show.
Thanks, buddy. All right. What's good, baby? Let's get K. Let's see this. KC in here. We get that one. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. Let's put KC graphics up. How great is it having 2 shows on this station, man? Oh, we are sorry we're late, guys. I promise we were here.
We were. Just had some business we had to handle. Well, nice little conversation.
Kiana Lede is a lot prettier than most of you, so she's going to win.
Yeah.
She's going to win.
Yeah. As Pops would say, cutie pie.
Cutie pie. Super fun to talk to.
Yeah, good stuff.
That interview will air on KSFM tomorrow.
If anybody wants to see her, she's at Ace of Spades tonight. I don't know. I think it's sold out, actually. Never mind.
If you want to see her, she's in the lobby. She's still here.
Jesse, can you turn your camera? There she goes. Right behind us. You see
Yep, there she is.
You're talking to Complex. There she goes.
Yep, there she is. Oh, man.
The holdout is over. That's hilarious. We were holding. One day soon, I'll have a picture.
Yeah. Got to teach James how to use the sound effects. Let's go, baby. Come on, man. We in here.
Yes, indeed.
Sorry we're late. Come on, no. You know what it is. I'm Damian Borling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
Oh, you know we getting our stuff off. That's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Let's go, baby. We apologize for being late. We were having a terrific conversation with Kiana Lede.
That was a heck of a conversation.
That's going to air over tomorrow on KSFM.com. And it was just like, I don't really want this conversation to end. So I think I wanted what we were talking about to kind of finish. And I hit James and Kyle was like, hey, we just need a couple minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And then I realized a couple minutes doesn't work. Like it needs to be like 13 more minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So thanks to James and Kyle for covering for us so we could do our FM stuff over 102.5, man. But we're happy we're here.
We were this close to saying, why don't you come over here and talk about Aaron Rodgers?
We was close, yeah. And she was like, all right, I'm just getting to know sports. I was like, yeah. Kiana, trust me. They won't care.
No, they don't care. They would care.
They
wouldn't care.
Come sit down, say hi, wave. It'd be good.
Yeah.
It'd be good. She's still sitting over there, and I'm tempted to just like wave her in here.
I'm not against it. Is that computer up over
it's
there?
Not. It's
well,
not.
She can sit right here. I'll move.
Well, no. Well, stop playing with me, man. Come on, man. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
I say do it.
Boy, what y'all been talking about for the last 2 hours and some
man,
change.
oh man.
We watched that play unfold live, and I'll give my man credit. He was like, yo, did Aaron Rodgers just blow his Achilles?
Oh.
And I was like, no, like, I don't think so. Because he got up and he stood there. That was one of the weirdest reactions to an injury I've ever seen. Like he gets hit and he kind of rolls up a little bit, and he like slightly reacts when he's on the ground.
Yeah.
And this probably in credit to you, one of the ultimate signs that I didn't see until SVP last night. He looked confused on the first time on the ground. He had that look of confusion where that like, and then when he stood up, the confusion immediately went to like not what happened. Like I know exactly what just happened. Yeah. And he went and sat down. And from the time Aaron Rodgers sat on the turf to the time he got put on the cart on the sideline to the time he got off the cart and walked to the back, facial expression never changed.
Yeah. Never
once changed. And that was the truest sign. We say this especially with veterans. Veterans always know. They know what happened. And I have never made my feelings about Aaron Rodgers hidden, but I felt terrible for him.
Yeah.
That I feel bad for him as an athlete. I feel terrible for Robert Saleh. I feel terrible for that fan base. Good for that team to go and get a thrilling victory against the Buffalo Bills team that's gotten a lot of attention on this show that we'll talk about here as the day goes along.
Man, sorry to my people.
And I'll say this too, I know the focus is on Aaron Rodgers as it should be, questions of a Hall of Fame career potentially being over. But I have to believe, and I know this probably isn't the most popular opinion, that getting that game in that moment on that stage against Buffalo, that had to be some sort of psychological boost for New York.
I could
for,
see that
for New York, like to I mean, we're talking 4 plays into the season. This is a Gordon Hayward thing. Like this is the start of the season. We're 4 plays in. I mean, call cap on this if you want to. The play before, we were looking up at the TV, like, that offensive line is going to get this guy killed.
Yeah, you said that. You're like, man, they're all over him.
And then the next play, he tears his Achilles. But we're talking 4 plays into the season for their defense, which was their hallmark last year that Robert Saleh kept talking about we're keeping track of everybody laughing at us. For them to do what they did last night and get a win in that situation under those circumstances, you're not feeling great today, but knowing Aaron Rodgers isn't coming back, knowing that idea is over, you have the ability to rally around the idea we're good enough.
Yeah.
We got the job done last night. We can get the job done again.
Yeah. I mean, everything you said is spot on. I don't have any. I don't feel about the Jets the way I feel about the Giants. Right. Like,
Right. Yeah.
you guys know I hate the Giants.
Yeah.
But I was watching that last night, and there was the moment when he came out with the American flag and he ran on the field, and Jet Life Stadium, as they were calling it, was that the lights on or whatever. And I turned to David. I said, yo, this is pretty cool, man. Like, the Jets are the Jets. They've gotten no luck in 40 years. And I can empathize with a Jets fan saying, yo, we got a guy right now.
It's New York. It's 9/11. And it's Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Like, it was
once
a
again,
moment.
we say this all the time. Not our favorite human, like a favorite man, but you can't find a time when we've taken away from who he is. He is probably a top 5 quarterback of all time.
Yeah.
Of all time. Like, he is bad. All right. And to have him as a Jets fan, to have him there, and I don't think he's like completely washed. Like, he can still win you games and take you to. He can do what Tom Brady did in Tampa Bay. You know, that would be my thought if I was a Jets fan. And that was a really cool moment to see that. And then 4 plays later, for that to happen, just gut wrenching. But you know, winning that game was big. And here's one of the things about it, man. It's just a countdown to like 10, probably, right? And you got one of them. Doesn't really matter how you got there. You're one step closer. You're one win closer to, let's just say the magic number is 10. And now you're like, we got 16 weeks to get 9 more wins.
Yeah.
To find a way to get 9 more wins. And we're getting the playoffs. And once you get in the playoffs, it's the same thing. Anything can happen.
Yeah.
So that's why the win was so big as well, because it just takes one off the board. Like, we're just trying to stack days, we're trying to stack wins. That's it. It doesn't matter how we get there. We're trying to get to 10. That's the thing. So big win for the Jets yesterday.
It was a hell of a finish too. A punt return in overtime. Come on, man. And that brother was so excited in that post-game interview, you know, talking about he looked into Aaron Rodgers' eyes and like, yo, let's go win this for Aaron. And hey, we say this about 97. We can feel how we want to about Aaron Rodgers. It's clear. I didn't watch a single episode of Hard Knocks, but I love the clip that they put out there because apparently my man who ran the touchdown back, the punt return, he was a focal point in one of the episodes, and I saw that clip circulate. But I didn't watch Hard Knocks, but it was clear each week by the way those episodes were talked about, by the way that show was talked about. It's been pretty clear off season. That team loves Aaron Rodgers. They love him, regardless of how we feel about him. It doesn't matter. You know, we talk about this with Nick Bosa all the time. We've heard a lot. His teammates seem to really like him. Aaron Rodgers seems to be the same exact way. They rallied around him, and for him to go down and for them to get a win and for them to get a win against Buffalo, now, it's kind of the Brock Purdy thing we have talked about during the offseason. It's okay. Last night was different than today.
Yeah.
And your preparation for next week is going to be a lot different than, hey, go get this win tonight. Come on, let's do it. We're on the stage. Like, it's different now. Now you've got, 5 days of pressure to build up to that. We made I made the argument with Brock Purdy. It's different. Hey, just go out there. We'll add to the playbook along the way. Now you're the man.
Yeah.
Well, unless something changes, Zach Wilson is the man. And that's what you plan for. That's what opponents plan for. And the situation coming up on Sunday, the next time they play, it's going to be different than taking over, even though it wasn't even mid-game. It was 4 plays into the game.
That was crazy. And then like on the looking at it from Zach Wilson's side, you got a new lease on life. It's unfortunate it happened in this way, but you got another opportunity. They were done with you. They had moved on. They had said, we can't win with this guy.
Yeah.
We need to go get Aaron Rodgers. And, due to unforeseen circumstances, you got an opportunity.
Yeah.
You got another shot to show that you can be a franchise quarterback, so that you can be a starting quarterback for a winning team in this league. Then go do it. Go do it, man. It's another opportunity. Nobody's believing in you anyway. There's not a whole lot of pressure on you. Then go out there and perform.
Is there though? Because the thing around the Jets was they're a quarterback away. They've got everything else, and that whether it was the defense or it was Josh Allen, that's to be determined. But the defense was good last night, right? And I disagree a little bit with there's no pressure on him. Now maybe the expectations are different. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to read this yet, because I still feel like people think the Jets are good.
I do.
The question is the quarterback position now. You went from, a first ballot unanimous Hall of Fame quarterback to a guy who has been unable to find his footing in the league.
Yeah.
And to be fair, he's not a 10-year veteran. He hasn't been able to find his footing with the Jets.
Yeah. And it's easier said than done, but just do your best each game not to put that defense in a tough spot.
He wasn't bad last night.
No, he wasn't bad.
He wasn't great, but he was far from bad last night, in my opinion.
I think they can still win with Zach Wilson. I absolutely think they can still win. Now, if I was doing 4 and 4 out again, would I put them in right now with Zach Wilson? I probably wouldn't.
Yeah.
Now probably would save the Bills. But I haven't given up completely on Zach Wilson with this team, with this defense, with this coach. I think they still have an opportunity to do it. The margin for error is much, much smaller now, but I think they still got an opportunity to go out there and have a successful season.
I think so too. I'm rooting for them a little bit more than I thought I was. Maybe Aaron Rodgers' absence will help in this, but I realized like last night, and I don't know if I would have it probably would have been the tenor of the game that determined whether I realized this. I knew before, but just like the Jets hype was just so a lot this year. And it was because of Aaron Rodgers. It was like, all right, I really like Robert Saleh, like a lot. Like his reaction,
that was cool.
Like that's so dope to me.
Yeah.
Like I want him, and I think I would have realized this along the way. I want him to succeed, whether Aaron Rodgers is his quarterback or not. Like I want Robert Saleh to succeed, and I think I do believe he's building something there. And I hope, I'm going to root for them this year. I hope that they could continue. I'll root for Zach Wilson and, Robert Saleh. I'll root for those guys to get the job done. But, a devastating loss for the Jets that's probably going to have playoff ramifications throughout the AFC. Because even if you think the Jets are going to make it, which is I'm perfectly okay with that, your win-loss totals probably changing a little bit, which is going to influence what else is happening around the league.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said,
or the conference, excuse me. What else is happening around the conference?
This sounds crazy. It comes off disrespectful. I promise you, I'm not trying to be. I'm just not feeling the vibes. This may open the door for Buffalo because everybody knows this is not a week one overreaction with Buffalo losing. I haven't liked the vibes in Buffalo since July. And now they may have been saved here and they may still get into the playoffs. And once you get into the playoffs, anything could happen. But that's the other storyline of this game. Josh Allen, we talked about this last year. I said Josh Allen is super talented, but he'll do some things in a football game that make you say, what are you looking at? Like, what's wrong with you?
Yeah.
And 3 interceptions last night. It's not a good way to start the season. Not a good way to start the season.
It was not. 3 interceptions and a fumble. A lost fumble.
He's too careless with the football for my liking. He's talented. He's good. He has the ability to overcome some of the recklessness, But I think even that margin is starting to shrink. You know, the recklessness is starting to catch up with him a little bit.
You want to get in on this? This is your division.
Kiana left.
She did leave. Bye, Kiana.
Josh Allen, like the decision, like the Jets defense is solid, but the throws Josh Allen was making, like they weren't making these incredible plays on defense. He kept throwing in the double coverage and triple coverage.
So I don't know if we've talked about this before, like comps for Josh Allen. Like, by the way, Miami could. I wasn't sure if Miami was going to make the playoffs. Miami might be a 1 seed at this point. Like I was wishy-washy on Miami, which I'd like to take back, but
nope, no taking it back. You're on the list.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Is Tony Romo a fair comp for Josh Allen?
I think Josh is better.
Yeah, I think Josh is better. He's a little
Tony
more.
Romo was loaded with talent.
Josh is a little more physically gifted than Tony Romo.
That's fine.
Yeah.
But
Josh is almost like a Favre.
Which Tony Romo was like. Isn't that what they always said Tony was like?
Yeah,
I understand.
I see where you're
the
going.
idea is, so I'm talking more about the recklessness with the interceptions, right? Yeah. I think you guys are both thinking because Favre could move. He should move to jail. He hasn't, but he should. And Josh Allen can move. Tony Romo wasn't, though Tony Romo could escape the pocket.
Yeah.
Like Tony isn't going to do with his legs what Josh Allen and Brett Favre did.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I see where you're going. It just
you guys just don't agree. No, you could say you see where I'm going. You guys think I'm full of crap.
I do see where you're going, like with the carelessness.
That was always
and the recklessness.
That was always
with how they play the game.
Yeah,
absolutely.
that was always the like. Josh Allen's going to throw for 4 touchdowns in week 2.
Well, I hope not.
But I hope not too. But that's what those guys like. That's what Tony Romo always did. Like Tony, I think it was against Buffalo. Tony threw 5 interceptions on Monday Night Football, and Nick Folk kicked. I remember this game vividly. Nick Folk kicked the game-winning field goal. I think Buffalo called timeout. He had to kick it again, and after the game, I think it was 51 yards. T.O. said that Nick Folk kicked a 102-yard field goal because he had to kick it twice. But like the next week, he threw for like 4 touchdowns, 3 touchdowns. Like I it's like this. Lack of focus into ultra focus.
So the thing about that though is, and Jesse, you could weigh in too. Can you win with a guy like that? Can you win big? Can you win a Super Bowl with a guy that sporadic?
Tony didn't. Favre did.
Favre did.
1-1 in a long career. He
got back
1-1.
to another one.
I still believe in Josh Allen as of right now. I think right now the only quarterbacks better than him are probably Hurts, Burrow, and Mahomes. The rest of the quarterbacks after that, he's still in the same tier as them. He can't help himself from trying to go for the home run ball. It just makes no sense.
That plays a factor into it for me though. When you talk about ranking these quarterbacks, like talent wise, yeah, he's there, but his decision making, it's iffy. It's iffy. Now he's a playmaker, you know, and once again, we've seen it in the playoffs, and in the regular season. But his playmaking ability will mask some of his shortcomings. That's just what happens. Yeah, that's just what happens. Like when you're that good, you can overcome those things. But the killer is those shortcomings are going to show up. The talent, like you just being a gunslinger and everything, that may not always show up. Like you may try to start that car and that engine just isn't turning over. But your recklessness, that's something. I guess what I'm saying is you can count on that. You can't always count
on the recklessness.
That's what we've seen for a lot of his career. You can count on him. The way they talk about Jimmy, Josh gonna give you 1 or 2. You just got to cash in.
Yeah, but
Jimmy couldn't overcome it. He was limited talent wise and physically, so he couldn't overcome it a lot of the times. Josh can, but Josh still gonna give you 1 or 2.
I was going to say I don't think he would do anything backbreaking, but that fumble was pretty late in the game. Mm-hmm. He got them obviously right back to where they needed to be. Mm-hmm. I didn't take all of those mistakes that he made. I mean, certainly not the volume of them to be characteristic. Like that was a lot. Like he accounted for 4 turnovers last night.
If we're keeping it in a buck, that's the reason why the Jets won yesterday. Zach Wilson was still horrible coming in.
He wasn't horrible.
He wasn't
bad
then. He wasn't
good.
No,
he was.
He couldn't drive him down the field unless they had the short field on that Garrett Wilson touchdown.
Mm.
He looked exactly the same to me as he did last year.
Mm.
Josh Allen kept them in that game.
No, that I won't argue that. Yeah, I won't.
That definitely should have been a blowout yesterday by the Bills. That was embarrassing.
Yeah, and that's kind of the other component, the mental boost that I feel like it gave New York.
Mm.
If you're Buffalo, the hell did you say to yourselves when you walked in that locker room last night?
Mm.
Yo, they lost their Hall of Fame quarterback 4 plays into the game, and we couldn't beat them.
The other thing about that too is it's already a volatile situation with Buffalo. Like I'm looking at Stephon Diggs, and who knows when he's gonna blow.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like it's a volatile situation. Now, here's another thing that I'll say though, because we've talked about Josh Allen,
Mm-hmm.
we talked about Zach Wilson and looking iffy or anything like that. I think for all the things that we say about Josh Allen, that's still a pretty damn good offense that they got in Buffalo. And that Jets defense held them to 16 points.
Mm.
I think that's going to end up being more of a story because Josh Allen's still going to be good.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the Bills I think are going to be, they're not going to fall off the face of the earth, even if I didn't think they were going to make the playoffs or didn't pick them to make the playoffs. I still think they easily could make the playoffs. The story I think could be that this Jets defense might be a top 5 defense in the league.
Mm.
And if you got that, Zach Wilson's job got a little simpler.
See, but that was the case last season, though. The whole thing with the Jets this season was that they needed the quarterback because the defense was sick last year. The receivers were fine. The running backs were fine. It was all in the quarterback.
And they came a game short of making the playoffs. A game short. So
after I don't remember if it was 0-6, but it was a bad start. It might not have been 0-6, but it was a bad start. Yeah.
Didn't Wilson get benched for Mike White last year too?
Maybe.
But no, this is what you're banking on. This is what you're hoping for. Maybe Zach is a little bit wiser this year. Maybe he spent the whole summer looking at Aaron Rodgers and learned a thing or two and can incorporate that into his game where he's not going to be a superstar, but he can be enough to get you that extra game to get into the postseason. Possibly. I don't know.
Maybe it could be. I don't see it. I don't think he's good at all. I think their best chance at saving this season is with a quarterback that's not on the roster right now. I don't know who that is, but Zach Wilson to me is just not the guy.
Apparently it's Colin Kaepernick from what I read this
Colin
morning.
Kaepernick, but freaking
iced
Woody,
out Woody. Yeah. Iced
Woody
out Woody.
the Iceman out there.
Woody went to Jacob the jeweler before the game.
What the hell was that?
Somebody get the diamond tester for that.
What the hell was? How did that? I need to know how that happened.
I don't want to know, to be honest.
Like,
with
what
you.
the hell is that?
I don't want to know. Because we're gonna find out like Meek Mill got it for him or something crazy like that. I just don't want to know. Like, you live your life, bro. Also, even I'll say, like, how old is Cap now?
Cap's got to be mid-30s.
Not that I don't want to see Colin Kaepernick back in the league, but at some point.
How long has he been out now? Like 7 years?
2016. Dude's been out. Well, no, I'm sorry. That's when it started. So he's been out since 2017.
6 years.
Yeah, he's 35 years old.
Be 36 in November.
Yeah, he's 35. I love Cap.
And like we said, if there's one team that would not sign Colin Kaepernick, it's the New York Jets. I feel like the Cowboys would sign Colin Kaepernick before the Jets.
I don't think that would happen either.
If you had to give one of the two, you think it'd be Jerry or Woody? Like Jerry, Steven,
Woody.
I don't think so.
Look, it ain't gonna be Jerry. It absolutely is not gonna be Jerry.
If you're the Jets, and these are your 3 options: Zach Wilson, Matt Ryan, or Carson Wentz, who are you rolling with for the season?
I might roll with. People
Ryan.
keep saying that.
I'm not right. Well, no,
Matt Ryan is.
I'm not rolling with Carson Wentz.
I might ride with Zach.
Oh, I think I don't hate that.
I think Zach right now is better than Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan has been done for 3 years.
No.
Isn't that what Indianapolis tried to do last year? They're like, oh well, we just need a quarterback. Get Matt Ryan in there.
Did they try to go get Trey Lance?
I would just stick with Zach Wilson.
It's weird to say go get Trey Lance from Dallas.
I don't think Jerry's moving off of him, but that's one thing. If Kyle Shanahan, like if they just held on to him a little bit
Yo,
longer, like, this would've been the perfect
that's
situation.
Oh,
for
that's a
Fred.
great point. Like, yeah,
You think they would have got more
would
than
the
a
Jets
fourth,
have
though?
gone for it?
They would have got a fourth, I think, just because I'm telling you, this team don't believe
No,
in
I'm
Zach
saying
Wilson.
more than a fourth.
I don't know, not more than a fourth. They would have gotten a fourth, I think.
Did I read this correctly? Because Aaron Rodgers got hurt and won't play. They owe
they
the
won't
Packers a second round pick.
Yeah, it won't convert, I don't think.
No, yeah. So the thing is, they get a second round pick now because if Rodgers would have played 70% of the snaps this year or whatever, they would have got a first for that.
Oh, okay, got you.
Yeah. Aldrin J in the chat. Sam Darnold back to New York.
We're keeping it real. I'd rather have him than any of the three guys I named.
I'd take Sam Darnold over those three. Yeah, I agree.
Okay. I'm looking at some Josh Allen numbers. We'll touch on those.
Oh,
yeah.
We'll talk about it.
Yeah. Maybe we're slightly overreacting. I'm going to pose it as a question. That's what we do, broadcast journalists. We'll come back. Also, Scott Gulbransen's going to join us at the top of the hour. We'll talk some Raiders football.
The Raiders.
Again, ramifications across the AFC with this Jets injury. So we're just getting started here. It's Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320.
Boy, oh boy. Get in here, crack open a cold one.
Oh, hell yeah.
Can Tom Brady come back or he can't because he's got like the Raiders ownership or something like that?
Yeah, he'd have to get rid of that. That was a great meme, though. Tom Brady could do the funniest thing of all time. Or whatever it said, something like that.
The tough part about this, too, is that Robert Saleh really needed this year.
I don't know why people are starting to put an obituary to our team name. That's what he just said. He's doing a press conference right now.
Be real with yourself, Robert.
I think you're wrong. I think there's life to this team.
The team is fine. Zach Wilson is just not good. There's a reason why they were trying to move off of him.
Hi, Kyle.
I don't know, Jesse. I think they got a shot. Like I said, the margin for error is really, really small.
It's just Zach. Like he was just doing the same things he did last season. He rolls out because he's trying to scramble and he throws it back to the middle of the field, or he doesn't see the linebacker right in front of the wide receiver. He didn't look like, and there was no improvement yesterday from last season.
Let me see something real quick. I'm gonna do what Damian hates. I'm gonna look at their schedule.
Because Zach, he went 5-4 last year as a starter, but he still got benched.
Yeah. Someone said that's a little unfair.
Oof.
They had what looks to be a tough schedule.
And that's bad by the Jets, too. Like, you got an old quarterback back there. How do you not fix up the offensive line? Knowing it was a problem all offseason, too.
Didn't they have a lot of money, too?
I'm not sure about their cap situation, but, I mean, like, if you knew there was an issue, you got to fix that up.
I feel like they have money to blow.
Oh, man. I have a question because I saw a lot of them.
Okay.
And I'm being reminded as I'm trying to post our picture of Elo and Casey and Keanu.
You know, we out here.
Yeah.
We out here making a couple moves, man. We're making a couple moves.
There were a lot of Aaron Rodgers jokes following the injury. Appropriate or inappropriate? Because I'm going to be honest, some of them are funny.
Well, yeah, that's the thing.
Game is the game. It's going to happen.
The game is the game. Look, man, I wouldn't have made the jokes, but they're out there.
They're out there.
And, yeah, I might have laughed.
Your boss, who is a Bears fan, was out of control this morning on her social media stories.
Oh, no.
She's a Bears fan, and she had jokes for days.
Oh, I forgot. There's a whole – I mean, Aaron Rodgers had a few fan bases that didn't like him.
Yeah, he did.
Bears got to sit this one out, though.
He did. Well –
y'all just got waxed by the Packers. Come on now.
Yeah, Bears got to sit out a lot of conversations, but nonetheless. So where do we stand on these jokes? Fair or foul? Because I don't think the jokes would have been made about any other player in the league.
Well, like, what do you mean by jokes?
Posting a highlight reel of Aaron Rodgers' career that is just him running out on the field with the American flag. There's a Vince McMahon meme going around where it's Jets fans describing Aaron Rodgers' career, and it's a clip of where he's talking about Andre the Giant, and he goes, special.
I think the rule is you don't tweet it, you don't like it, but if you scroll past it and it makes you chuckle, that's okay.
I think that's
up
fair.
to you.
I think that's fair, mainly because I did that.
Okay.
Didn't retweet or like anything, but I was right next to David. I said, look at this.
What's funny is funny, man.
All right. Josh Allen's numbers. Scott Gulbransen is going to join us. We'll shift gears. We'll talk Raiders football coming up here in just a couple of minutes. And I mean, we'll get his thoughts on what happened with Aaron Rodgers, and I believe that's going to have an impact on the AFC. But Josh Allen last year, I'll just reel off these numbers real quick. It won't take long. And I'll start from 2022, going back to his rookie year in 2018. 35-14, 36-15, 37-10, 20-9, 10-12. Those are his interception numbers. Again, that's last year down to his rookie season. Are we making a little too much of his, quote, recklessness?
No, I don't think so, man. I don't think so. I just think
that's not a large number, is it?
It's not a large number. They always talk about this with Brock Purdy and everybody, so we can talk about interceptable balls or anything.
No.
I just
I didn't do what? Okay.
I'm just not. It's one of those things, and this is a little different, right? Because I don't know if the numbers are match up, so to speak.
Yeah.
But there's a little bit of how I feel about Dak Prescott, right? Where it's like maybe the numbers don't match up to like what I see and when I watch, but he's always teetering on the edge. That's what it feels like.
His decision making, it killed him in this game, and it almost lost him a playoff game last year too.
Yeah. So let's look at Romo. Well, shoot. 4-game season before he got hurt. He had thrown 5 touchdowns and 7 interceptions. The year prior, 34-9, 31-10, 28-19. That was a career high. 31-10, 11-7, 26-9, 26-14, 36-19, 19-13. the 36 touchdowns, 19 interception year was the year they were 13-3.
Look,
I mean, the numbers line up if you want to make the comp, but now it's like, God, is that really reckless? I mean, I guess timing, we talked about this. You in particular talked about this a lot with Jimmy Garoppolo. It's not just the interception. It's when the interception happens.
Right.
And like Raider fans got a dose of that on this week, but
they made it through.
They made it through. I don't know. You've got bad vibes about Buffalo, so I'm we it's overreaction Tuesday, I guess, but I don't know. Maybe we're.
I mean,
doing a little
the
too
thing
much.
about it though is like we're having a discussion and we have thoughts about Josh Allen. I think even myself and Jesse and everybody included, we still think he's one of the top quarterbacks in the league. He's not a bum by any means. He's not even close to it. He is supremely talented, and production-wise, as far as winning football games and doing things in Buffalo, like to a certain degree, he's De'Aaron Fox. And what I mean by that is Buffalo has been wandering around the wilderness before Josh Allen came. And here he is leading them to heights that they hadn't seen in 30 years. So he's special because of that. But to get to a whole nother level, and this is where I don't think he's De'Aaron Fox, because De'Aaron Fox will get us to another level. But this is where you question, like, Josh, in these moments, can you get it done to get us to another level, to get us past Patrick Mahomes, to beat Joe Burrow? Can you do that?
I'm not ready to call him overrated, but I think at this point, like, you kind of are looking at him like that side eye. Like, what are you going to do this year? Because if you're coming into the season, you finish off the season not getting past the divisional round again, that's an issue.
Giving Josh Allen the side eye already, huh?
Not overrated, though.
No, I hear you. Yeah. I mean, this is
How many years?
This is year 6. And I think part of the problem with Josh Allen, or maybe the perception of Josh Allen, is it felt like he was anointed really early. And that rubs people the wrong way.
He's the Luka Doncic of the NFL.
Like when people talk about the guy on our TV screen right now. He's not a good ball player. He's not helpful to the Golden State Warriors. He's the greatest defensive player that's ever gotten oxygen. Right. Draymond Green is on our screen right now. But it's like we can acknowledge Draymond's a good ball player. Yeah. He does a lot. Some of the way he's talked about can be a little excessive. I think this is where these 365-day-a-year conversations come to bite players in the ass. And it's the fact that Josh Allen was anointed, and now people are looking at him with the side eye, like Jesse just said, like, bro, you got to get past the divisional round.
Yeah.
He got anointed without winning anything. I always compare him to Luka because it's the same thing. We talk about the MVP ladder. No matter how bad the Mavs are being, Luka's right there. Yeah. The NBA will push their stars or whatever, and the NFL does the same thing with Josh Allen. He hasn't won anything, but we hear him year in, year out. MVP, this, that. Like, he hasn't done anything yet.
So the thing about Josh Allen, and this is a philosophical conversation, because we say he hasn't won anything. He's won some pretty big games. He's gotten where was that Chiefs game? That was divisional round. Has he gotten to a conference championship game?
Nope.
And so he's won what, like 2 playoff games? He's like 2-2 or something like that.
Probably, yeah. And that's the thing, like he's not winning. Like, if you're on the Mahomes level, if we're gonna talk about you on the Mahomes level, the Burrow level, you got to win the playoff games. All right, I don't care if you're going 10-6, 11 and whatever in the regular season. If you're gonna be on that tier, you got to do it in the playoffs.
So let me ask you a question: who would you take right now, Mahomes? Not Mahomes. Who would you take right now, Josh Allen or Joe Burrow?
I'm taking Burrow, Hurts, and Mahomes over him right now, easily. And then after that, it's a conversation with the rest.
I'm not mad at it. I'm definitely not mad. I understand it.
Let's do something different here. Let's bring in our man, Scott Gulbransen, Silver and Black today. We're going to talk Raiders. Let's talk football here for a minute, Scott.
Football? What?
Yeah.
It's not golf season? What's going on?
The AFC got a bit of a shakeup last night with the Aaron Rodgers injury, as Scott just looked at me like I told him the sky was blue. What impact do you think that has? I'm curious on all the conversations we've been having today and what you think on this. What impact do you think that has on the Jets, on the AFC, and things moving forward?
Well, it's certainly massive impact on the AFC East, right? The Jets. I mean, look, Jets fans. I mean, Raider fans think they have it bad, but talk to a Jets fan who for years and years and years. And what's crazy about this? I don't know if you guys saw this. But 1999, September 12th, right? Yesterday was September 12th. Did you talk about this? No. Vinny Testaverde, the quarterback of the Jets, blows out his left Achilles tendon.
Oh,
yeah.
Same day, 19. And that's arguably the last time the Jets felt good about their chances. And so just crazy how that happened. But yeah, it definitely messes with the AFC East. And then you saw, I mean, if you go back into late last year, and Josh Allen with turnovers, right? So the Bills, everybody thought the Bills, and I just heard the tail end of your conversation about quarterbacks. Everybody loves Josh Allen, of course, Mountain West Conference kid out of Wyoming, the whole deal. But man, he's had some trouble recently. And of course, the Raiders are going there this weekend. But I think that AFC East, it could go any way. And you look what Tua did with the Dolphins against the Chargers. So it definitely shakes it up, but also shakes up the media business. I don't know if you guys talked about that. The Jets are on 5 primetime games. Does anybody care now? I mean, that was all because of Aaron Rodgers. Baby.
Prime time, Zach Wilson. I'm all for it.
Zach Wilson and his mom and his mom's friends. Yeah, I know.
But sir.
Downtown Scott talking that talk.
Woo. Hey, but you're right. I mean, listen, anytime you lose star power like that, right? Some people were either rooting for Aaron Rodgers or they were rooting against him. Either way, you watch. Yeah. Okay. So it definitely messes up that side of things. Of course, the AFC stacked when you get across the board. You get into the north, you get into the west, you get into the south, not so much. But there's a lot of good teams out there. It's definitely the better conference. So I think overall it changes it a little bit because the Jets suddenly kind of dip out of it, I think, unless Zach Wilson comes out of nowhere and has a great season, which I'm not someone who would go lay money down that.
Well, you know what, Scott? One of the things about that is he may not have to come in and have a great season because that defense,
good point,
looks like it may be a top 5 defense in this league. They are
true
on the defensive end. And, you know, I don't necessarily believe in Zach Wilson, but they were 1 game away from making the playoffs last year. And I was telling these guys, you know, maybe, you know, the 4 months in a quarterback room with Aaron Rodgers, he was able to learn some things and see some things different. And not that he's going to become this great quarterback, but maybe that's enough. What he learned and what he's able to apply may be enough to get them over the hump with the type of defense that they have to get into the playoffs or, you know, get into the last 3-4 weeks of the season in contention and take it from there.
Right. And to your point about their defense in New York, I mean, you think back for those of us with some gray hair in our beard, you go back to Trent Dilfer when he won a Super Bowl, right? He was a guy who managed the game, didn't turn the ball over a ton, and had a great defense, and they were able to win a Super Bowl. So yeah, I think you're right there, Casey. I think you can't count out the Jets. We'll have to see how, as long as he doesn't turn the ball over, which has been an issue with Zach Wilson. But if he doesn't turn the ball over and he has matured and he's learned from having that guy in the room, then yeah, they could surprise us. But clearly they're deflated. Anytime you lose a teammate like that, I mean, somebody coming in and all the hype around Aaron Rodgers, and I'm sure the impact he had in the locker room was massive. And so when you lose that, it's always a tough thing.
You listen to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. But official welcome in for our man Scott Gulbransen, silver and black today. All right, Scott, let's shift gears from the Jets and the Bills and Vinny Testaverde, quarterbacks, and Zach Wilson to talk about the Raiders, the 1-0, the AFC West leading Las Vegas Raiders. And actually, let's keep the conversation going. Let's stick with quarterbacks here for a minute. The Jimmy G experience, Raider Nation got all of it this past weekend.
They did. And you know what? I mean, outside of the one pass he had in the end zone that was picked off, it was ill-advised, and he admitted that. But outside of that, what did he do? He just won. He won. He used his legs when he had to. Of course, he's not the most fleet of foot, especially with the injuries he's had in the past. But boy, I'll tell you what, I think Raider fans saw a little bit difference. And again, the Derek Carr thing's going to come up all year, so I'll just bring it up. Derek Carr went to New Orleans and won a game there too, so good for him. And then Jimmy G wins in his debut. But you saw the differences in the quarterback and the comfort level in that offensive system for Jimmy Garoppolo, having been familiar with it and also being the type of quarterback who goes out and executes what he's supposed to execute. He's not a guy who's going to freelance a lot. And that's exactly what Josh McDaniels needs, is a quarterback who's going to go out and do within the guardrails what he wants him to do. And so he did, and he executed. And not only that, but towards the end of the game, made some big plays, especially running for that 8-yard first down to seal the game was a huge play for him. A great block by Josh Jacobs on that play, by the way, that freed him up. So I think people saw what Jimmy Garoppolo does and how he wins. It's not sexy. It's not stat filled, but it's efficient. And most of the time takes care of the ball. So I think that Raider fans were pleasantly surprised by that. And it bodes well for them. But now they got to go to Buffalo, so it's a whole different week, and you don't crown a Super Bowl champion or even a playoff team in 1 week.
People talked a lot about that third down play, that run for the first down that sealed it. Then a lot of Raider fans that watch the show that are in the chat right now, they said in unison pretty much like Derek Carr doesn't make that play. He's going to sit back and try and make that pass instead of doing what needs to be done in that particular situation to get the first down. Do you agree with that? Like, do you think Derek runs for that first down in that situation?
No. And I think that's what we're talking about. Now, he might have found an open receiver and gotten the first down on a pass, a lot riskier and more difficult in that case because there was good coverage by Denver. So I think you look at that and watching, it was interesting watching both games at the same time, watching the Saints and watching what Derek Carr did and being familiar, covering him for 7 years and knowing his tendencies and what he does versus what Jimmy Garoppolo does. And it is different. And again, it just fits really well in that system. And yeah, Derek Carr would often get nervous in the pocket. He's still at 8 years in the league was like that. It's just who he is. He's got talents Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't have too, as far as arm strength and some of the other things. But overall, it just fit well. And I think Raider fans, even some of those that weren't exactly excited that they were bringing in a bridge quarterback, said, wow, okay, if he can do that every game and free up the opportunity to make some first downs when those weapons aren't open, we'll take that. We'll take that for now.
You seem to really like Jacoby Myers, too. Was cooking. He was cooking the entire game, and that's a connection. You always wonder what a new quarterback, like we saw it in San Francisco, Brock Purdy and Brandon Ayuk had a strong connection here this week, and it felt like Jimmy, even with Devontae Adams on the roster, at least for a week, he found his guy in Jacoby.
Yeah, and they had some of that too in camp and in the preseason, and I think that's good. For whatever reason, there always seems to be that one guy that clicks with the quarterback. Now, of course, you'd like it to be Devontae Adams. Devontae Adams only a couple receptions behind actually Jacoby Myers. So he was finding Devontae Adams, but Jacoby Myers brings a whole new element to the position. Brought in, you thought he was going to be a slot guy. I think he only played in the slot three plays against Denver, but he adds a different target, a different body, a different guy who can get out there, run routes crisply, but also create plays and go for contested balls, which he did a couple of times as well. So yeah, I think it's good. It just goes to show you the Raiders have added to that wide receiver room, which is pretty talented. Now, they didn't exactly light it up on offense. They had trouble getting out of the defense, had a little bit of trouble, came on strong in the second half. So they didn't have the opportunity to possess the ball that much. But when they did, they were efficient. They scored. And guess what? They outscored the other team. And in the NFL, that's the goal.
Yeah. What do you think about that defense, man? They it wasn't always pretty, but they got the job done, kept Denver and Sean Payton and the offensive genius, and he was going to come and change everything, and Nathaniel Hackett couldn't get it done. Worst coaching job ever. He didn't have no answers for that Raiders defense. All right. What do you think about the defense?
He didn't. And they Casey, they struggled early, I think. And overall in the game, not great on the pass rush, especially coming from the middle. And so you look at that, and I think a lot of fans get caught up in that. Well, they didn't do this, they did that. But guess what happened when the game was on the line? right? They held on the big third down when Divine Diablo knocked the ball down in coverage as a linebacker and held Denver to a field goal. Those types of plays, that's where it matters. What happens in the first quarter when somebody misses an assignment, it can matter. Yes, I'm not saying you don't want better overall performance from your defense, but when the game's on the line and it comes down to crunch time and you have those halftime adjustments, to me, that's where you start to see the moxie of a team. And we saw that defense. Now, they have a lot of work on. They have to get better at safety. Both Marcus Epps, Trayvon Merrick were not good all day. And now they're going to go to Buffalo, an angry Buffalo team who lost to the Jets without their quarterback and all that stuff. So they're going to have to get better. It's a week-by-week league. They got to get better between week 1 and week 2 and go out to Buffalo. Can they win the game? We'll see. But at the same time, you just want to see progress happen with a defense that's been turned over from a year ago.
We're talking about progress, Scott. I'm guessing one thing Josh McDaniels and all of his coaches are talking about here in the film room is we've got to chill out with these penalties, man. I know that's something that's followed the Raiders seemingly for eternity.
Yes.
Okay. Well, this team isn't as talented as some of those other Raider teams. You can't have, as was noted during the broadcast, an entire football field worth of penalties like they had on Sunday.
Yeah, and that was part of the problem. I mean, two of those penalties, you have to look at as turnovers because roughing the punter. Now, okay, you're being aggressive and stuff happens, but you were getting the ball back, and now what? You give the Broncos a first down, and they keep the ball. So that's why the Raiders were limited on offensive possessions because of the defensive penalties. They had the one penalty on the first touchdown by Jacoby Myers, which was a taunting penalty, and the rest of them were all defensive penalties. Some in coverage you're going to understand. You're going to understand that you had Jacorian Bennett, the young cornerback who I think is going to be stellar in this league. He struggled at first, and he got caught on a route, and he got grabby on it, and guess what happened? He got beat for a touchdown. That happens with a rookie. I mean, it's hard, especially with defensive backs, getting into the NFL, covering these wide receivers, even Denver's wide receiver core, which was incredibly depleted. It's like, welcome to the league, Rook. You know, things are a lot faster here. And even though you're going up against your teammates in practice, it's much different inside the scope of an NFL game. So they got to get better. But I think the progress there overall and with penalties, I mean, that's just ridiculous. They did pretty well with it last year at times. And clearly the discipline on the defensive side of the ball has got to get better between now and Sunday.
That was a good win on Sunday.
Yeah.
I think a little bit more of the Broncos than you guys do. And going into their place with they were really amped up to try and win that game and start that Sean Payton era off a certain way.
Too bad.
To go in there and cut one out. I thought that was a really good win by the Raiders on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, and listen, that Denver team is not bad, as you said. The defense is very good, and I think you saw some of that too. That's why the Raiders had trouble. They pass blocked really well. They did not give up a sack to that Denver front line, which was pretty incredible, if you ask me. But from a run blocking standpoint, Raiders didn't do too well because they were being too disruptive up front. Denver's defense was. So I think, you got to give credit to them as well. And then Russell Wilson had moments, but Russell Wilson also delivering the ball late. He doesn't seem like he's there yet. Again, I've always told you guys I like Russell Wilson, so I like to see him do well. But we'll see what happens in week 2. Maybe he just needed a game to get out there and get the rust off.
I like Russell Wilson too. I don't like Sean Payton.
Yeah, and if Russell fails, he fails. It's whatever.
Yeah, hey, it's a meritocracy, the league, right?
Not our problem.
I won't cry for him, Argentina. It's whatever.
Scott, great stuff as always. Really enjoyed the reaction show that you guys did over on Silver and Black today. That is must watch, must listen if you're a Raider fan, man. We appreciate you as always, sir.
All right, D-Lo KC, I appreciate you guys. Have a good rest of your week. We'll talk to you next week.
You too,
That's man, Scott Gulbransen. Scott back with the Insiders on Thursday. Is it Thursdays? Thursday, Scott be back with the Insiders. I glanced up as we were talking to Scott, and I don't know why it took me an hour to remember this, is where we were talking about the Jets and Aaron Rodgers and what their future looks like. That offensive line is going to get Zach Wilson killed. We were talking about that happening to Aaron Rodgers 3 plays into the game before he tears his Achilles. That offensive line is going to get that young man murdered.
Well, they almost got Zach killed like 2 plays later.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's what caught my I looked up, and Zach was getting, folded up like he was going into a suitcase. And it's like, what? I'm sitting here talking about Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson ain't going to be the quarterback.
Oh, they got to do better.
This team's going to have to sign 10 guys. They're going to need damn near one per game at the rate that offensive line went yesterday.
Did you ever answer the question of what of the three who you would go with? Carson Wentz, Matt Ryan.
I think I said Matt Ryan. And truthfully, Matt Ryan's retired. He's doing TV.
Yeah, literally doing
TV. He's like, but once you kind of doing that, like you checked out. I'm surprised Phillip Rivers' name hasn't came up. Like Phillip Rivers
he was about to play in the Super Bowl.
Phillip Rivers like, well, if I can't play football, I'm just going to pop off another kid here.
I saw a note yesterday. I can't remember who tweeted it, which writer tweeted it, but Matt Ryan said like he's not completely retired.
Wow.
Well, that means no one called.
Yeah. Matt Ryan.
I don't want to do TV.
Matt Ryan mentally is not completely retired. His game is retired.
So we're completely out on Wentz.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't give me Zach Wilson all day. I'm not putting and I just praise the Jets and the team. I'm not putting Carson Wentz in that locker room.
Oof.
That dude sucks.
Yeah, Carson.
He's an ass.
He's not that
There's
bad.
a reason he's out of the league, and it's not just he's a bad quarterback. People like they don't like him. Nah, I'm cool on Carson Wentz.
Nia Jax of the NFL.
Well,
Came back yesterday.
Vince McMahon's last day in office. Bring back Nia Jax.
Well,
they'll hate it.
One of my favorite Royal Rumble moments is when she came and beat the hell out of R-Truth and took his spot.
Yeah, that was funny. Then didn't Randy Orton RKO her and throw her out of the ring? Did you see Wall Street
like 2
today?
or 3 people out, huh?
Did you see Wall Street today?
The
WWE,
they had the 2 belts
UFC
and stuff
thing.
like that.
I can't believe Vince McMahon doesn't own WWE
It's
anymore.
crazy, right?
That's wild.
That is crazy. I think they said it was.
I hope Dana has no control over the WWE. I forgot who's in charge of the company. I think it's Nick Khan. I think Nick Khan is the CEO of the merged brand.
Yeah.
I think.
Endeavor.
Yeah, Endeavor.
Dana's awful.
Yeah, I
He's
know.
just awful. Just stay away from all
Very.
this. What do you think? Go on. He gets involved with WWE. They'll be dropping F-bombs, and I don't mean the 4-letter one on WWE broadcasting, like they do UFC.
F-bombs, and you don't mean the 4-letter one?
All weekend long.
Oh,
All weekend
really?
long.
Really?
Jesse, multiple times. And everybody, yeah, let's go.
All right. Stilo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader. Biggest week 1 surprises on the way here on ESPN 1320. Oh, is today iPhone day?
A new iPhone?
The announcement of the new iPhone? Is that today? Did I get that wrong? I thought it was today. Maybe it's not. The hell do I know? No, it is. iPhone 15 Pro Max. Kind of want Kehlani to come back. I don't know why she had to leave.
The UFC and WWE merge. We're not Dana White. LA Knight. He's one of the GOATs. That's how they're going to push guys now.
Mitch better. He's never going to make it to Pac-12. He's never going to make it there. Absolutely not. I don't even think he makes it a minute and 15 seconds.
I think he makes it.
I don't think he makes it. Yo, John Bull, major facts, dude. Major facts. They're zapping everyone's phone as we speak.
No, what it is you can't download the updates.
Yeah, that usually. Oh. What is this? Oh shit! I don't think we can do this. Hang on, everyone. Yeah.
Hey, man. So
I said, fuck him. No. I'm going to beat his ass.
what was that from?
Oh, was it Friday? You tell her to come over. I'm going to beat ass. Isn't that Friday?
That was the girlfriend, Craig's girlfriend.
We had to go coach it. We had to go NFL coaches on the live stream for a minute and cover our mouth and have a conversation about some plans next week.
That was
the chat hates it, but they're so funny about it.
I forgot her real name, but I used to have a crush on her. I was crushing on her on Friday. She looked good. And then she was on the Wayans Brothers for a little bit. And she was also on Hustle and Flow.
Wait, who is this?
The Craig's girlfriend.
Oh, yeah.
I forgot her name. It's like she has 3 names. It was like a hyphenated last name. But I used to be my girl. I used to have a big crush on her.
I don't know why, but I did. Hustle and Flow is such a phenomenal movie.
Oh, hell yeah.
It's so good.
You watched it recently?
I did. I did. I think I was just bored and I was like, yo, I have not seen this movie in a long time.
They did a great job.
That movie is incredible. Yeah. It's so good.
They did a really good job.
So good.
Paula Jai White. That's correct. Warren. Shout out Warren. Paula Jai White. That was my girl.
Is she related to Michael?
That's a good question.
Because now that I think about it, she kind of bears a striking resemblance to Michael I. White.
Yeah, that's a good question. Huh. She was
well, so I'm sorry. I'm the only one who's gonna look for an answer.
I'm just remembering she was fine on the Wayans Brothers.
Okay. I need to know if this is her brother.
Used to always try to get with her.
Why this dude? Who used to get with her?
Like on the show. Marlon would always try to get with her.
I don't know why I'm looking.
They do kind of look alike. A little different complexion. But
no,
they
got the same exact complexion.
Mike's more my complexion. She's a little lighter than me.
That's lighting. That's that Devin McCautry lighting. All right, maybe not.
I mean, that doesn't mean anything though.
Early light.
It could still be related.
He still wanted his portrayal of Mike Tyson, I still think is the best I've ever seen.
Nah, it was really good.
He was incredible.
Really good.
All right, maybe they're not related.
Did you see that George Foreman movie yet?
No, it's there like on my screen all of the time.
Yeah, all the time.
And I never click on it.
Yeah. I'm gonna watch it at some point. I didn't watch Spider-Verse.
Oh, maybe I misheard you. No, it's not Paula Hyde White. It's Paula Hyde Parker.
Parker.
So no, they're not related. Y'all sent me on this wild goose chase. Y'all can go to hell.
Who were you looking up at Paula John White?
I was looking up Michael. I looked up Michael to see if it said siblings, Paula. Yeah. And it didn't. And I was like, well, I guess they're not related. And so I clicked Paula High, or I typed in Paula High, and Parker popped up. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
The Wayans brothers, Why Do Fools Fall in Love? Wait a minute.
Why Do Fools Fall in Love? She was in that. That's an underrated movie, too, by the way.
Is it? I thought that movie's properly rated. It's very good.
No, I think people forget about it a lot of times.
Oh, man. Remember Sprung?
I do remember Sprung.
Tisha Campbell and Joe Torre.
I do remember.
Oh, of
Sprung.
course, Tisha Campbell's in it. Of course, you
Yeah, that
remember
was my
it.
girl. Well, both of them were in it, so I was watching that one.
Yeah. She a little more light skinned than I thought.
She was in Ottawa. I don't remember that. Huh. She was in Don't Be a Menace. And when I think of Don't Be a Menace, the first scene I think about.
No, I'm afraid to ask. Which one?
The guy is at the party and he's getting the black woman's attention. It says, "Hey, my beautiful queen."
Oh, yeah.
Can you move to the side
so I can talk to the white woman over there? Yeah, that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. All right. Well, now that we've taken this trip down random black actors and actresses,
it's your daily look into
daily look at the culture here with D'Lo and Casey. Now, sorry, I just had to look to see when the last time Joe Torre starred in anything.
Shout out Joe Torre.
He's still doing work.
Is he?
Yeah, he's still working.
What's he doing? Is he?
I mean, he's working. Like he's done TV gigs. He's done movies within the last few years.
Always been a fan of him since Chicago.
Brush that weak ass fade.
Ain't even got waves.
Let's bring Mitch in here. Mitch wants to tell us about his favorite black actor. Mitch, what's going on, man?
How are you guys?
We're good, Mitch. What's up, man?
Well, I hope this COVID's not coming because everybody in my house has a little cough. Especially my little grandson. I hate seeing that.
Be careful.
Hate that
Mitch.
feeling. I guess I better just stay at work, right?
Put a mask on, Mitch.
Do I have to go? Do I have to start a new thing now? I wear a mask. Everyone's gonna make their comments.
Well,
That's
no.
okay. I don't listen anyway.
You and Ramsey can wear your masks together. Mitch, you don't know who Ramsey is, do you? It's okay. It's all right, Mitch. How are you, man?
I'm 100%. I'm good. I'm working healthy and everything. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And everybody's good with you.
Very good.
49ers got to keep my boy Sam Darnold in case he gets hurt. It's even the quarterback. You can't protect him for everything, and I think he can be good. I mean, the quarterback for Buffalo, Josh Allen, was playing like the old bad Sam Darnold. But I think he's got some good coaching. He's gonna be good. I don't want him to go to the Jets. They got to keep him. And poor Aaron Rodgers. I'm not a Jets fan, but he's one of the best quarterbacks ever. He's the best Pac-12 quarterback I can think of. Till you'll see Caleb Williams come aboard for 15, 20 years. One of the best quarterbacks, Pac-12 quarterbacks I can remember. I could be mistaken.
Hey, first of all, I got two questions for you, Mitch. Don't leave. Number one,
all right.
How many shows have you called today? There's that. Number two, what you gonna do when my boy Coach Prime well, you got to come to Boulder. My boy Coach Prime.
You cheated, dude.
He already mentioned the Pac-12.
He did not.
He did. He's talking about Caleb Williams and Aaron Rodgers.
All right. Go ahead, Mitch. I'm
Caleb
sorry.
Williams, one other show, and Caleb Williams is going to win the Heisman.
Shador's winning this year.
He's going to be in the run. I like him.
I like Caleb.
Pac-12 quarterback, baby.
Okay. Thanks, Mitch.
I wonder who Mitch is going to like once the Pac-12 doesn't exist anymore.
No, it won't be much longer.
Mitch gonna be a big Mountain West fan.
Mitch, come on over to the Big Sky, buddy.
Come on. Big time game going on this Saturday.
Man. Holy crap. Imagine Coach Thompson going in there and
I think he could do it, boy. I think
whooping Troy Taylor's
I think he can do it. Hey, man.
You don't think them? Hey, them players love Coach Taylor. Them Sac State play. Oh, they
want something.
Oh yeah,
they want.
Oh
something.
yeah. Enjoy that money, Coach.
Ooh, they want something. That boy Caden Bennett he coming to.
Hey,
I think Sac State might be able to do a little something.
I know we talked to Andy last week. We might have to talk to him again this week.
Yeah.
Of course, did make plans to talk to him next week. Hey, Bring Andy on as
Where
much
you
as he wants
Where you gonna
to.
be at? Oh no, that's next. I'm tripping. You're gonna be there next week. I'm about to say bring him to the live show, but that's next week.
Yeah, we're trying to get a Hall of Fame of coaches out there to Sky River with us with Coach Patrick and Coach Thompson.
Shout out DP.
Yes, indeed, Coach. The coach might want to chill a little bit, like he did. He did just get back from. He was working.
He was working. He came right back and had his team going.
Yeah, he doesn't have a choice. That's how college works. Hey, welcome back, Coach. Get your ass back to work. Oh, let's bring in our man TC here. Wait, let me make sure we got TC. Yep, TC. Jesse was running a timer, by the way. He did not get the Pac-12 reference in quick enough.
Oh, he didn't?
He came it literally like he came in like a couple seconds late.
Yeah.
You counted when he said Aaron Rodgers is the best. That's when you started it or stopped it?
I started it from when his call, like when he started talking, I guess.
I don't know. I know what Mitch said. I know half the things Mitch was saying.
Oh, God, I don't know anything Mitch says. I just love when he calls.
And
I love that
it's my guy.
He has no clue who Ramsey is like that. or I'm wondering sometimes if he knows who we are.
You know, I wonder if Mitch watches the. I don't
think he does.
No, he's pure radio.
I think he's a pure radio guy. He's an Odyssey app.
So
guy.
if we pulled up on Mitch, he wouldn't even know who we were.
I don't think he would. Well, he follows.
Oh, he does follow us on socials.
Yeah.
Mitch,
Mitch doesn't know how that algorithm works, boy. Mitch has no idea how the Twitter algorithm works. That sometimes when you follow somebody, you can see who they replied to. Mitch be out there cooking.
He don't miss.
He be out there.
Does not miss.
I know he shoot. I know that. He be out there putting up shots. He get off that route. He gonna go out there and he gonna put up them shots on Twitter.
He's like Paul Westhead. He's running the system.
He's
Get
running
the shots up. They're gonna go in.
Be where you're supposed to be. TC in here.
Season finale on Sunday.
Season finale of what?
Winning Time.
Really?
Yeah.
It's gonna be the.
Wait, how many episodes have we watched?
I think they got 10. I think it's been like.
There ain't no way we're at 10
maybe
episodes.
It was 8. Maybe we watched 8. It's 9 or so. But yeah, season finale.
It'd be the perfect way for the show to end too.
No, it really shouldn't. That's why we need to watch to get it back up so it ends the right way.
All that Lakers.
Oh,
just for the Kings to end up on top.
Oh yeah, 2 seasons, 16 episodes. Yeah, I guess I didn't realize. Damn. I'm 1 episode behind. Maybe 2. I might be 2 episodes behind.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I got caught up yesterday. Now I gotta finish watching Force.
I gotta watch Heels too. There's a lot going on. Heels is fire. Have you ever watched Heels on Stars, the wrestling show?
Oh no, I've heard about it. I haven't watched it.
Some of the storylines on that show are better than the ones on either company. Let's get our brother TC in here. TC, what's going on, baby?
What's up with my two brothers?
What up, TC?
Man, just vibing, man. You know, that was kind of I know how we all feel about, A-Rod, man, but that was kind of a sad situation last night that happened to him. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So that was kind of a sad situation. And I know it ain't set in stone and ain't nobody, they probably just talking about it, but the whole talk about the whole quarterback situation from the Niners, Sam Darnold and all that. I mean, pull the trigger, John. I mean, y'all pulled the trigger on Lance and listen, to be honest with you, I'm going to be the lone shark on this one. If they offering a first round pick and better, or a first round pick and Zach, Brock can go too.
For God's sakes, TC. Will you stop it?
Nobody's off the table.
Will you stop? TC, what are you? TC.
No, nobody's off the table. Nobody should be off the table. If they're offering, so if the Jets came and said, we'll give you guys 2 first round picks for Brock Purdy right now, Kenny, you not pulling the trigger?
No.
TC, TC, you podding? Are you podding, TC? TC, are you podding?
I'm being honest. This is how I really feel. I'm not joking. I'm not BSing y'all. I'm serious. And it ain't have nothing to do with Lance. I moved on Lance's move. It has nothing to do with Lance. Nobody should be off the table, bro. If they come and offer draft capital 2, 3 first round picks, Brock is out of here.
So let me ask you this. First of all, there's no way they would do that. Second of all, what would you do with this season if you're the 49ers? Didn't you just say
Kyle Shanahan?
Didn't you just say like it's no more excuses, Super Bowl or bust? What would you do with this season?
They got Shakir. Hey, look, you got draft.
CC, you podding, bro. You podding, bro. Stop it. You podding. That's why you stuttering. CC, you coming through the Sky River next Thursday?
Next Thursday, I'll be there, man. You know I got
Yo.
to on my two brothers. Hey,
Cool
Hey,
up on us, man.
TC.
what
TC.
What time, bro?
Yo,
D-Lo, I'm listening.
the show starts at 12. You come through. I'm gonna put you on stage.
Please put me on stage. Hey, they gonna want to see me on stage anyway. I'm gonna vibe for y'all.
TC, we appreciate you, bro. TC podding.
Just like
He podding,
hey,
dude.
just like one of the homies, just like a brother. Talking about, yeah, I'm gonna come through. What time? It's
Yeah.
the show, 12:04.
TC has no clue what time our show starts.
Say what you want about the man's takes, but this guy delivers every call.
That was the wildest TC call ever. That man said, I'm gonna trade Brock Purdy for a first round pick. I think he said Brock Purdy and Sam Darnold.
When I answered the phone, he told me that I couldn't put him on hold fast enough to get him on the show.
Oh, that's
man.
incredible.
Come on, TC. TC a fool, man.
That was funny when he asked Casey, would you do it? Casey's all, no. He's all right.
That's incredible. That is
TC a fool for
incredible.
that one, man.
TC, because he can finally get Kyle fired.
Now at the end, he said his goal was to get Caleb Williams. That's why he said he'd take the 2 first. But that doesn't mean you'd be the number 1 pick.
What you gonna do with Kyle Shanahan? What you gonna do then?
Oh, you're gonna blame him and fire him.
TC funny. If anybody calls with a funnier call than TC, I'll find some sort of prize to give you because that was funny. That man, we're putting that man on stage.
It's not a bid either. TC, like,
It's
this
not.
is real.
We're gonna put him and Ramsey on stage together.
And I'm not even reading Ramsey's comment.
No, I'm not. We're gonna put.
That's uncalled.
Well, he needs to chill because Ramsey be doing a bit too much with that. But I'm gonna put Ramsey and TC on the stage together.
They gonna dap up. They gonna dap up, man, right there.
Ramsey, the only one with attitude.
Yeah,
Ramsey got beef with everybody.
Ramsey
for no reason.
Settle down.
I can't get over that call.
That was
916-909-1320. If you got a take that you got to fire off like TC did, get at us. Biggest week 1 surprises. Got a couple.
Okay.
We talked a little bit about this one yesterday. I thought, and we'll do overreactions and all of that stuff, and maybe some of these will play into each other. I don't think there's any overreaction here when I say I thought Jordan Love was really impressive. Jordan Love was impressive, and I mean Matt LaFleur continuing his regular season success. Man, Green Bay was good.
Regular season's dominance.
Yeah, regular season was I'm sorry, the Green Bay looked good.
I'll say Cleveland was a surprise for me. I tell you, I was laughing at you when you said they was making a play.
Really? Like, you don't think that's a solid roster? Like,
I think their
Garrett,
defense is good. I think their defense is good. I just don't
like Denzel Ward. Like, I mean, the receiving core. Yeah.
I think they're like a 500 team. I don't think they're that good, but I mean that defense dominated the Bengals. Dominated the Bengals, and it wasn't necessarily the fact that they won that game that surprised me. It's the fashion in which they did it.
So I'll hit you with something different. Like it's almost the exact opposite of what you just said. I wasn't surprised by how Cleveland played. I was surprised Cincinnati was that bad. I don't.
They were awful.
And we'll get to overreactions. I don't know if that's the Bengals or not. I can't. Again, I'm not podding. I didn't like them last year. And I thought doubling down on Bengals hatred would be like silly. So I kind of like, all right, let them ride out, see what happens. But I there's just something about that team. I don't feel it. I don't like it. But I didn't at the same time. The point in that remark was I think Cleveland's good. I didn't think Cincinnati. I don't think Cincinnati is that bad. That performance surprised me a little bit. And that is a tough debut to a $270 million contract.
Yeah, for sure. Who had a worse debut? Herbert or Burrow? I mean, that's an easy question, but they both lost.
Burrow. Like, Burrow was really bad. Like I think he threw for like 80 something yards, didn't he?
Awful.
It was something absurd.
It was awful.
Does Cleveland have a good quarterback?
That's
TBD.
Yeah, that's
TBD. TBD.
Because now we can call this what, about 12 games and some change or something where he hasn't looked good for the Browns. However many games.
Is it that many?
Might be 9 because he came in after week 11. It's like week 12, probably about 8 games probably.
Yeah, TBD.
So I'll give him a pass on every game last year unless we get 4, 5, 6 games into the season, and this is what we're looking at.
Yeah.
Like, this was not the kid that was in Houston.
No.
That quarterback in Houston put together a season on a 4-12 team that was MVP worthy. Like, the numbers he put up, like 2 other players had put up before, and those 2 guys were MVPs.
Isn't that the year when JJ apologized to him or something? Remember JJ? I think it was like
JJ Watt?
Yeah, they were coming off the field. I think the mics got it, or he went to the press conference or something. And he said, "I just want to apologize to you, man. We let you down this year." I think it was that same year.
Okay.
But
yeah,
still, like he was
that
dominant.
JJ's last year, or was it the year after?
Last year.
Oh, he last year with Houston. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't. That's a good question, Jesse. I don't know.
Because I'm with you on the Cleveland's roster, running back solid, wide receiver solid, defense incredible. But I mean that he went from being top tier. I don't even know if he's better than Kirk Cousins at this point.
Yeah, from a quarterback perspective, I still think that I'm not willing to say Deshaun Watson isn't a good quarterback. Not yet. I think part of my problem is I thought Deshaun was an elite quarterback.
I mean, he was.
And right now, he was. But Doc,
I wish you tell the whole story.
Was he like? I feel like he was, and I just talked about the numbers that he put up that only a couple of guys have ever done before. But his team stunk. Like
they stunk that year, but he had some playoff appearances.
Plural.
Okay. Remember, they would always be the first game of the playoffs.
Oh yeah, well,
for like 3 straight years that nobody cared about, and they'd win that game and then lose to New England or Kansas City.
Bill O'Brien, God damn it. That's a good question, Jesse. That's a good question. Another week 1 surprise for me was your boy. It's actually my boy, Matt Stafford. Thought Matt Stafford was really good. And I'm willing to say in week 1, my take on the Rams is wrong if that's Matt Stafford. If he's healthy and he can play quarterback, because clearly we talked about this all last year. We talked about it through the preseason, even when everybody else was ignoring it. Sean McVay acknowledged his starting quarterback has a problem in his throwing arm. And the season dictated as such. I didn't think he was whatever it was. I didn't think he was going to be better. I just like this might just be how it ends for Matt Stafford. The way he played, he looked good. He got hit a couple of times in his arm, similar to what Brock Purdy. I don't know the extent of what Matt was going through last year, but I think a lot of people, Kyle Mattson brought this up on the Candlestick Chronicles podcast. He's like, he probably needed to get hit a few times. He took some direct shots to that throwing arm. Speaking about Brock Purdy, it recovered just fine. Matt Stafford did the same thing. Looked completely unfazed.
Yeah.
If that's Matt Stafford, I need to be able to change my thoughts on the Rams, because to me that was the catalyst behind their success or failure of this season.
49ers an 8-point favorite in that week 2 game. This seem a little too high on the road against the Rams.
Quote unquote, not on the road.
On the road.
No, I'm gonna say no. It's not too high. Well, it 8.5 feels like a lot in football. But
you know, you get the home team's supposed to get the 3 for being at home. So it's really an 11.5 point.
It's a rivalry game. Yeah, maybe that is that's a little high.
I'm taking the Niners. Tell you that right now.
In the points?
Yeah.
Okay. I ain't gonna tell you.
I'm not saying it even like it's an easy game because it's division. Aaron Donald was there.
Well, that's why the 8.5 surprises me. That more the division than anything else. And then it's almost the Broncos Raiders thing.
Yeah.
So Sean McVay's just going to keep losing. to Kyle Shanahan in the regular season?
Apparently. Yeah.
At some point, show some pride. Like,
stand
I'll
up.
be weak in the knees.
Stand up.
Please.
I asked both of you guys this. Were you guys surprised with what happened in Minnesota? That loss.
I wasn't.
No.
I'm expecting them to take a downfall this year.
I am. I was surprised they lost that game though. At home against Tampa Bay.
What were they last year? Were they 12
like
and
13,
5, some 13
and
4?
Yeah.
So we talked all last week. We focused on Kansas City, Cincinnati, and Buffalo.
Mm.
We said a team with a record last year, a really good record, is probably going to fall off.
Mm-hmm.
We kind of ignored Minnesota.
Mm.
Minnesota had a top tier record, and it's like, we were so fixated on the AFC.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the team that falls back a little bit, though. I think, I don't think anyone was surprised by the lines. We'll talk about this more in overreactions about exactly what the lines are. We'll talk some NBA here for a few minutes too. We didn't really dive into the resting stars edict that the NBA is putting out there. We do have Trysta Krick joining us. We do have Jason Jones scheduled to join us. Trysta will be with us next. We'll talk some basketball with her, some Dame Lillard. Maybe we'll get some week 1 overreactions from TK. It's all coming up here when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, we can get Kamara after the break.
Hey, this is funny. I've seen this a couple of times in Washington. It's just bizarre. Look what happens during this play. They get the stop. The guy brings this Aquafina bottle. Guy's Aquafina bottle just blocks the whole view.
Oh.
Get out of the way. I don't know what it is with their cameras there. It's happened a couple times. I'm doing a little too much. Well, no, I feel you. But back in my day, yeah, I agree with you. Rocking New Era. It's so nice to stand Cronky, to build a nice LA residence. We appreciate that.
Can't wait for Matt Stafford's wife's podcast. Matt couldn't even hear anything.
Just wait till they're really bad. Like the Rams are really bad, and nobody in LA cares about them even more. It's gonna be 90% Niner fans at those games.
NFL really should have just moved the Raiders to LA and sent the Chargers to Vegas.
Yeah, but where were the Rams gonna go?
I don't know. Send them to England. Who cares? Should have built him a new stadium in St. Louis.
No, I wanted them out of St. Louis. LA's where they should have been.
Well, Rams and Raiders in LA is better than Rams and Chargers.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
coming back? That's it. He said they already talked about it. He's like, we need you to come back and do more. Oh.
Back at it here.
Trysta Krick set to join us coming up at the top of the hour. Kamara on the line, 916-909-1320. Kamara live from his conference room speakerphone. What's up, man?
I feel like every time I call, you do a heavy breath. Like
What?
am I bothering you, Damien? Like, what? Is there a problem? Do we have beef? I mean,
No, what you mean?
Like, what is really going on, bro?
No, see what you don't know is I was just running back into the studio trying to get my headphones plugged in, and I forgot what we were supposed to do right here, and then I remembered, oh, Kamara's on the phone. That's what it was.
Listen, I just felt real exasperation behind this, man. So I don't know.
I've already been late twice today, Kamara. Cut me some slack. That's all it was.
It's all good, bro. I text y'all. I wanted to talk some music, man. You guys see that how Nas is coming out with the album?
Yeah, man. That's your guy, right? That's your favorite rapper, right?
Yeah, it's Jay-Z, Nas, like it's 118,
Mm-hmm.
And obviously Drake next week and Earth Gang next week. Diddy's coming out this Friday.
I was gonna say you skipping over a big one
Diddy's
this
about
week.
to be crazy. That album about to be crazy.
Quiet as kept. Most people don't give The Last Train to Paris. It's just this.
Oh, that album was fire.
That's a good record.
Him and Dirty Money went crazy on that album.
That's incredible. And this album's kind of giving me Last Train to Paris vibes.
Yo, why you think Nas is dropping so many records? Like this is like his 5th album in what, 2 years? A year and a half?
No, it's not even his 5th album. It's like 1, 2, 3, 6 albums. Cause he did he did 2 trilogies. Remember, like King's Disease 1, 2, and 3. And then
that's right.
Magic 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
I just think he found some great synergy with Hit Boy.
Mm-hmm.
And so I guess my question, and I'll take it off the air, like, as far as the pantheon of like producers and rap and artists, like where does this kind of rank? And considering, you got Snoop and Dre, DJ Premier and Gangstar, I mean, heck, you could do Watch the Throne with Kanye and Jay. I mean, just go down the list, like, where does this rank? And did you think this run actually increased Nas' legacy? And I'll let y'all.
Oh man, that's a good question.
I mean, I'll answer for me. No, Nas is where he is. One of the greats of all time. He could have not put out an album, or he could put out 7 albums. Like he's still just Nas.
I think one thing it did was acknowledge like Nas's 3-decade reign of relevancy. Like Illmatic, we talked about this a lot in August around the 50th anniversary of hip hop. Did we do an Illmatic Corners of the Culture?
Yeah, we did. Donnie was there.
Corners of the Culture.
Shout out.
Yeah. Illmatic was 1994. And the fact that he dropped, Magic 2, a couple months ago, that album hit. It was incredible.
You're gonna be mad when I say this. I'm just asking.
I'm gonna get mad at you.
Is Nas relevant like that today? He's relevant to us because we grew up with him.
Okay, I feel like I know what you're getting at. Like, do the kids who listen to
Ice Spice,
Dirk, and Gunna,
are they hyped about?
So I ask you this: do the kids that listen to Dirk and Gunna care if Jay drops an album?
Probably not.
Yeah, I don't. So I don't know. I don't know how to answer that.
But Jay,
because who does? Like the only person who doesn't have a 3-decade, in my opinion, reign of relevancy, and that's J. Cole. J. Cole is someone who like Illmatic Nas fans will love, and then the kids who like Lil Durk will like too. But I don't know. I don't even know that Kendrick falls in that category.
No,
Hip hop is different now, as we've learned over the last month and a half. Like it's just it sounds different.
Yeah. Nah, I mean, and Nas is, you ain't gonna hear me say nothing crazy about Nas. That's my guy. You know what I'm saying? Way back when he had the chip tooth, that's my guy. But he's and good for him. He's not out here necessarily trying to make music for 102.5. He making music the way he sees fit. And if it happens to get on 102.5, cool. But he's never been the one, except for I Am, where he tried to make radio hits and they were smashes. People talk crazy about those songs. But Hate Me Now, I don't care what y'all say, smash.
No one said Hate Me Now was a bad record, did they?
They didn't like it.
Now is incredible.
They didn't say it was a bad, but they didn't like it because they didn't feel it was Nas. They felt Nas was trying to be puffy in that situation. And they didn't like that. The people.
Well, he
Nas
was.
fans,
That's why Puff was on the record.
Right. But Nas fans
it's like when
that.
Biggie had Bone on the record. What'd he do?
Yeah, but
he wasn't trying to be Bone.
Nas was the antithesis. That was
You got it. It works.
Of Puffy at the time, right? Like Puffy was like, money and all this other stuff, and Nas was bars. So the Nas fans hated Hate Me Now. They hate I Am.
What they crazy? I think I can play this. I've never tried this before, but like, where's that beat at? Yo, Jay fans hated this record.
They did.
Because it was like, yo, this is I think Dame Dash hated this record.
Yeah, they did.
Because they're like, yo, this is because and part of it was the video. That was the shiny suit stuff that Jay did.
Yeah, they hated that. So, I like both of those songs. I like all the other Nas songs and all the other Jay-Z songs as well. But I remember people really didn't like the whole I Am Hate Me Now thing. Because they're like, that's not you. We don't want you to be Puffy. We want you to be Nas.
Yeah, that's silly. That's silly.
But shout out to Nas coming out.
Yeah, I'm excited for Nas for sure. But I will be listening to Diddy's album first.
I want to hear Puff.
I know at Kamara's house, Nas gonna get the first run.
Yeah,
Diddy's getting the first run
Puff
at 9:01.
I ain't even no disrespect. Puff might get first 2 runs. I might run that back. I'll get to Nas. I'll get to the homework. I want to go party.
Yeah, Drake next week. Yeah, it's definitely
everybody get out the way when he dropped.
Someone tell Doja Cat, because I think Doja Cat's album comes out
everybody
next week.
Get out the way.
She might want to postpone that. Put it off a week. Appreciate you, Kamara, as always. You want to get in on the phone lines, you can. 916-909-1320. Trysta Krick going to join us coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Ruling came out that the NBA is attempting, now this rule has not passed, but the NBA is attempting to make it tougher to rest stars. They're attempting to make it tougher to rest multiple stars. And they're defining a star by anyone who's made an all-star team in the previous 3 seasons.
Okay.
I mean, I know like a lot of us collectively rolled our eyes at that. The NBA is trying. Like, I don't fault them for that. Like, they're trying to address what they perceive an issue. And sometimes I think I look at this as like a television component to it, where I feel like that's probably not as big of an issue unless you're talking about like LeBron or Steph. Like, guys, casual viewers were tuned in to watch LeBron, Steph, De'Aaron Fox, obviously.
Right.
I think this is more a live. I think this is more a live event problem. The people who show up thinking they're going to see LeBron James versus Steph Curry, or they're going to see LeBron James and Anthony Davis, and the Lakers decide it's a rest day for LeBron James and Anthony Davis. The people in, San Francisco or Oakland or whatever, or Milwaukee. I think that might be more along the lines of where this grave concern seems to come from them. Because the best of my knowledge, there's no issue with NBA ratings.
No.
People aren't turning away from the product. This is a way, or I wonder if this is a way to kind of
help the perception or help the people that actually go to the
help
games.
help what perception might be developing from fans who spend money on tickets.
Yeah.
Again, I could be completely wrong, but it's talked about. I don't even think necessarily by us, but it's talked about by bigger media outlets that are occupied by like older people about what a dastardly, epidemic this is in the NBA. And I've always looked at it like I normally get it. Sometimes I think it's dumb, but if and I just keep using LeBron James as an example. He's the biggest name in the NBA, but he's also 38 years old. If the Lakers play, Sacramento, and then they have, 3 days off after that, and they're, coming out of the end of a 3-5, and you feel like you can get LeBron an extra 2 days of rest by him not playing the Sacramento game, and now instead of 3 days off, he has 5. I kind of understand that. Like, I get it from a strategic perspective by a coach. Like, all right, we're going to sit LeBron here, but he's going to be super fresh, 5 days from now. Like, I kind of get that. But I also get the position Adam Silver's in.
Yeah. And I get it. I get both sides. We go through this often. Like, I understand both sides. I understand these guys trying to preserve their bodies as much as possible. And we've got the science and we've got the knowledge to do things a little different nowadays. But I also go back and I say, these guys used to play all the time. Like, they used to play all the time. And you got guys like Kobe who will play all the time. And he played, 20 years?
Yeah.
And he got hurt at the end, but, Dirk played 20 years, played all the time. So I just don't subscribe to like, we got better science. We can't play all the time.
Well, Kawhi Leonard has firmly established it doesn't work.
Well, there's that.
It's been well established by Mr. Load Management himself. As we bring in Trysta Krick, who I think has her volume up really high.
Does it? Do I?
I don't know. I can hear myself back.
Uh-oh. Hold on. Settings.
She's got an Anita Baker shirt on. Boy, like, yeah, Trysta in a mood today. Oh, yeah.
How's that?
Hey, that's me. That's still me. Oh, no, can't do that. Can't do that.
I didn't do anything.
No, of course you didn't. I think you might have just muted yourself. Oh, no, did you? I think you got it.
Yeah, we're good now.
I think I fixed it. This microphone that I have clipped to me is not working, so I have to do a little
It's fine because you sound perfect. Like, I don't know if the microphone's working or you're just talking through your phone, but you sound perfect.
Cool.
And you look great with your Anita Baker shirt on.
Yeah, what you know about Anita Baker, girl? What you know about?
I just want to point out this girl had like a Megadeth shirt on like 2 weeks ago, and now didn't you have like a Megadeth shirt on or?
Oh yeah. What was it? It was
Motorhead.
Motorhead. Yeah, one of those musical acts I like, and the other was just a vintage tee. You can figure out it for yourself. Which.
Yeah.
Both very soft though.
That's all that matters. Like that's all that matters with t-shirts. They got to be soft. They got to be soft.
And they got to get people. You got to get the people going. So you walk around with Anita Baker shirt. Hey, Anita Baker.
Yeah.
I don't have to be soft for me to be like, okay, I'll wear it because it's Anita Baker or it's Big Pun or something like somebody random.
We're made different. Like I need the shirt to be soft.
Yeah.
We got undershirt.
Unless it's Beyonce on the horse, then I'll just wear it. It doesn't even matter. TK, let me mention you're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. I know you came in on the tail end of that conversation. NBA news yesterday that it's going to get stricter with load managing multiple stars at the same time. What do you think of all that?
I'm interested to see how they do it, right? Because how do we know? I mean, it's one of those wink, wink, nudge, nudge load management, or is it an injury type of a thing? So there's going to be lying that goes on to draft picks being taken or fines or what have you. But I think as a fan that goes to the game, what is sticking out to me in my mind was when I decided I hate Capital One Arena, probably the worst NBA arena.
A lot of people hate that arena.
Terrible. It's like going to go see basketball at a Best Buy. The lighting is just so bright. There's no food.
I don't mean to interrupt you. Aren't they threatening to move them to Virginia?
I would be fine with that. So it is just it's right in the middle of a very busy area where it's hard to park. It just sucks.
Yep.
You know what it is, Damon. You've been
Yeah,
there.
it's awful. It's awful.
Horrible. So I'm
And God, don't let a presidential motorcade be coming out because you're not getting to the game.
No.
And I know that sounds outrageous. The White House is around the corner.
Happens more than you think, folks.
Yeah, it really does.
You're like, man, streets are blocked off and barricaded. You got the Secret Service here, and it's like all I want to do is watch some basketball. So last year, I was like, okay, I'm gonna see the Memphis Grizzlies take on the Wizards. I've never seen Ja in person. I am so excited. And who did I get to see? Steven Adams and David Roddy. And I think that was it. They load managed Ja last minute. They load managed Desmond Bane. It was literally just me rooting on Steven Adams and telling him that they're too little. Hey, Steven, just go to the rim. And I bet that game too. So there's nothing more disappointing as a fan than thinking you're going to go watch one thing. Yeah. And then all of a sudden you realize you're watching scrubs. And you just paid $150 a ticket or whatever it is that you had to pay. And that's a lot of money to just watch David Roddy, plus parking, plus the time past the motorcade. So I would love to see load management go away. I really would. Like you said, it's not proven to be effective in terms of injury. I don't know. Science, it seems, in one direction has really evolved and another hasn't, right? You're seeing more injuries, more soft tissue injuries than we saw in the 90s and 2000s. Why? Who knows? Maybe because they're just getting like way more strong and way more bulky, and there's some imbalances in terms of their muscles that cause ligament damage to happen more frequently. But like, it's not the load managing that's helping. It's other things I think that they can do to fix it. So as a fan, I really want them to do something that actually works. Whether it works, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to sound like the old guy or whatever. I just don't know why these guys, if you can play, like don't play more. You know what I mean? Like I know it's a different time, science, all this other stuff. We got more knowledge and all this other stuff, but like we just keep talking about, like sitting doesn't seem to work or preserve your body or keep you from injury or anything like that. I just don't know why these guys don't play more, don't want to play more. That's what I think bothers a lot of people, is it doesn't seem like they want to play more. It seems like, I don't want to say it happens, but it seems like they hide behind, oh, this is the plan that the athletic staff is put out there, and I just got to follow it, as opposed to like the coach coming out and saying, I had to hold LeBron out. He was really adamant that he wanted to play tonight, but I said, no, you're not going to play. Like, we don't ever hear that. They're just like, yeah, I'm not playing. It's just is what it is.
Because if LeBron really wants to play, he's going
LeBron plays.
Yeah. Frank Vogel's not going to be telling him he can't. Neither will Darvin Ham. Neither will Mike Brown. Like, no one he's ever played for is going to be able to tell him he can't play.
Yeah, no, I think that's facts. And in fact, there's a distinct possibility that load managing might make injuries more possible.
Yeah, I think at some point, like if Kawhi Leonard was always the poster child for this, you have to acknowledge, like, hey, it didn't work. Like people will, hey, it went beautifully. He won a championship with Toronto. Yeah, until you call into your memory, he was hurt in the finals. Like leading into the final, like he got himself through that Eastern Conference Finals. He was hurt in the finals, and then you have, it's I'm not like saying this gleefully. He got hurt last year in the playoffs. Like it just might not work. And you're going to have to come up with a better excuse as to why these guys aren't playing.
To the degree that they do it, right? Like yeah, you're never playing 3 games in a row. Like, you'll play 2 and we'll sit you on third. Like, that stuff doesn't work. If the guys played 2.5 weeks straight, and you're like, man, maybe you need a day off or whatever. Your foot's bothering you or something. Yeah, give them the day off. But
I think people are getting so smart, it's making them dumb.
Well,
yeah.
I think that's what it is.
Yeah, I agree.
Speaking of, oh, that's a bad segue. Strike that from the record. I'm just going to say your boy is really bad at this. So Shams said something about Dame yesterday where he said if he's traded to another team that's not Miami, he wouldn't report. He wouldn't go. And I believe his follow-up line was theoretically, there's only 2 camps Dame's going to be in, Portland or Miami. I read in the Oregonian this morning that sources close to the Oregonian, I don't know if I'm saying that right, but the paper there in your neck of the woods says, oh, Dame will play wherever he's traded, sources tell us. Bro, what? What we established yesterday, TK, is your boy is very, very bad at this. He's really, really bad at demanding a trade.
Yeah, you kind of have to commit, don't you? I don't think the committing is happening. I think that there's his camp, his people have committed to him going to Miami and only Miami. And I think Dame, it seems, is not exactly there with them. And so you're getting different messaging depending on who is speaking to the media. And Dame hasn't said a lot. Real quick segue, I must have done something wrong because obviously I've been talking a lot about Dame for the last 2 months or whatever. I think it's 2 months, yeah. I got unfollowed on Twitter.
Oh, by Dame, he used to follow you?
Dame
Oh.
Twitter during this whole saga.
Oh, no.
It's true. It is true.
Oh, this is well, I don't know if I can rock with Dame no more.
Been a however long he's been in the league. I've had the
That's cold.
So
That's cold.
it's cold-blooded. So
It's terrible.
Getting in his feelings about something.
Well, I'm gonna tell you guys what I think has happened. Because all this stuff about, like, when it gets to the people, I don't think that's ever coming from Dame. I think whoever tried to trade for him or the Portland Trailblazers put that out to Shams and said, look, this is what they're telling us. They're saying, if you trade us anywhere other than Miami, we won't report. Portland is putting that out in the people. Dame and his people are having a private conversation saying, look, man, we aren't trying to go nowhere else. Like,
Trysta, like Shams would be foolish to report that without getting something from one of Dame's people.
Oh, is Aaron?
But I'm just telling you that's where I think it's coming from in this Oregonian situation. I think that's Dame's people saying, we didn't say that. You're not going to get us in trouble. We didn't say that. He'll report anywhere. That's what it all smells like to me.
Well, it does. It seems a little like, oh, shoot. Hey, like, it seems like, you know how you pop off and you say something you don't mean? Like, I'm sure, Kenny, you've said something to your lady and you realize as soon as it comes out, nope, that was not, nope, I would love to take the garbage out now. I would love to cook dinner because you're like, oh, I done effed up. Like that.
Hey, slept in my house that night.
Yeah.
You slept in the guest room.
Yeah, exactly. I could have slept in my own bed, and instead I am taking my electronic vehicle over to Damian's house and sleeping on his couch. So I think that's what's happening is someone must be calling Dame's people after the fact, whether that's another media member, whether it's someone from the league, like, hey, you know that you can't say that or you're going to get fined. You know that you can't be tampering and determining where you're going to go. And then there's like almost a backpedaling that happens 48 hours later where it's like, actually, we would love to play for San Antonio, even though we know that that's not the case. So Shams is definitely well sourced. I bet it's from Aaron Goodwin. Aaron Goodwin will tell the world that that's what it is, and then as soon as he realizes that he could lose money from that, he's going to backpedal. And maybe the Oregonian is talking to Dame himself. It's not a secret that Dame has people in the media that he trusts a lot that work for one of our Odyssey stations, 1080 The Fan. I think he's pretty close with Danny Meringue. I think they talk daily. So I think there's probably mixed messages going on. Will he, won't he? I'm just so done with it. I think we're all kind of tired of this saga. And nobody believes that Dame's not going to report to another team. Nobody knows. Nobody believes that.
Kind of mad he unfollowed you.
I am too. I kind of feel like, dang.
That was disappointing.
Hey, I'm just doing my job. I didn't do anything out of line. I didn't say anything. I saw Chris Haynes at Summer League, and I could tell I was on thin ice.
Oh no!
Oh, no.
Oh man!
On thin ice at Summer League. He was like, I got to talk. I got to talk to you. And I was like, what?
Man, Chris came for you.
He's like, you messing with my boy. I didn't say anything that's wrong.
You did, yeah. You didn't say anything. Didn't you have a clip that got like improperly aggregated?
Oh yeah, about how where people were like, oh, I just want Dame to win a championship somewhere else.
Right. Yeah. That was it.
Say the quiet part out loud. I don't want Dame to win a championship somewhere else. I am not rooting for Dame to win a championship with Miami at all. That line of logic is a farce. I with my team that I've been a fan of since 1992. Like I don't.
But Trysta, what you're saying isn't wrong. It's not. There's nothing wrong with it all. But you know they're not gonna like that. You know that. You know we're done with.
I said
you know they're gonna like that.
I said it like you could tell that I was holding back a chuckle. You know what I'm saying? Like
so that was the thing. You said it on video, but it got aggregated to print, and now Trysta got unfollowed by Dame.
We gonna
I think there was some. I think there was some dots in there, and that's what always gets you.
He might have said that in the Bay Area. And you know what happens?
95.7 got you. They get everybody with those dots.
And it's like, and ... and then that's when I covered up the body. And you're like, wait, what?
Unbelievable. What's your biggest week one as we shift gears to the NFL? What's your biggest week one overreaction? Or do you have one?
Biggest week one overreaction. There's a few. Number one, I'd say the Cowboys are winning the Super Bowl.
That's okay. That's an overreaction. They look good, though. They look good.
They look good.
I know, but what I say is a caveat to that, because I got asked this on Memphis today, is they said, if you had $1,000, would you place your money on the Cowboys over any other NFC team? And I said, well, to be the man, you've got to beat the man. And the Cowboys, to my recollection, have lost to the Niners 2 years in a row in the playoffs. So kind of got to go through the Niners. Also, Brock Purdy, not a game manager. Not a game manager. He is first read, second read, third read, swag. I understand everything clearly. It doesn't matter how much film you're getting on him. He's still a good quarterback.
I really think those are. I hesitate saying it because I don't like the Philadelphia Eagles, but I don't want to be disrespectful to them, so I don't want to say it so quick. But my gut tells me that the Niners and the Cowboys are the two best teams. I feel like they're on. There might be a slight level ahead of Philadelphia. I think both of those things, because of the dominance that both of those teams possess on the defensive end. You can make the argument Philly's better than both of them on offense, but I don't. And Philly got a good defense. I don't know if that defense is necessarily like the Cowboys and the 49ers.
There were 65% of Daniel Jones's dropbacks. He was pressured. That's the second highest since 2019. So it was sacked 7 times. There were 7 guys who had 5 or more pressures on Daniel Jones. It was just unreal to watch.
Yeah.
They couldn't do it.
They were dominant on Sunday night.
Yeah, no, they were.
Dominant.
Absolutely.
With all the fanfare in New York, pageantry, commemoration, 9/11, got your FDNY hats on, and did not matter.
But yeah, you're right. I think the Giants stink, though.
No, there's that.
Like, I don't think the Giants are good. So, like, and it doesn't take away from what Dallas did. Dallas essentially did what they were supposed to. But I don't look at. Did you see the clip that got circulated of Oh, it's Collinsworth and Tirico.
Oh, no, what happened?
They're down 40-0. The Giants are down 40-0, and Chris Collinsworth is talking about what a stand-up performance Daniel Jones had.
Come on, man.
He's letting the Dallas Cowboys know he's here.
What?
Sir, it's 40-0. What are you talking about? Like, you could tell what quarterbacks Chris Collinsworth loves, man, because that was an outrageous line to utter down 40-0.
I think also Buffalo is in for a rough year.
Oh,
yeah, man.
It's that Kenny Caraway book right there.
Yeah.
Without Brian Dable, you talk about the Giants. You lose Brian Dable to the Giants. You lose Joe Shane to the Giants. And now you're rocking with Ken Dorsey, Mr. I'll break my own iPad if I have to.
Yeah.
And Josh Allen's regressing in terms of his decision making, in my opinion. And you saw that where it was really just compounding one bad decision after another. And Josh, you don't need, even when they were trying to kick a field goal, it was second down and he's going for the deep ball, and his first read is wide open. I just think the boomer bust nature that Josh Allen has, where he's got immense confidence in himself, but maybe he should have less.
and while we're there, Brian Daboll, I'm fine, man. You know, congratulations.
That's funny.
That was like a delayed reaction from David.
That's funny.
It made me chuckle from the start.
I'm just thinking about the idea. I mean, you know, I have too much confidence in myself. I need to chill out a little bit.
The delivery of that line, maybe you should have less.
That's great. That's very
But
funny.
Brian Daboll, fine, man. Good coordinator. I think he's gonna come back down where we're at, like down to
dude.
earth.
He was like 500 last year, and he
down
won
to
Coach of
earth.
the Year.
You know, people going crazy about that. Come on back down to earth where we're at. Giants, I'm with Damian on this one. Giants are trash.
What do you think of the Rams?
Too soon to say, honestly. Too soon to say. But Puka and Tutu, real deals. 100 yards each, right? Like what, double-digit targets. Without Cooper Kupp, I thought they were going to get stomped by Seattle. I just can't tell if it's Seattle regressing or whether the Rams are pretty good with Matt Stafford's a good quarterback, and we know that. And so after he got hurt, you bring in Baker, and Baker's okay, as we saw. He can win you some games like the Buccaneers did last week. But Matt Stafford, with randoms that nobody picked up on their fantasy team, hung a ton of points on the Seahawks and didn't allow them to score really at all. So I can't tell whether that's more about the Rams or the Seahawks, but we're going to have to find out soon.
Coincidentally, Puka and Tutu is the name of the new morning show that's coming to ESPN 1320.
So which one is which? Is Kyle Puka or is he Tutu?
I'll let them decide.
Who impressed you week one? Like who you were like maybe surprised you, or maybe like the Cowboys or something like that. You figured they'd be good and they rose to the challenge. Who really impressed you in week one?
The Lions, I think we talked about this maybe on Friday. The Lions defensively impressed me a lot. You talk about one of the worst defenses in the league. And then now they're shutting down. And listen, the Chiefs didn't have their weapons. Let's be honest. Like, you don't have Travis Kelce. You really don't have anything at all. But as long as Pat Mahomes is on the field, he can kind of make magic happen.
Yeah.
But the Lions were a team that were letting anyone score 40 on them, let alone a team like the Chiefs, and they didn't. So I'm very curious to see how they are for the rest of the year, defensively specifically. So I like them. Miami, very impressive. But, I mean, picking up right where they left off with Tua, add another year with Mike McDaniel and Tua. Tyreek went crazy, 200-plus yards. You have Jalen Waddle as the 1-2 punch. If they add Jonathan Taylor, this team is winning the AFC. Like, if they grab Jonathan Taylor and you've got a Kyle Shanahan disciple out there in Ambanito, Miami, then they are going to be – it might be a Miami-San Francisco Super Bowl.
Oh, okay. Well, how much of
Who else? There was another team. I thought Green Bay for all of the things that they had to deal with. And the Bears maybe just really are bad, but they schemed for the things that they had. They had multiple weapons missing. A lot of people who even are Packer fans were taking the Bears +1, and they wiped their ass with the Bears.
Well, there's that. Trysta Krick, ladies and gentlemen. Why? What do you think?
I couldn't tell. I was like, wait. Sometimes I won't say the cuss word because I'm going through the ones that are F.
Yeah, no, those are. We've determined that word is fine as long as you don't throw the hole in at the end, and then everything works.
Yeah, I had to learn the
hard
hard
way.
way.
I don't know why. I don't know why the word becomes bad when you add that to it, but for some reason it does. What impact do you think last night had on the AFC?
I think a ton. The Jets with Aaron Rodgers I think they were 12-1 to win the Super Bowl, or he went down. They're 50-1 to win the Super Bowl now. Their defense is going to keep them in a lot of games, but let's be honest, they're not really competing for anything real. I don't know if they're going to be bad enough to get a Caleb Williams, but I think when you're talking about AFC East rivals really being in a straight-up dogfight, wounds on either side coming out of that, and if you're Miami and New England, you're saying Miami more so. You're saying, yeah, we can win this division.
Yep.
You should win.
Miami could run away with the division.
Yeah, like 14 wins, 13.
Yeah.
As long as Tua is healthy, this offense is just ridiculous. They're gonna allow a lot of points. Like, let's not make any bones about it. And the Chargers just continue to charger, right? They just find ways to lose in mysterious ways.
At least they're consistent. At least you don't have to wonder who they are.
The thing about the Jets is just I'm not gonna put any money on it, but I can see a world where they hang around. As bad as Zach Wilson was, we talked about this a lot earlier in the show. As bad as he was last year, Jesse had the stat he did go 5-4 as a starter. They were a game away from making the playoffs. Now he got benched, you know what I mean? So that's not a good thing. But I use the analogy, look, he's been hanging around Aaron Rodgers all summer. You know, I'm not saying he's going to turn into Aaron Rodgers, but if he was able to learn anything from being around him every day, maybe he can bring that to the table where he doesn't put his team in a compromising situation and allows the defense to, you know, kind of carry them, for a lack of a better term.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a scenario where they still make the playoffs.
I just don't think that's what you want if you're the Jets. You know?
Well, you don't have a choice.
What do you mean?
I would much rather – I mean, I think this draft is going to be historic. Caleb Williams, if you could somehow find a way to get Caleb Williams, you are now lucking in. It's like with Cincinnati and Joe Burrow, except for you already had Jamar Chase. Except for you already have Breece Hall, who's you saw him. Like, at one point, he had two carries and over 100 rushing yards. So you've got a lot of weapons offensively, and you've got a top 3, top 5 defense with a quarterback who's elite and on a rookie contract. man, could you do a lot. So if I'm the Jets, I wouldn't be. If I'm the ownership, management, yeah, you want to build on things, but I still don't believe that Zach Wilson is a Super Bowl winning quarterback. So
But do you have to win the Super Bowl, or do you just have to win games?
it depends.
It was Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers. I get that, but can you survive as a coach, as a franchise, as players with egos, and can you survive if you just win games and lose in the wild card or the divisional round or something?
It's certainly a step up, but it's like the Bengals with Andy Dalton. You're just good enough to go nowhere. Which is a bad scenario, right? Like, to be mediocre in the NFL is a bad place to be.
That's just true. But I'll say this, and I love Caleb Williams. He's the truth. He is the truth. But you know who else is the truth? I'm a big Shador believer. His ball accuracy, the ball placement, perfect. More times than not. Perfect. People were mad at me on Twitter because I said I think he's just as good as Caleb. They're like, nah, you're bugging. And it wasn't to put down Caleb at all. Like, he's probably the number one pick. But I think Shador, I'm super impressed with him.
It's 2 games. Just pump your brakes, okay?
It's gonna happen.
Oh, you're not a believer?
It's gonna happen the rest of the season.
TK's not a believer?
I am. Well, given the fact that I am primarily right now hosting a betting show, I would not be placing any win totals or futures on Colorado to win the Pac-12. And as much as I would love to see that be the case, because of what that is for their program, what it is for Dion and his squad, what it is for the culture, just don't see it happening.
I don't think they'll win the Pac-12. I think they'll be a game or two off.
Trysta Krick, Bet MGM tonight, Heat Check Podcast. We appreciate you so much as always. We'll come back. Steele and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. And we're clear.
Is this the guy they tried to say was like Damien?
I think he cut his hair. Stop laughing. He don't look like me.
He looks like Blake Griffin. That's what he looks like right now.
Did people try to say at one point you were like a skinny Blake Griffin?
No, Blake Griffin, that was out there for a while, but it's what's my man? It's not Harry, is it?
Is it Harry Lyles?
Is it Harry Lyles? Yeah.
Just of red undertones. That's the only reason. It's not.
That's it. That's all it is.
The red undertones.
That's all it is. All right, homie. Are you going to work?
Yeah, I have to take a shower. I'm running late.
Oh, okay. All right. We'll get to work.
All right, see you later.
We appreciate you as always. Bye.
It's a good thing I wore a hoodie in here today. Freezing.
It's about that time.
I think we got some 90s coming up like the rest of the week. And then I think it starts to dip.
Yeah, the 90s needs to get out of here already. Like, enough of that.
Settle down. It's still summertime.
I'm with
it's not.
that.
Summer sucks, bro.
Yeah, give me 60. Like, I'm
60. What the hell?
Give me 50.
Yeah, throw a
the
sweater
hell?
on,
It's September.
Yeah. I'm fine with that.
Come on, man.
Cold weather. Cold
Tired
weather.
of running my air conditioner all damn day.
Well, I don't think you'll have to after this weekend.
I hope you're right.
Oh yeah, it's about to dip. When I dip, you dip. We dip.
Summertime, I only wear white tees. Like, I'm better with the hoodies and stuff like that.
Right now, it's this is what I really like. It's hoodie short season. Hoodie short season is good look.
It is a little cold in here. God damn.
What is it, 64?
It's 68.
Jesus. Freezing in here.
Alfonso, the rain's only cool when you're inside. When you're outside, the rain's trash. To
Alfonso,
be honest.
now
rain is overrated, to be honest.
You've gone too far.
Rain's really overrated.
Gone too far. Like Jesse said, if I don't have nowhere to go, like, it can rain in the middle of the night. We don't need it to rain in the middle of the day. Aldrin, I don't like that, but you know who might win the Pac-12? Oregon State. Oh, that's a late hit.
Hey, what do you think about Marcus at the live show? Smith. We've been wanting to do something with him for a while, and yeah.
Oh, Marcus. Yeah. No, absolutely.
I was like, what the? I was legit. What is he thinking so long about?
Yeah. No, it's on the screen.
Can he just be laughing and don't tell nobody
Oh, man, because
nothing?
these dudes in the chat crazy. What is Ramsey talking about? Sweat is greater than rain.
Boot him out the chat right now. Boot him out the chat.
Does Ramsey need a timeout?
That's a ban, bro. Who says that? Is he trolling?
Ramsey, sweat is greater than rain? Yo, Ramsey, I'm going to need Katrina to call and just explain Ramsey, because I can put Ramsey on timeout from here. I mean, Ramsey used all caps earlier, and I almost.
Oh, look at him.
I almost.
Isn't that the pot calling the kettle black, Ramsey?
I almost hit him with a ban just because I thought it would be funny.
Sweat over rain is worse than Kenny's humidity take. That might be Ramsey.
Sweat over rain doesn't make sense.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I think Ramsey's talking about like the feeling of rain and stuff. Like, it's just it's a bad take.
Wait, look, I will say this about rain.
He's saying he'd rather sweat than it rain.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know if I'd even go that far, but the rain when you have something to do. I mean, I'm not a big fan.
I'm not a big fan of driving in the rain. I actually do love the rain, and if it's as long as it's not like pouring, I'll walk Sprout in the rain. That don't bother me a bit. I love it.
Yeah, rain is fine with me, just as long as it matches up with my schedule.
That's long as Mother Nature plans accordingly.
Driving in the rain in Sacramento was like death race.
Oh, you think the world came to an end if it rained?
So what? They supposed to still go 90 miles per hour?
Well, you're not supposed to go 90 miles an hour, period.
Right,
sir.
I'm saying that's what they do. So
well, no, but you don't have to
keep it up because it's raining.
No, you don't have to go 20 though.
If it's not raining,
drive the speed limit.
If it's not raining, then it's acceptable to go 75. I don't do that, obviously, because that's illegal.
Right.
All right.
I would never.
Yeah, exactly. I would never do that. But if it is raining, then you got to go about 65, 60.
I mean, sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a speed demon, so
look, you
guys go around me.
We're talking about just regular rain. We're not talking about like flooding on Watt Avenue or anything like that. Watt Avenue could get you killed on a regular day. You don't want to, you don't want to drive there in the rain. But regardless,
we got time before the rain comes though. We're doing this because we're talking about the weather. We're entering what I really like, this hoodie and short season.
Okay.
In the morning and in the evening. Middle of the day, it's a little warm still.
Yeah, I like full on turtleneck with a jacket over it. That's what I'm ready for.
Well, I mean, yeah. I like to bundle up like like I'm in Queens. That's what I like.
Like New York undercover vibe.
Yeah, man. I like to bundle up like that.
Scarf and the whole deal.
Absolutely. But we got time before that.
CJ says Watt Avenue is Sacramento's thousand ways.
Oh
to
my
die.
gosh.
Bro, that's a fact.
Have you ever seen those Final Destination movies?
Yeah, probably like the first one,
Yeah.
maybe the second one, but I definitely saw the first one.
I saw one of them and I didn't know what it was. I was on a date, went to the movie theater. Oh, let's go see Final Destination. Sure, I guess. I don't even know what it is.
This doesn't sound like a good date movie at all.
20 minutes in, I figure out what it is. I said, this is awful. I made it all the way through, but not watching it. I only say that to say I had to explain that to Jazz while this truck with, all these tree trunks was in front of us. I was like, won't be behind this car.
Yeah. I'm good on that. I don't. You know what? I don't like being next to trucks.
No.
Like if there's a big truck, there is nothing I want more in the world than to get away from it.
It's the most terrifying thing when there's a truck on your left and a truck on your right.
Oh, the worst.
And you're just hitting the gas like, I gotta get out of here.
Ooh.
I was driving through Texas during a bad rainstorm, and I thought I've driven a few times where I thought this was it. When I drove the last time I drove back here,
oh, that's crazy.
I got caught in a. So it was so weird because I left it like in December, which there's multiple ways to drive, from Connecticut to Sacramento, but the easiest, like you can hit 80 in New York.
Really?
You could take 80
That's crazy.
across the country.
Wow.
But the downside of that to doing it in December is you got to be really mindful of the weather because it snows all over the place.
I would have waited till April.
So, but like I was good. It had a snowstorm had hit like 3 days earlier in like it was really close. It was probably Wyoming, maybe Wisconsin. I can't remember which one. But I was driving. I was talking to my sister. I was like, hey, it's a slowdown right here. I don't know what's going on, but I'll talk to you later. I was there for like 4 hours because what happened was the wind picked up so bad, it created a blizzard effect where the snow from 3 days earlier was now blowing around in the wind, blinding drivers. When I finally got to a place where, because they weren't letting you go through 80, I had to get off the freeway and turn around and find a place to stay for the night. I thought it was over. Like I called my sister. I said, I'm confident I'm going to die right now. I can't see, like literally nothing. Like visibility is zero. And I'm just trying to get to the next exit so I can find a hotel. Yeah. And I drove blind for probably a half mile before it like cleared up. And then it was like completely gone. And I slept in some hotel and took the longest drive ever the next day because there was no telling when 80 was going to open back up. Yeah. So I had to drive to I was supposed to stop in Utah. And then that was my last day was going to be Utah to Sacramento, which was like 15 hours. I wound up driving through Colorado. Then there was a snowstorm in Reno. So I had to drive down to through Vegas and Bakersfield and then up through California. Oh, it was a nightmare. It was like 23 straight hours.
I can't believe you had to go through Bakersfield.
Yeah. Wow.
That sounds horrible. Not the route.
Oh, it was horrible.
Bakersfield.
That was the worst part. That was the worst part.
I would have just driven through the snow.
And it was like, too, I hit Bakersfield. I'm 18 hours into this drive. I'm like, I'm not stopping here. So I had to keep going.
I got people that live in Bakersfield too, man. Shout out to them, man. Shout out to Verdell. Shout out to Inez. Those are my people.
Shout out Dian Taurasi.
Yeah.
She said she's going to return for her 20th season next year at the age of 42. She also says she wants to play in the Paris Olympics.
Okay.
And get her 6th gold medal. That 6th gold medal is phenomenal. And I love Dian Taurasi. But if we're putting Dian Taurasi on the Olympic team, it is strictly as an achievement award. Thank you for all that you do. We will give you a paid trip with per diem to Paris, and you can go win a gold medal. Because, with all due respect to the GOAT, no.
And I'm not even saying that you feel differently, but I actually don't have a problem with that.
I have a problem with the Olympics.
Okay.
Like there's people who could be playing the best. Like the fact is she's going to take somebody's spot. And those Olympic spots, especially on the women's side, it's not the same as the men. Those are coveted spots. She's going to take someone's spot.
Well, and I agree with you. I think that's how it's going to go down. But what if they were going to have a 12-man roster and they just make it 13 to have her on there?
I don't think you can do that. Because
you have to have 12.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know.
Yeah. No, I don't think you could do that. She'll take someone's spot. I mean, Dian is not one of the 12 best players in the country anymore. But I don't know. Maybe. I mean, 6 gold medals is a hell of an accomplishment. just the fact that she's been around to be able to attempt to accomplish it, maybe that's deserving.
And
but those are coveted spots on the women's side, and that's tough.
And the women, they're not in the same situation as the men. Like, they are going to run through the field. Is there somebody that's
there might? I don't think so.
Who was it last? I think it was China last time.
China's given them
played them pretty good.
China's given them fits for the last handful of years. Used to be Australia, the often forgotten Becky Hammond Russian team. I don't think there's anyone as good as them, though.
They dominate.
Did you hear her response to the Skylar Diggins question?
No, I didn't even know there was a Skylar. What happened?
She said, "What do you think about Skylar Diggins playing? Returning and playing with next year with the Mercury?" She said, "Next question."
They got real beef, and Diana got her off the team.
I love Dian Taurasi, but she's tough. She's difficult to deal with. I mean, she's the greatest of all time, in my opinion. She's tough. And I didn't want to believe that, but I don't know. I guess there's some validity to that.
Man, why can't they just get along?
See, USA's going after Joel.
They need to do something.
They calling everybody. Joe, what you think, man? And it's wild. I think Jesse, can you confirm? Joel's being recruited by a couple of countries, isn't he?
USA and France.
France, at those France. Yeah. They know they don't have enough at the big spot.
All right, let's come back. Let's get back on schedule here. We went long with Trysta, as we always do. We got Jason Jones coming up in about 30 minutes here. Let's do some week one overreactions. All of that coming up. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Aldrin, I don't hate Bakersfield. It's just fun to make fun of them. I hate Oakdale, though.
It's just a bit, Aldrin. That's all it is. I mean, I don't like Bakersfield, but it is just a bit. Let's see, Thursday. What time can we do with Marcus? Picture.
I went to Fresno like 6 years ago. It was like 112. They haven't stepped foot in that city since. That city stinks.
How many years ago? You say 12?
It was like probably, or no, it was like when I was a freshman in college, like going into that year. So how long was that? Like 7 years? I'm not a math guy.
Marcus is confirmed for the live show. 12:45. And then Kenny's out Friday, and then all the next week. I'm going to call Kyle today. Matt's going to do some shows next week. We'll figure it out. I may have to do the shows with James. Yeah. So like not next week. So like next week. Yeah. Yep. There's no need for you to give a fuck about either one of them, to be honest. But I think I can see that. What a mess. What a mess. I'm still trying to read up on the new iPhone. 48 megapixel main camera. Okay. These megapixels in these cameras have gotten pretty nuts, though. No. So over the next 3 weeks, it's James, Kenny, and then Kyle. The week Kyle's gone is the week I might have to do it, James. I'll talk to Matt, but I just don't see how it's going to work for Matt's schedule. Yeah, that would be helpful. I'd like you at Sky River. So we're probably going to have to call in Charlie. But I'd like you to be at Sky River again. Sarah question. That's a good question. Sarah probably could, but she could probably only do it for like one day. That's the problem with Sarah. Like, cause Sarah, Matt, TV people, like, even though we only see them on TV for a certain amount of time, like they got a lot of work to do before their show starts. So. Hey, oh
man, come on.
I'll send that tweet. Or I'll send that text message. It don't bother me a bit. I'll send that text message in a heartbeat.
Come on, man. People are ruthless out here, man.
Hey.
Come have some fun, bro.
The game is the game.
The game is the game.
Hey, I'll say it publicly. Jay Mars, if you want to come have fun in radio again, somebody send Jay Mars a text message and let him know. If he ever wants to come in, have some fun on the radio, we got you, Brody. We got you. This job is fun. The people around you are the ones that ruin it. You want to have some fun, Jay? Say less, bro. We got you. We got you.
Hey, real quick before we get to other things, I just want to make this perfectly clear. I'm not getting roped in to what is trying to happen on 3rd and King. This is what they do. They're not going to rope me in to any type of, I got to keep my eye on them. Don't know what's going to happen. And for those that don't know what I'm talking about,
no.
San Francisco Giants won their 4th straight game yesterday. A walk-off extra inning game. I did watch the end of the game. I'm watching the games.
Of course, I'm just Giants.
Yeah, I'm Giants. I'm watching. I got to see what's going on. But at the end of the day, I mean, this team just doesn't have it. Okay, they just don't have it. I think that win yesterday put them, I want to make sure, I think it's a game they're a game and a half behind the Diamondbacks for the final wild card spot. Yeah, they're there, I guess, but I'm not seeing it with these guys. But it was good to see him get a win. Late night Lamont with the walk-off yesterday, big ups. But yeah, that whole regime needs to change. 4 games over 500 right now.
Okay. I don't know how to follow that up. Like, what saying. If they made they
make the playoffs, I'd be happy. I'd be watching. I'd be locked in, but it wouldn't change the fact that this is not going to work.
So these guys, you like TC, like they make the playoffs. You still want to change.
Yeah, except for unlike TC, I mean, this is proven that this is just not it.
They won 100-something games last year.
Lost in the first, 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
2 years.
And lost in the first round.
Was it that long ago?
Yeah, it was 2021.
The hell did they do last year?
Stink.
Did they stink last year?
They were in contention till like
mid-August. That's right.
Was that 105 win year? Was that fraudulent or however many wins they got? Because I mean, they didn't build off of it. They didn't progress. It just went back to stinking.
That was a one-off. That was not indicative of the talent that they have on that team or the system that they have in place. It was a one-off. But I mean, TC trying to get rid of people that have gone to the Super Bowl. And like me trying to get rid of Farhan if he went to the World Series.
Well, he's trying to trade Brock Purdy for, I think he said 2, 3, 4 first-round picks.
First, it was just one.
Yeah, then it became 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, and he wanted, if I recall, it was Sam Darnold and Brock Purdy, which that's a.
I said, well, what are you going to do with quarterback?
It's a hell of a line of thinking. The bat signal went up for Ramsey, 916-909-1320. What's up, Ramsey?
Not too much. I mean, we said baseball. My question is, not speaking on the Giants, how does someone hit 50 home runs in the season is not even getting consideration for an MVP?
50 home runs doesn't matter in the league anymore.
That's shit, though.
Matt Olson is balling.
He is.
I don't care what anybody says. I mean,
Acuna's getting all the MVP buzz, as he should.
Exactly.
You gave it to the home run king last year. Was that the right call?
He had more than a home run king. He was didn't he have a triple crown type season?
He didn't have a triple crown, but he
season.
flirted with it.
Yeah.
Was still better than Ohtani?
That's a toss-up. That's a toss-up.
See, Ramsey said no. Ramsey's the authority.
No,
Sweat's better than the brain.
Ohtani, but now you're kind of questioning Ohtani because he hasn't played in a week and a half, 2 weeks, and he might not play for the rest of the season.
Yeah, that's a great call, Ramsey. Because
make sure, is Ramsey still there? I just want to check. I mean, that is a good call. Who won the U.S. Open? Ramsey.
Coco Golf.
No.
Who won the men's U.S. Open?
We only acknowledge someone that shares the same birthday as my daughter.
Okay, Ramsey. Okay, Ramsey. I love you, Ramsey.
I'm not gonna say it, but it's Novak Joker.
I love you. I love you, Ramsey. And God bless you, Katrina. The first couple of.
Hey man, I won't mention this guy's name. I'll give him his initials. OJS.
All right, thank you.
Still don't know what Mitch was talking about.
Ramsey got a 19-year-old daughter. Is that Ramsey's oldest? How many kids Ramsey's got?
I think he's got like 4 kids.
4?
Yeah. I think he said it one time in the chat. Could be wrong. I could be completely wrong. Just throwing out false information. I thought he said it in the chat.
Ramsey's got at least 8 kids. I don't know. He like who was it? Cromartie? Antonio. I got a daughter. She's 3. I got another daughter. She's 3. I got a son. He's 2.5. And I got 2 more daughters that are 5. And I did the math one day. Those, we'll call them birthdays, they lined up with his all-pro seasons.
Well, I mean, he's living good.
That man was an all-pro on and on.
Living good.
We're gonna run a 7-on-7 tournament with Nick Cannon's kids, Phillip Rivers, and then Cromartie.
Oh,
did you? And Ramsey does confirm he has 4 kids.
How many kids is Nick Cannon at?
He's double digits, I think.
He's double digits.
I think he's 12.
And where are we at with Phil?
Phil's double digits too.
He's double digits
too.
too.
I believe. I'll double check. I'll check the stats.
Let's check how come that's not on Phillip Rivers' Pro Football Reference page?
Well, it should be.
That is arguably, actually, that's not an impressive Phillip Rivers stat. That's an impressive Mrs. Phillip Rivers stat.
Seriously.
He's got 9. He needs 1 more for the 10.
Oh boy. Yo, I'm trying to find this post, speaking of kids. Or Deion Sanders.
Oh,
where he power ranked his kids.
Oh, I gotta see that.
I'd be so hurt if I was last.
I gotta see that.
It was Shiloh was last. I remember seeing that. Shiloh was last.
Phillip Rivers married his junior high school sweetheart, Tiffany, in 2001.
Mm.
They have 7 daughters.
She had no idea what she was getting in store for.
Wait a minute. Number 10 is on the way.
Let's go.
Number 10.
Let's go. Congratulations, Phillip.
Their 3rd son is coming in October of 2023. Their 10th child is on the way.
Full court games in the backyard.
That's tough, bro. Like, I get you can afford it, but like, don't you ever just want to chill and watch a movie?
That is a lot. That's a lot. That's so many kids.
His kids' names are Gunnar and Peter, or his sons' names, I should say. Gunnar and Peter. I don't know.
That's a lot of kids.
I was looking to see if they all had like the same letter, like
Rihanna.
RZA and Riot and Rihanna.
They not Rihanna
Kim.
and Rocky. Yeah. So Dion,
is this a video?
No, it was a post on Instagram, and he said happy. No, I will say I'm pretty sure Dion was trolling, just having a good time. But he says, "Happy birthday to my favorite son, Deion Sanders Jr."
That's funny.
You're the number one son and number one on the kids' rankings currently. It's Dion, it's Salome, Shador, Deandra, and Shiloh.
Okay.
In order. They also
we got
that also could be.
Yeah, hang on. This is news. Adrian Wojnarowski, after signing JaVale McGee to a free agent deal, the Sacramento Kings are waiving centers, plural, Nerlens Noel and Neemias Queta to give them both a chance to play elsewhere. Both signed partially guaranteed deals with the Kings this summer. The Kings center position is set for now, as James Ham reported over the weekend. Domantas Sabonis, Alex Len, and JaVale McGee. Nerlens Noel and Neemias Queta both waived by the Sacramento Kings.
Well, it was the nice and right thing to do for the Kings front office to do that, because with all due respect to those two, they were not beating out JaVale and Alex Len.
No, they weren't, and there wasn't a place for the other one. That's what we were talking about with James on yesterday. It was freaking yesterday. We were talking to James about this yesterday. Okay, like if there's a position battle between Nerlens Noel and Neemias Queta, when are they going to play? Because it's not just JaVale and Alex Len. It's Trey Lyles, JaVale McGee, and Alex Len.
Right.
This makes a ton of sense. Now, there are no hot take topics in training camp. I could be wrong. I could be. I don't think I am. The roster's set.
It looks that way.
The roster's set.
You got the space for Jordan Ford to come in, and we'll see what happens with him. But I think that's about it.
Yeah, Nerlens Noel and Neemias Queta waived. I'm not. I mean, again, we saw this coming, or probably, but I really was hoping Queta was gonna work.
I know. I get it. I completely understand it. It just didn't happen. Just didn't happen. He just didn't show enough. And one of the things James talks about this, and the Kings are showing that with moving the way they're moving right now. They're not really in a position to develop someone like Queta or wait for a guy like that to come along. If you have a guy that you feel is proven, that's better than him, you've got to go with that guy.
I feel like Summer League hurt. Like I do. He didn't show anything. And I mean, he didn't play a ton. I mean, he wound up sitting with the final 3 games. But I mean, California Classic included. It was like, yo, let's see Queta out there rock. He did not. I feel like that played a factor. The ultimate factor, no. But you kept saying, show me something. Show me something. Like you were second in MVP voting in the G League. Let's see that here on the Summer League team. Saw nothing of the sort.
Right.
Most of what we saw, particularly at the California Classic, was a bit head scratching. It's like, man, sometimes he looks like he can be dominant. Sometimes he looks like he's lost. I mean, with all due respect to Nerlens Noel, I hope he finds a home, finds a roster to play on. I don't really have an investment into that. I don't think we ever saw him.
No,
but
barely knew you. It's like the Straight to the Club tour.
I really thought things. That's funny. That's funny. Good news. We'll be watching much more of the 49ers game Thursday night at Sky River Casino next Thursday night when we do our live show. In fact, let's give the details on that. It's D'Lo and KC here on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM. KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. We'll dive back into this Nerlens Noel and Neemias Queta thing here in a second. We've got a live broadcast coming up 1 week from Thursday. Sky River Casino. We will be doing the show live there with you. Just as we did, back in March 17th. We'll be doing the entire 4-hour show live, and then we'll be sticking around to watch Thursday Night Football, the San Francisco 49ers opening the home portion of their schedule. And we thought we were going to be headed to the Straight to the Club tour with YG, Tyga, and Sweetie. Well, that show was
a 40 to your memory.
Take a drink and I start to think and I know one day soon. Yeah, the Straight to the Club tour hit the gangsta lean. It was canceled because a lot of people realized what Kenny and I realized when we first announced the show. The show doesn't have a headliner. Yeah. With all due respect to those three, I like all three of them. They'd be great on a show with 50 Cent headline, right, or somebody else
or
headlining.
At the very least, if you want to say YG's a headliner, at least a co-headliner.
Well, not at G1C though.
Yeah, they don't even have a co-headliner.
So they decided this isn't working. So our dream of getting James Ham into the YG show in a blue jumpsuit is going to have to wait a little bit longer. And yeah, the YG show, the Straight to the Club tour, is canceled. The good news is we'll be able to watch more 49ers football. The good news is my sanity is in a far better place with that show canceled because it makes next Thursday a lot more fun. Now we're just doing a live broadcast. Now we don't have to worry about, introducing acts at the Golden One Center. Now we get to do a live broadcast, hang out, order food, drinks, and watch football together.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time, man. It's definitely going to be a good time.
Yeah, so that's next Thursday. Make your plans to be with us. Please make your plans to be with us at Sky River Casino. Rock your 49ers gear. Yeah. Rock your D-Lo and KC gear. If you ordered some, there's still the sale going on, by the way, over at DLoandKC.com. You could place an order now. Can't promise it'll be there Thursday, but if you ordered last week when we first started the sale, I've already gotten multiple delivery like sent out notifications. Virtually everyone is gonna receive their stuff in time.
Kim was asking me that today. She's like, if I ordered today, would it be here for the show? And I said,
if Kim wants to watch something, we'll have to bring it in for her. Will the live broadcast be on the stream? Yeah, absolutely. Just like it was last time. We'll broadcast the show. Like if you can't make it, it's all good. YouTube, Twitch, it's the same old deal. It's a regular show.
Yeah.
It's just taped in front of a live studio audience.
It's live studio.
Or it's live in front of a live studio audience.
TC said he's gonna be there.
TC gonna be there. We're gonna put TC.
Ramsey,
I heard Ramsey and Katrina are coming.
Yeah,
of course, I heard that from Katrina.
Well, that means they'll be there.
Well, I know this. Katrina coming through. I know that for sure. And we've gotten confirmation. Marcus Smith, Sacramento Bee, is going to come hang out. That visit's long overdue.
Yes, indeed.
And we have a couple of other ideas. We have a couple of other people that we want to reach out to and see if they want to come spend some time with us at the live show.
We'll have a good time, man. It's going to be a really good time out there at Sky River Casino. Always a good time at Sky River. I might have to go there this Sunday and watch the Niner game, too.
There you go.
Yeah, Niners-Rams. Better go watch that.
Very good. That's a good look. I see Kyron's coming through. He's coming to hang out. I like that. Jordan Meek says another Ham P game, perhaps.
Well,
perhaps.
Goodness.
No. James blamed it on it was what are those? It was St. Patrick's Day, so he blamed it on
the Guinness.
McGinnis.
Not McGinnis, the Guinness.
Oh, the Guinness. Whatever. He blamed it on beer. Zabo says, I can yell fade at TC Live. That's funny. That's the beauty. You can heckle while we're there.
Oh,
Bryce has typed this 10 times. Bryce got his hall pass. He's coming through. Always good to see Bryce come through.
Mark Primo said he's gonna pull up.
That's what's up, man. We're excited. Thursday's gonna be fun.
The guy who got one of the biggest pops last time, Manny, is he gonna be there?
Manny brought a bag of. They let that man into the casino with a bag of cereal.
He got the loudest pop of the night.
I think TC got the biggest pop.
Yeah,
Manny got a pop though.
TC just came running in.
TC got a pop when everyone figured out who it was.
Dude, TC was there like in a flash. You saw him and then he was just gone again.
Manny got a pop that disrupted the show. Like, Manny, sit down, sir. You stop it. Come in eating like Captain Crunch or something out of the bag. So that's next Thursday, beginning at noon. Come through, drinks, food. If you haven't been there yet, it's a tremendous place. We're gonna have a lot of fun, I assure you.
Absolutely.
If you're just tuning in, the big backup center battle that we thought we were gonna see at training camp in a couple of weeks is in fact not happening, as the Sacramento Kings waived Nerlens Noel and Neemias Queta just today, according to both Adrian Wojnarowski and James Ham. I also think it's trash that James is a polite reporter and tweets Woj first, when if James had reported it first, Woj wouldn't have done the same.
Yeah.
So the hell with Adrian Wojnarowski. Great work by James Ham.
Woj, you can go to hell.
Straight to hell. So the backup center positions are locked in. We think Trey Lyles will probably be situational regularly, the backup to Domantas Sabonis. And then you got JaVale McGee, who the Kings signed recently and is a perfect player for this team. And then you got Alex Len, who performed really, really well, given the context of the position late in the season.
Yeah.
I mean,
ready to go.
I hate that it didn't work out for Nerlens Noel. I'm sorry. I hate that it didn't work out for Neemias Queta. I wanted to see it work. This was the right move all around. It works.
I agree. And now you've got this roster pretty much set, ready to go. And the Kings, I think this franchise, this roster, they're on a mission, man. They're on a mission. Like we're looking to improve. We got an opportunity right now to expand on what we started last year.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they all know what's in front of them, and they're ready for it. It's weird that I feel that way just off of two guys getting waived, but I think that's kind of what it said. Like, we're not here really like playing any games. Like,
yeah,
we want to get this thing solidified so we can get to work.
You know what it does to me more than anything else is it solidifies the way I think we felt about JaVale McGee, the way like us on the show, Chatty House, the way we talked about JaVale McGee, not just as a target at the trade deadline last year in February, but when the season wrapped up or when the signing was done, excuse me, that they feel the same way.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, there's no Kate is not better than JaVale.
Simple as that.
Nerlens Noel isn't better than JaVale. And we saw Alex Len in the playoffs and at the end of the regular season. We're good with what we have.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, why waste time?
Yeah.
Let those guys get out there, and training camp's approaching. It's weeks away here at this point.
Yeah.
And in less than a month. First Kings game is less than a month away.
Wow.
Preseason game,
yeah.
but still, first Kings game is a month away.
We're almost here.
It's like we legit like and this is so different because it's so different than last year because it was kind of entering the season. All right, let's see what we have, and then you felt this, this build, this snowball with the Kings. And the better the Kings got, the further we got away from ball. Who did we forget? Someone signed somewhere else.
Allen Robinson signed with the Steelers.
No idea. Why? Because it happened in April. Weren't paying attention to what Allen Robinson was doing.
Spent the whole segment talking about, Allen Robinson on the Rams. It could be a good situation for him to finally get some catches and get some opportunities.
Yeah, we were not watching the transaction wire during the first round of the playoffs. But the snowball built, and it was just like Kings. Man, I feel like that's going to happen when they take on the Toronto Raptors on October. Yeah. Is it 8th?
Yeah. The city is locked into Kings basketball. Simple as that.
Kenny said we're going to take a bus to Canada for that game.
Do what we got to do. Go to Vancouver. You're the one that's used to driving. You can drive the bus.
I ain't doing it. Yeah, I'm not doing that again.
You can drive the bus, man.
I ain't doing that ever again. Sure as hell ain't driving a bus.
But yeah, it's almost go time.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost go time. We got things are starting to fall into place right now. I know James says usually around this time, people start coming into the city and start,
like they've been here.
Yeah.
It feels like JaVale might have left to go get some clothes in a new bag.
Right.
But man, he was here.
He was here, and Fox and Keegan were in the gym.
Yeah, right.
So these guys get after. I remember when Sasha
Baby Rain was
Baby
Off
Rain.
to
Baby Rain ain't
watching
ain't
Uncle
missing-
Keegan.
Yeah, Uncle Keys. He got to make sure he keeps an eye on Baby Rain at all times. But even when Sasha got introduced, they were working out.
Yeah.
That day felt like Sasha might have been working out.
Sasha was absolutely working out. You just don't walk around dressed like Sasha was that day. Like he either was about to work, or my guess is he just got finished working out and got his treatment, came over and did the press conference. Yeah. So. This is exciting, man. This is a really exciting time for the Sacramento Kings and a really, really exciting time for Kings fans.
And also, good luck to Noel and Queta. I think that's also a good move by the Kings to, do that, to waive them when they did, to make sure they have an opportunity. Who knows if they would have had an opportunity at all if they would have stuck around for camp, with the Kings knowing they probably weren't going to beat out JaVale McGee. Give them this opportunity now to see if they can find some other suitors.
And I'll be fair to a previous conversation. I like JaVale a lot more. Makes a ton more sense. I did like the Nerlens Noel signing.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, okay, this works for me.
Yeah, I felt the same way.
But I like JaVale a lot more.
Yeah.
I do want to say something I don't think we've said yet. Kevin Porter can go to hell.
Straight to hell.
I don't know what the NBA can do. The insiders, not Kyle and James, the Woj and Shams and those guys were quick to tweet last night that the Rockets can't do anything yet.
Mm-hmm.
They have to let the NBA do their work first.
Mm-hmm.
Based on what we've read so far, don't screw this up.
Yeah, if all this is true,
you're gonna have
we shouldn't see Kevin Porter back in the league.
Yeah, we shouldn't see him again.
Yeah.
We'll come back. Jason Jones, the professor. Jason Jones of The Athletic joins us here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. No. It's going to be Kyle. So I'm going to call Kyle after the show because I think he has some things in mind. I don't know what Monday is. Tuesday and Wednesday is Kyle and Matt. I don't know what Thursday is. Friday is Kyle and Matt. So we've got 2 days to fill next week. The following week with KC, I'll figure it out. Like I might have James do a couple hours at the end. I might have Kyle do a couple hours at the front. I might do it by myself. The following week is the toughest because training camp starts. And so I think it would be difficult to ask Matt to do those shows because James can bolt out of here and get to practice, but Matt probably needs to bring like his camera and all of that different stuff. He probably needs a little more setup time. So I'm going to talk about it with Matt, but I may just wind up doing the show with James that week, which means we'll have to figure some KSFM things out that week, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. We hired all of the guys who used to fill in for us. Yeah, that's yep. He actually wanted you to do it. I was like, I don't know. Did he ask you? Kyle didn't ask you? Oh. Yeah, because he was like, does Jesse want to do on-air stuff? I don't know. He's done a lot more with us the last, year than he did the first two. Yeah, we'll figure it. We'll get it all worked out. That is kind of funny. That is funny. Oh, that's cool. The new iPhone lets you recharge your AirPods from your phone. That's pretty cool. That's probably long overdue.
Would you just put the AirPods on the phone? Did you say charge it from the phone?
Yeah, I don't know that it's wireless. You might have to connect the USB cable from one to the other. Or not USB, it's a USB-C cable now. So I think we have to change all of our cords again.
Thanks a lot. Well, you guys do.
Well.
Shout out to my iPhone X, still running. Still going, still strong.
Black titanium, white titanium, blue titanium, and natural titanium. I love Apple shit. I can't front. Hey, the professor, Jason Jones, set to join us coming up here in just a couple of minutes. We'll talk a variety of different things with him. Talk about his first place, Las Vegas Raiders, first place of the AFC West, of course. We'll
Respect.
talk about that, and we'll get his thoughts on JaVale McGee and Alex Lynn now being locked in as two of the three situational backup centers, including Trey Lyles for the Sacramento Kings. Now with the release of Nerlens Noel and Neemias Queta official. Queta, a Monty McNair second-round draft pick, right?
Monty McNair second-round pick. Was it his no second pick?
Davion? Because Tyrese was
draft.
Yeah.
Yep. And
someone. I mean, I don't think Neemias Queta is. I don't know what Nerlens Noel's future holds.
Mm-hmm.
I think Queta's going to land somewhere. Oh, maybe not.
I think Queta's borderline, man. He's borderline. He might be a 4A player. Because I mean, he dominated.
I kept saying that.
He dominated in the G League.
He really did.
He
was really good.
He didn't get a whole lot of opportunity, but was almost invisible. And the biggest thing with me with Queta, there's two things. He falls on the ground a lot, and he doesn't rebound the way I would like him to rebound.
Okay.
Those are the two things that I can't really get.
Like he doesn't rebound enough?
Not at the NBA level.
Yeah, Yeah, I got you. We talked about that extent. Like he got his hands on the ball a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't grab it, but was in the vicinity of the ball and would like tip it or hit it or just couldn't grab the rebound.
I hope he does get an opportunity though, and I hope whatever opportunity he gets, he's able to take the opportunity and do the most with it and stay in the league. Like I'm just giving you like my thought. It's not what I want. Like I want him. Of course, I want him to be in the league for 10 years.
Yeah, he's got some work ahead of him. It's clearly there though. That's the tough part about some of these guys who get cut. It's there.
Mm-hmm.
We saw it. We watched Stockton enough. It's there.
Yeah.
But can you put it together when it's not, Sassoon Falls or whatever, whoever you're playing, Santa Cruz, and it's
Super
Joe.
Falls.
It's Joel Embiid. Yeah. Or whoever.
If I was another team, I would take a shot on him.
Yeah.
I mean, the size, and the fact that, like, I talk about how, like, he falls on the ground a lot, but he's still pretty agile for his size. Like, he can move. He can, walk and chew gum. And at that size, like,
It's a good skill.
I'd take my chances. I at least bring him in camp and see, what I got in my system if I was another team.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. Good luck to them both. Queta and Nerlens Noel.
Yeah.
JaVale locked in. Alex Lynn locked in. I just don't know what we're going to talk about for 3 weeks of training camp now.
Yeah. Well,
who dominated the big? Who dominated it? Now it don't matter. No, it's locked in. None of that matters.
Yeah.
Are there roster spots open?
Like I said, I don't know what the Jordan Ford situation is.
Yeah, Jordan. You're right.
So I don't know if that's an open spot or a special, an invite.
Yeah.
I don't know. But, man, I don't even know if there's like roster battles, like not making the team, but like playing time and your roles. Like it seems like all the roles are solidified.
Yeah.
We all know who the backup point guard is. We know who the backup shooting guard is. Maybe, they're trying to figure something out with the backup three. Can Kobe Jones get in there? Does what's my man's name? Kessler Edwards. Does he hold on to the spot? Duarte, does he have a lead on that spot? Like maybe that's a battle, But power forward is Sasha. Center is Trey Lyles, and then the two that they have on the roster.
Bobby Marks, thanks to Bryce for tagging us in this. And shout out to Nerlens Noel and Neemias Queta, because I think they still get their respective 300,000 and 250,000.
There we go. I'm with that.
That's not a bad deal to just sign a contract and get paid for it, not actually do anything.
Yeah.
14 guaranteed contracts. This according to Bobby Marks, 14 guaranteed contracts. 1 Exhibit 10, 2 two-ways. So there's obviously, so I asked the question, is there even roster spots available? I think some people might have misunderstood that. There's training camp spots available. Mm-hmm. I'm talking about, do we feel very confident that we know who the roster spots are going to? Mm-hmm. So again, 14 contracts, 1 Exhibit 10, 2 two-ways. That's where the Kings roster looks right now after waiving Nerlens Noel and Neemias Queta.
Mm.
So Kings basketball not too far away. Let's get into some overreactions here. And we'll start with this one for our man Jesse. I saw some betting odds pop up today. Overreaction, by the way, Power Rankings returns tomorrow.
They say this is a big rich town.
Oh, you know what it is.
They say this is a big rich town.
Yep.
A Pop 150 performance.
I just come from the poet's part.
Let's go.
Yeah, you got to.
I never took a straight gauge nowhere.
Okay. All right. Let's bring in Jason Jones. Let's bring in the professor. Jason Jones of The Athletic, who I believe has got his Eat, Sleep, Conquer, Repeat shirt on. Yes, indeed. How many wrestling shirts do you have?
I honestly have no idea.
We're talking double digits.
Oh, yeah, easily.
2 dozen?
Oh, more than that.
Oh, my gosh. Okay.
And the problem I have now is that my oldest son is now starting to take my shirts.
Well.
So whatever I do have, it's like, okay, yeah, I've got a bunch of shirts, but he's like, oh, yeah, I can fit this.
Your oldest son is like 6'9", too.
Yeah.
So it's just like I'll just wake up one day and he's wearing like one of my Roman Reigns shirts to school or my Brock Lesnar's. But the one advantage is that he's so much taller than me. I'm like, you can't wear my size. I got to get you a bigger one.
Mm-hmm. Is it weird as a lifelong wrestler? You cover wrestling for The Athletic from time to time. That Vince McMahon no longer owns the World Wrestling Entertainment.
Crazy. I don't know if that's weirder or that mustache is weirder.
Well, okay. It's the mustache, to be clear. The mustache is by far weird. There's always been this story. Like, I'm sure Vince hates facial hair.
Yeah,
it's a true story. He hates facial hair.
I just don't get it. But it is weird, the idea that he doesn't own WWE anymore. But I mean, there's always been these rumors off and on for years that they were going to get sold to someone, and so you kind of figure as you hear those type of rumors for years, year after year, eventually something will happen. So yeah, I mean, it's a different world, I guess we're in now. Everyone's becoming like a super team.
Do we like have an idea of what this even means though? Like, what are we going to see? What does it mean for people like wrestling, UFC? Is there going to be real UFC fights on a wrestling special live event? Like what's the correlation between?
I have no idea, but I mean, it would make sense that you start maybe, you're watching, I don't know, Survivor Series and someone from UFC's ringside or vice versa, stuff like that. If there is someone who wants to maybe cross over to the other venture, I assume that would make it a little bit easier. But I don't know how, like, say, WWE contracts are structured compared to UFC, and
Yeah.
I mean,
wrestling contracts are way better.
UFC contracts are structured as you're not getting anything unless I decide you are.
Yeah, so I mean, this is going to be it's a weird thing, you know.
I don't think any of that's happening, to be honest with you. Like, I don't think Dana wants anything to do with any of this. And I believe he still oversees the UFC part. I know that there's people above Dana White now. I think one of them is Nick Khan. But I think marketing deals could be like something to look at. Video game type stuff, action figure type stuff. I think UFC in that sense would probably look to capitalize off of what WWE has been able to build over the last 40 years. Mm-hmm. But for the most part, I don't think there's going to be a lot of anything between these two entities.
Makes sense. You know, your next WWE video game downloadable players are like a UFC guy.
Liddell, yeah.
Right.
You know, John Bones Jones can now go against John Cena, you know, stuff like that.
Let's talk Kings here for a minute. We just learned that JaVale McGee and Alex Len are solidified as the Kings' backup centers. Nerlens, Noel, and Neemias Queta were waived today, taking a lot of conversation out of the upcoming training camp. There was a big, who's going to win these backup 5 minutes? And the backup 5 minutes have been set. It's likely Trey Lyles with JaVale McGee and Alex Len. Does that tell you anything about this team's mindset heading into training camp and in their first preseason game less than a month from now?
I mean, not really, because I mean, like I said last week, you didn't bring in JaVale McGee to not make the team.
Yeah.
And Queta was a long shot anyway. So, I mean, I think you kind of do them a favor and say, you know what, because I mean, that's the thing about it, really, especially NBA training camps. You go in knowing all the guaranteed contracts. You go in basically knowing this is your team. Some of you guys are just here to get us through camp. And it's actually, to me, a decent thing to do. So, you know what, you got, in the case of Noel, you're a vet. There's probably a team out there that you can help. Why should we hold you up during training camp when you can go out there maybe before camp starts and find a gig? So I just think it's, it just makes sense. It's one less thing to worry about. You know what your team's going to pretty much look like going into the season. So there's no need to like kind of, waste those guys' time with the whole notion of if we just, if you guys work hard, and do your best in camp, you're still going to get cut. So go ahead and give them a chance to, find a gig somewhere else.
Do you think that, and this isn't necessarily why they did it, I don't think, but just asking a question, do you think situations like how the Kings handled Queta and Nerlens Noel is something that players respect around the league and remember later down the road, or agents respect around the league and, could help them out when they're negotiating with somebody who has the same agent or played on the same team? Like, they handle business right over there. Do you think some of that comes into play with this decision?
Yeah, I don't think it'll hurt them. I mean, I think with these two guys, because of the players you're talking about, maybe, I don't know how much it helps, because I doubt that Queta had like a fully guaranteed deal or anything like that. But I think it does help. I don't know the back talks. Maybe there was an agreement, kind of like, hey, or maybe Monty let them know, hey, if we bring somebody else in, we'll do you a favor and let you go so you could go ahead and do that. I mean, it's a decent thing to do. I think it's the right thing to do for these guys, just because no one was you knew they were going to keep like 5 or 6 centers.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and I know, and that's why I always feel for the beat writers out there, where you got to write these stories during training camp, and you're writing your Nerlens Noel story, knowing Nerlens Noel, you got to get it published before Nerlens is cut, or you got to, you got to write a story about, it's usually more for smaller market teams where the fan base really cares about 1 through 15, 1 through, in this case, 17, 18.
Yeah.
And I've always, like, on media day, would feel so bad for a guy like Queta who comes out there and he gets like surrounded by 4 or 5 people asking him questions. I'm like, leave him alone. He's just taking pictures. He won't be here in 3 weeks, Or the worst is when someone's just asking a guy who we all know won't be on the team like 25 questions. Like, how can you help the team? It's like he's going to help them in practice and then go play in the G League. Like, leave him, leave him
I love that question. How you going to help the team? I don't know. Score, rebound. Like, what do you think these guys are gonna say? Like that's
no, I would have been like,
right. You're right in the sense it's like, yeah, like Sacramento Kings fans, we had this conversation with James yesterday. Like, we're probably talking about a guy who's not getting any playing time here. It's 1 through 15, 1 through 18.
Yeah. And I know back in the day, I would go back and forth with fans on Twitter, and I'd be like, are you guys really arguing about this guy? He's not going to play. Oh, come on, you're just being lazy. I'm like, he's not going to play.
You're being a hater.
Yeah, well, we all know I am a hater because I should have been saying, you know what? If he works really hard, yeah, he'll definitely be playing. Never mind, they have a guy they're paying $10 million ahead of him and a draft pick and blah blah blah. But hey, it's one of those things. Like I said, we're talking about a guy, a couple of guys who weren't going to play. So it's best they get a chance to move on, find another gig. And if you're a guy like Noel, who's a vet, who what he is, somebody gets hurt in training camp this year, he's a guy you can just add to your roster real quick.
And like to the point of like talking about guys who weren't going to play, we already talked about the guy who was better than both of them, like JaVale McGee, playing like possibly every 3 games. So if you're behind JaVale McGee, when are you playing?
Mm-hmm.
If he's playing every 3 games, when are you going to get in the game? So yeah, these guys are solid, man, and let them see if there's anything else out there.
Yeah,
the roster.
Yeah, because if the bonus is going to play, say 32 minutes, Mike Brown's not going to be like, hey, let me give JaVale 4 minutes, let me give Alex 4 minutes.
That ain't happening.
And Trey, you get 4 of the other 4 when you're not playing the 4 spot. You're not going to do that.
So the roster is pretty much set and everything. Is this something that is this like typical of most teams, or would you say it's typical of good teams where it's like no camp battles? Like we don't even really have any roster battles, right? It's like we even know how the depth chart is going. Is that typically how these good teams go? And we kind of not used to that because the Kings usually are so devoid of talent. There's always some type of roster battle going on, or is this just common between good teams and bad teams? All the NBA has everything almost set coming into training camp.
I think it's every NBA team, because if you go into a camp and you've got 14 guaranteed contracts, those 14 guys are making the team. And most teams will try to leave that 15th slot open in case like a Nerlens Noel comes available and your backup 5-man gets hurt. I think the idea of a roster spot battle usually has been pretty overplayed, and especially in the modern NBA. I mean, I don't think anyone looked at the roster and goes, you know what, who's going to take, Keegan Murray and Aaron, and De'Aaron Fox's minutes. Who's going to play. And even bad teams go in knowing, hey, we've got, say, 7 young guys. These guys are going to play the bulk of the minutes. So I think everyone, you pretty much know going in who's going to make the team. I think the one sport where you might have a little like question mark is football, but even then, you're talking about maybe 2 or 3 spots. It's like I said, it's great for like a little, your little reality TV shows. Will he make the team and all that? But generally, you go into, even when the Kings were 3rd worst, you knew who was making the team.
Yeah. Well, let's shift gears. You brought up football. How about your AFC West first place, Las Vegas Raiders?
With a division win already.
A division victory. Jimmy Garoppolo, the quarterback of the Raiders' future. Come on, man. We know your personality well enough to know you're riding high after this victory, aren't you?
I got to, because this thing might fall apart real quick. I might be sad on Sunday.
Got an angry Buffalo team coming. Everybody talking about how much Josh Allen stinks. Watch him.
500 yards, 5 TDs, no picks, perfect quarterback rating. Yeah, I mean, I know how this script tends to go. So
that was a good win on Sunday, though. That was a really good win.
It was,
I'm saying, like I like Denver a little bit more than others. So I look at that win going into Denver and getting that win and gutting it out, come from behind win as well. I thought that was a good win for the Raiders.
Especially with, I think, 3 of your first 4 on the road. You know, you got to get one of those. You got to get one of those games on the road. Now, to get the first one, Jimmy, he had the one bad throw, but outside of that, kind of just managed, did what you needed him to do. Got that big run, kind of put the game away. Defense wasn't awful, So I mean, hey, like I said, you take your wins. Like I said, I'm not banking on saying 5 weeks about the Raiders being in first place. So let's go ahead and enjoy this right now while we can.
How was the Jimmy G experience with him wearing your team's uniform?
See, I like Jimmy more than most people. I just to me, you have to go in and understand who you're dealing with. I know Jimmy is not, I don't know, Patrick Mahomes. So I don't go in there thinking, oh my God, he's got to throw for 300 years. That's not what he's going to do. I think the one thing Jimmy's proven that is he can win games. It may not always be pretty, but he can win some games. And my question with the Raiders was just, do you have enough around him to help? Because I mean, if you're not asking him to throw for 35, 40 times a game, you got a good running back. Got to figure out the tight. You had a Pro Bowl level tight end before you traded him. So so you hope what you got there helps. Maybe they've got like 10 slot receivers. So I would love to see Devontae Adams get going. This week, but. To me, Jimmy is not my biggest concern with the Raiders. It's just going to be, that defense. I think they've got enough on offense where they should be able to score. I mean, Derek Carr had a bad season last year, and they still were able to score at least for half of games. So I think I'm fine with Jimmy. I knew once you knew Derek was going to be gone, you knew the kind of the quarterbacks they were going to pick from was pretty limited. I was not on that fool's gold of Jarrett Stidham having the one good game against the Niners. People were saying, oh, they got to keep Stidham. I'm like, no, you don't. Go out there and get you a vet, get someone who and then eventually they'll have to find their young quarterback of the future. I don't know who that's going to be, but, they're not going to be bad enough to tank this year.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you ride it out with Jimmy for a couple of years and see what happens.
So watch this trend, Dilfer, I'm about to hit you guys with.
Uh-oh.
Jimmy Garoppolo isn't going to win you games, but he wins games.
Yeah, that's a Trent Dilfer.
You smell what I'm cooking, though? He's not going to win you games.
I actually
but
think
he
I
wins
do.
games.
I think I do. It's very Dilfery.
I mean, like he had that run on that, that third down. It's like, okay. You look at the stat sheet and you don't go, wow, this blows you away with what he did in the game, but he won you the game.
He's not going to win you games, but he wins games.
Yeah, so you know what? I don't care how it looks as long as there are W's.
That's it.
I don't care. I don't care how it looks.
I think there's some talent on the team.
Yeah, there is. I think there is too. I mean, my question is about the guy calling the plays, sideline.
Well,
I mean, people act like last season that wasn't a playoff team the year before. They act like they didn't make the playoffs.
That's because that's what Josh McDaniels acted like. He was like, "Oh, we're a work in progress, bro's a playoff team." What are you talking about?
You got the NFL's leading rusher, a Pro Bowl tight end, a Pro Bowl DN. You went out and got Devontae Adams. You paid Chandler. Let's pray for Chandler Jones. You paid him a bunch of money. You're supposed to believe you're rebuilding. We got to figure this out. No, you don't go get Devontae Adams and say, you know what, let's figure this out.
Yeah, he tried to pull the Yoki though, but
yeah,
I agree with you, Damien. I think they do have talent on here. I think this is a team that is around 500 on the season. I still believe that, and they got one step closer to that with that win on Sunday.
God, that sounds so sad. They got one step closer to 500.
One step closer.
Hey, but it's
they're above 500 right now.
Yeah, but you play 17 games that are either going to be above or below 500.
This is true.
No more 8-8s in the NFL.
I'm gonna miss that. I like 8-8. They're really an 8-8 team. Can't say that anymore.
It was the ultimate lazy response. Nice little 8-8. Like, no, it's not the case anymore.
Now they're a nice little 8-9 or a 9.
And now you got to say both 8-9, 9-8, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
Or you can go 8-1.
They could either be a winning or a losing team,
That's it. It's a good call. A winning or a losing team. We're full of Trent Dilfer quotes today.
Mm-hmm. All we got to say is, you know what? If the Raiders outscore the Buffalo Bills on Sunday, they'll win the game.
That's it. And there's the ultimate.
That's the key what's the key to the game? You got to outscore them.
That's it.
You got to find a way to outscore them.
You can't lose games in the NFL and win. That's it. It's simple as that. Simple as that. You can't lose games in the NFL and win.
You can't expect to lose games and then and get to the playoffs. Like
you notice how they not all the time, but I'd say like 80% of the time, 85%. They always say the National Football League.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Why are we saying that? This
Yeah.
NFL.
The National Football League.
Maybe it's in a contract somewhere. They want to get the whole name said, Because I've never said I'm going to go watch the National Football League.
Never.
I don't even know if I said I'm going to watch the NFL.
I'm going to go watch a game.
I'm going to watch football. Yeah.
I'm going to watch the National Football League playoffs. Which ones? The American Football Conference.
I'm really big into that American
Conference wild card game.
Slightly related. I want to know what you got cooking up over at the Athletic, but to what we, saw last night. We haven't spent much time talking about. We did reference it. At what point do we stop talking about Colin Kaepernick being a quarterback in the NFL?
He probably should have been at that point a couple of years. I mean,
I love Cap. He's 35 years old. I mean,
35. You haven't played in how many years?
I think we decided it was 6. 2000.
It's disingenuous to be like, well, hey, your quarterback got hurt. Go.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, you just sound silly. And then
his agent or his people, whoever, you're not helping him putting that out there. Like, don't. Yeah. It's not. It's like, going to get a reaction. That's all.
We reached out to the Jets. That's like me saying, hey, Meg the Stallion. Hey, I reached out to her. I reached out to her. I heard she's single. Yeah. It's like, so what? It's like
the string of unresponded to DMs that Jason Jones said.
Hey, did you see this? Hey, how you doing? It's like, I mean,
Meg would give you more play than Woody Johnson would give Colin Kaepernick.
Wow.
Yeah, I might at least get blocked by Meg if they're just like he's not gonna play. New York Jets are not signing Colin Kaepernick. Stop. I mean, to me, it's a quick engagement tweet or whatever it's called now. Is it called an X now? I don't know what it's called.
I still call it Twitter.
I still call it a tweet. But it gets a certain crowd going. Yeah. Look at this. To me, the bigger NFL news with that is the Jim Trotter lawsuit.
You want to expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, I just read what I read online. Obviously Jim's a colleague now at the Athletic, but some of those comments they were cited from the ownership, from the owner of the Bills and Jerry Jones. I was like, ooh. I don't know if you guys have seen it. I guess the one quote was attributed to the Bills owner essentially said, if the players don't like it, they can go back to Africa. And he says he didn't say that. And I guess Jerry Jones was said to have something to the effect of that if black people don't like what's going on, they can buy their own team and hire who they want, which is obviously not true. You just can't go buy a team because you want one. And then I guess
whatever.
That's the part that Jason pokes holes in. Like, black people can go get what they want. Well, you can't just go do that, Jerry.
Yeah. Hey, Jerry, I just want to go buy a team. Like here at Walmart on this shelf. like right by the Madden video game, there's NFL franchise, a literal franchise. And he says, I guess his response was that was mischaracterized.
Oh, okay.
So it's like a conversation 3 years ago. And I've known Jim Trotter over 20 years. I've never heard anyone say a bad thing about Jim Trotter. So I'm going to believe Jim Trotter until someone can prove to me I shouldn't believe Jim Trotter. And come on, let's be real. Are we surprised that an NFL owner would say something like that?
No, absolutely.
I mean, they make it sound like it's the most bizarre thing that they would have said. Oh, I would have never said. Come on. I mean, people play for Donald Sterling for years, and we knew what Donald Sterling was.
Right.
And people still signed there, and Doc Rivers left Boston to go, work for him. It's just kind of like, Jim asked what was a very fair question, and he paid for it with his job.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot, man. I mean,
yeah, but hey,
the crazy thing is they're gonna skirt around it again.
Yeah, that's okay. You can still get Black Lives Matter on the back of your helmet.
Hey, I noticed end racism is back. Did you guys see that?
No,
the
did
NFL
notice
is
that.
the NFL is trying to end racism again. It's back.
They're like,
there.
They're like, this lawsuit is coming. Spray the end racism in the end zone immediately.
The quote from Jerry Jones is, if blacks feel some kind of way,
wow,
they should buy their own team and hire who they want.
Man, bro, that's just wild. That's wild. Like, just saying that like that.
Oh my God. I mean,
that is wild.
It's not funny, but it is, because it's like, man, it's 2023.
I'm about to say.
And we're still reading stuff like that. It's yeah, man. Okay, but I would say I'm at a loss for words, but I'm just kind of like, I can't. I'm just, man.
The other Jerry Jones quote is actually funnier.
Oh my gosh, there's another one.
Yeah. Diversity and inclusion are extremely important to me personally and to the NFL. That's even funnier than blacks should buy their own team.
Ooh,
at least one of them he's being honest about.
That's a good one right there. Ooh, that's a good one. Ooh.
I'll say this about what Jason just said a second ago. I've never heard a bad word about Jim Trotter ever. Like, he's just not out there pulling stuff out of his ass, throwing it into a lawsuit. Like, that's not who that person is.
Right.
Not at all. And so it's good, just another NFL Tuesday, then we'll get end racism, I'm pretty sure maybe Jerry will take a knee this week.
Oh, for God's sakes.
maybe Jerry will get some kente cloth and put a salad star on it and sell it at the stadium. He's going to show us. He's going to be like, yeah, he's going to have a kufi on and the owner's box with a star on it.
If Jerry thought people would buy it, he'd do it.
Now, I just want to sit here. I just want to sit here and say, I can't wait for next June when I celebrate Juneteenth.
He was like, let me go get Quincy Carter to sit up here next to me.
Okay. So that's a good point. Like, there's going to be a black person sitting next to Jerry Jones at the next game.
Someone.
He is going to find a black person to sit next to him.
Who can I get to sit next to me? He's like, man, Emmett's out of town. Mike's not here.
Even get my colored Rolodex.
What's Nate Newton doing right about now?
Oh, God.
He went to an HBCU too. Yeah, let's get Nate up here. What are you doing?
And you
Nate?
know what? We're telling all these. Come Thursday, what are we going to be doing?
Oh, talking about Eagles Vikings.
That's the cycle.
We just continue to put up with it.
Yeah, like I was thinking the other day. I was like, remember when everybody said they weren't going to watch the NFL anymore?
Oh.
Remember those days? And all the people who were telling you I'm not watching somehow always knew the score of the game.
Every time.
Super Bowl ratings have been record ratings for like 4 straight years.
Like I said, you're not going to stop the NFL. I mean, the NFL is a machine. And no matter what, no matter what happens with the players, what they do, we're going to watch. And we're going to watch. And and it's for every fan base has the point where they were like, well, we're not going to watch. Well, I guess I'll watch now if this happens, or, it's, and you start getting into the, well, what about this sport? Or are you going to watch the NBA if this happens? You got down with the thing with the Orlando Magic where people are saying, hey, if they're going to donate money to that guy, should we, support the Magic? I mean, Jonathan Isaac would disagree, but
yeah.
I don't know what you do. I mean, it's, everyone's, at the end of the day, the NFL is going to make a ton of money. They're going to have a big Super Bowl. They're going to get they're going to be Florida. They'll get some maybe some hip hop-ish people to play. They'll get Jay-Z to find some good music, and we'll be all good and no one will care, and then they'll have a rapper do the intro before the game, and they're diverse. See, just don't have that guy try to do a job.
Something just registered with me. The quote I joked about the quote from Jerry Jones, which was a real quote, the representation. Then he followed it up, the representation made by Jim Trotter, a conversation that occurred over 3 years ago with myself and VP of player personnel, blah, 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 blah. 3 years ago. Wasn't that when Roger Goodell was at the Rock Nation office with Jay-Z?
Yep. Yep. That's a bad lines up. That
I love Hov. I feel like he failed us on this one.
I agree.
Yeah. I can imagine Jerry Jones gets the news that Jay-Z's down there. He's like, God, he wants to help with the music. He'll want to buy a team next.
Well, we all know that's not going to happen. We're not going to let that happen.
I ain't never going
to Woody? Right, Woody? That's not going to happen.
Let them get their own league. I mean, for God's sake, they leave us alone. They're trying to make us hire people. They're actually trying to make us have, have actual fair hiring practices.
I saw this the other day. The NFL.
Right, he said Jerry will clear his name by doing an interview with Jason Whitlock and Emmanuel Ocho.
Whitlock will tell him, you know what, you're right.
It said, don't worry about it, Jerry. You're right. I can't do a Whitlock.
Yeah, please don't.
I don't watch enough Whitlock or hear him
enough
to do a Whitlock.
Good.
We talk about they just keep on moving. The NFL, I saw this is just kind of stunning to watch. They have a $12.3 billion media empire, is what they're calling it. They get $2.7 billion for Monday Night Football.
Did you see how many people watched last night?
The most ever. They get 2.3 for NFL on CBS. They get 2.1 for NFL on Fox. They get $2 billion for Sunday Night Football. Another $2 billion for Sunday Ticket and $1.2 billion for Thursday Night Football on Prime.
They get $1.2 billion for those terrible games they give us on Thursdays, where half of the team is still injured from Sunday.
That is crazy.
Yeah,
Jay, we appreciate you.
Yeah.
But what's cooking at the Athletic before you go?
Okay, well, my Shaquem Griffin's story dropped today. Remember Shaquem, the linebacker who had his own left. He's the only known NFL player to make it to the league with one hand. Now doing a lot of different things, off the field now that he's retired. Working on some other things, some like video game anniversaries, type stuff. Still working on some hip hop stuff too. So we'll keep the stories rolling, and we'll see what happens. From there.
Appreciate you, Jay. Thank you as always, my friend.
All right.
Jason Jones of The Athletic, right there. Great stuff from our man as always.
What a Tuesday. Get in
so
late.
Neemias Queta was waived. Yeah, we did get in late.
We get in late.
Wild.
Aaron Rodgers' career might be over. And
we didn't talk about that angle today. Do you think
Charlie asked me that before. I thought it might be. I don't think he wants to go out
either.
this way.
Yeah, I don't think he does.
I think he'll come back and play at least one more year.
I really hope he doesn't say something in the next 10 days on the Pat McAfee show that makes me regret.
Yeah, just shut the hell up, Aaron, and let us, feel bad for you.
I think true sports fan, no one wants that.
Hell no.
No one wants that.
Hell no. That was terrible. I was walking around like Drake on the Raptor sidelines.
Okay.
I was.
All right. All right. I'm fascinated to see where the Jets go with this. If they're
I want them to make the playoffs.
I truly buy Robert Saleh, man.
I do too.
And I think I buy Mike McDaniels too. So
I want the Jets to make the playoffs. I said it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm good with that. It's a talented defense. But you need something from the quarterback position. You can't have nothing.
Yep. Show them proof, Zach. Gotta show them proof.
It was okay last night. That's just where I'm willing to leave it. Power rankings. We didn't really get to do a ton of overreactions today.
We'll bring them over.
I was throwing one. I want to get Jesse's. We'll save it till tomorrow. Can you do reactions on Wednesday?
Absolutely.
Okay, because I got a good one for Tua, and I wanted your reaction, but we have
It's
to
not
go.
like anyone's gonna go anywhere.
So we're gonna head over. That's a good point. We're gonna head over to 102.5 now. If you want to tap in on the Odyssey app or on 102.5 KSFM on your dial, and we'll be back tomorrow. Power Rankings returns, overreactions. James Ham, appreciate you for being with us. We'll run it back next if you want more D'Lo and KC here on the sports side on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Vamos gigantes.
That's true. That's true. Hey, Delivery Joe, if you're still in here, I did see your email. Let me see what I could do. It's just a matter of time being stretched really thin for your boy, but I will absolutely try to get that done for you. So if you're still watching Delivery Joe, I got your email and I'll try to get that dealt with for you. All right, guys. Appreciate you as always. Russ, appreciate you. Wheezy, Johnny G, TC, our brother, Spectre, securing the beam. Cutting Pete. Appreciate y'all, man. Securing the beam. You gonna come through next Thursday?
Pull up, man.
Come on, man. Come hang out. Tyler, Johnny G, y'all coming?
I forgot who it was. Somebody in here. I think it was like DO7. Shout out to him. He thanked me for helping him get the bag because he listened to my Get Money picks.
I think I saw that tweet.
We won.
Very good.
We won.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Oh, where are you at? Where's securing the beam at? No, he wasn't in sack.
I think he's 209.
I mean, right up.
Oh, come on, man. I mean, I got you. Oh, Central. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Dr. David, that's what I'm talking about. I wish you could bring the family, but you're not allowed to.
Yeah.
All right, guys. We gotta run, man. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Appreciate you.